I lost my father while growing up, and with only my fiery little sister, my mother insisted I walk the shaman's path. She said spirits favored me, warned me not to reject destiny or disaster would strike. She forced rituals and strange practices on me, which I rejected. I focused on study instead. I died in an accident, and trouble came as warned. Then I was reborn, and her words felt true. I wondered what I was doing here. I was now an instructor at a magic academy. At a railway station, the traveler read his destination, cabin 403, 4th carriage, 3rd room. Inside, an elderly man sat reading a newspaper. The headline declared the Utah Kingdom's civil war over. The young man remarked on the conflict finally ending. The old man said he too had waited for its conclusion. The young man noted how the princess's faction gained momentum earlier, and was relieved the war ended sooner than expected. He introduced himself as Ludger Kelesi. The old man replied his name was Gerard, and observed Ludger seemed of noble origin. Ludger explained his family had lost that status long ago. Gerard said he was headed to Line de Bruno, the empire's capital and a major attraction. Ludger informed he was going to let Helk as a newly appointed instructor at Soren Academy. Gerard assumed he must be talented. Ludger denied it, saying he barely made it in. Gerard encouraged him, reminding him many fail. Ludger brought up a rumor from the Civil War. The decisive figure behind the princess's victory was not a mage or knight, but a wandering mercenary named Machiavelli. Gerard dismissed it as gossip, though he knew it was true. Machiavelli was one of his former identities. Gerard asked if Ludger would handle students immediately. Ludger confirmed he would be responsible for the second years. Gerard said that starting at such a level meant he was more capable than he let on. Suddenly, a violent impact shook the carriage. Ludger wondered if the engine had exploded. Gerard said that was impossible due to magical protection and declared it an attack. He suggested hiding or fleeing, but Ludger offered to take the lead. Looking outside, Ludger noted they were the only ones in the 4th carriage. Gerard explained passengers would remain in their cabins due to protective magic, but the attackers had broken the barrier with their own magic, making the cabins unsafe. The blast had come from the 3rd compartment beside them. Ludger asked why the attackers hadn't reached them yet. Gerard said robbers always targeted the 1st compartment first, where the wealthy sat. This delay was fortunate, and he urged they move to the rear before guards arrived. A robber smashed through the window. Ludger told Gerard to step back. As the robber lunged, Ludger struck him with lightning, dropping him. Gerard asked if he had killed him. Ludger said he only stunned him. Ludger insisted on questioning him. He demanded the reason for the attack. Finally, the robber muttered that people like them deserved death and opened his jacket, revealing a bomb strapped to his chest with 1 second left. Gerard shouted for Ludger to move. The carriage exploded. Gerard called out for Ludger, searching the shattered wreckage. Removing his mask, he revealed a much younger face and wondered bitterly why disaster always sought him out. I never had any grand purpose for borrowing the name Machiavelli. I simply felt like using the identity of someone renowned from the memories of my previous life. I had spent years drifting across the world, constantly entangled in one mess after another, forcing me to switch identities repeatedly, and Machiavelli was only one mask among many. Those years were chaotic, always pulling in unwanted eyes, and dangerous for someone who needed to remain hidden. Luckily, the princess's faction was too overwhelmed with their triumph to notice me slipping out under another disguise. I was on my way to Line Bruno aboard a train powered by magic engineering. Gerard muttered to himself that misfortune seemed determined to find him again. As he thought of Ludger, he wished him peace, never expecting things to turn so disastrous, especially on a day like this. He still couldn't believe someone would trigger an explosive while being struck by lightning. Regular thieves didn't act like that. Only zealots ready to die with their victims behaved that way. Their goal likely wasn't wealth but something tied to the train itself. A conductor hurried toward Gerard, asking frantically if he was unharmed and demanding to know what in the world was happening. Gerard replied that an armed assailant had attacked them and that the intruders seemed to be aiming for the 1st compartment, advising that they remain behind. The conductor said he was about to evacuate the others and urged Gerard to move quickly as well, but Gerard suddenly grabbed him by the neck and forced him down. The conductor sputtered in confusion, but Gerard dismissed the act. He pointed out that the timing and precision of the ambush made no sense unless someone already aboard had helped breach the train's magical defenses. The conductor drew a hidden knife, but Gerard seized his wrist before he could strike. Gerard insisted he stop and demanded to know who they truly were and what they were after. When the man refused to speak, Girard forced him forward, pushing him ahead. Girard sensed something approaching and realized too late what the noise meant. He bent low and pulled the man in front as cover. A hail of bullets tore through the conductor's body. Girard wondered if the man had already sent a signal to his allies before dying. Armed figures in masks spotted Girard still alive and questioned how he had survived such a barrage. Girard answered with disdain, asking what right they had to speak of life and death. They opened fire again, only to discover their weapons malfunctioning. They panicked, realizing he was a mage who had disabled their guns. But moments later, Girard saw his interference magic abruptly nullified. One of the attackers stepped forward, lightning dancing across his form, saying he hadn't expected a spellcaster aboard and urging Girard to surrender now for a quicker end. The enemy mage assessed him, convinced Girard must be only a fourth-rank wizard like himself, reasoning that someone stronger would have been more widely known. Girard mentally counted the time since the explosion. Only about 10 minutes had passed. The train still had a long way to go before exiting the Arret Mountains. The blizzard outside was heavy, and he knew help would take a long while to arrive. He couldn't depend on anyone else. Without hesitation, Girard leapt out through the shattered opening left by the earlier blast. The armed men shouted in disbelief, ordering one of their number to check. The scout yelled that he couldn't see Girard below and was certain he had jumped, but could not understand how. Another man spotted him above them on the roof and questioned whether he had used flight magic to keep up with the moving train. The leader barked at them to stop panicking and chase him. Their commander warned the others that too many non-mages would only get in the way and told some to stay behind, while the rest moved to seize compartment 1. Girard ran across the train roof, the armed men firing upward whenever they felt the vibrations of his footsteps. They realized he was heading toward the rear and shouted for everyone to intercept him. When they opened a door in their pursuit, a blast went off inside. They accused him of setting a trap and argued that no wizard should have managed that in so little time. The leader compared Girard to the spellcasters he had fought in the past and admitted that this one felt entirely different, ruthlessly efficient, sharp, and more akin to a predator than a mage. He realized too late that Girard had detached the compartment and escaped. He cursed their failure, frustrated that they couldn't even abandon the mission because of Girard's interference. Yet he assured the others he had memorized Girard's appearance. Before they could regroup, a surge of intense mana washed over them. They turned to find Girard standing there, a large magic circle forming before him. He drove the spell forward, unleashing it upon the group. The force wiped out nearly all of them instantly. Only one man, half his face burned and his arm mangled, remained standing. Girard noted the survivor's endurance. The wounded man demanded to know why Girard had slaughtered them, and if he felt no shame for killing those who believed they were acting for the world's sake. He tried to bring up the fallen comrades, but Girard dismissed him coldly. He mocked their hypocrisy, pointing out that they were the ones who had tried to murder him first, and had no right to demand compassion only after losing. He asked if the man would whine the same way before the people they had killed. Girard reminded him that they had seen his real face, and would chase him endlessly if he fled, so eliminating them now was the only path to peace. Before the wounded man could finish asking who he really was, lightning tore him apart. Moments later, a voice called out, assuring Girard that everything was under control now, urging them to remain calm, and announcing the arrival of the Cold Steel Knights. Gunfire echoed as the armed men turned their weapons on the Cold Steel Knights, cursing that the knights had already arrived and were even using flight magic despite the brutal weather. One knight raised a shimmering barrier of magic, letting the bullets shatter harmlessly against it, and with a single decisive strike he cut down every enemy opposing him. Through the communication link in his earpiece, he calmly reported that the second compartment had been secured. Another knight responded from the first compartment, confirming that the passengers there were safe as well. The vice captain soon declared their operation complete, praising the unit for clearing every section of the train and ordering the safe escort of all passengers to the next station. At Lethelk Station, she approached Girard and checked in on him, asking if he had been harmed by the terrorists. Girard replied that he was fine thanks to their timely intervention, though he had been lost in his thoughts. She introduced herself properly as Veronica Deville, the vice captain of the Cold Steel Knights. Girard began to return the greeting, but she excused herself and turned to a man who had approached her. The man identified himself as Officer Remless from the Lethelk Metropolitan Police Department, showing his badge. He said he had received reports of an attack on the train in the Arret Mountains. Veronica confirmed the terrorists had all been neutralized. Remless expressed gratitude but added that something in the report hadn't aligned with the situation. He noted that the terrorists had taken control of the magically engineered train far too quickly. Even with a spellcaster in their group, forcing entry should have been extremely difficult. He suggested the possibility that someone inside may have collaborated with them. Veronica acknowledged the logic in his suspicion. Remlis explained that it was only conjecture for now, and investigators would be sent as soon as possible to determine who might have aided the attackers. She accepted the explanation. She then turned to Gerard, assuring him that as long as he had nothing to hide, he had nothing to fear. Gerard's thoughts churned. His records and purchase ticket were legitimate, but his face was not. He certainly didn't resemble a man in his 40s. If questioned too deeply, he feared execution or torture. With so many knights and officers around, escape was impossible. And Veronica, though polite now, seemed like the type who wouldn't hesitate to use zero mercy on suspects. He briefly imagined his own body cleaved in two, remembering what she had done to the man on the trains earlier. Officer Remlis handed him the passenger list, apologizing for the delay and asking to see Gerard's ticket for routine verification. Another official arrived with records from cabin 403. Everything looked normal, he said. Remlis checked the names aloud, a man in his 20s named Ludger Kelly, and another in his 40s named Gerard. He asked where the second man was. Gerard explained that the other passenger had been caught in the explosion when the train crossed the mountains and had fallen over the cliff. Remlis narrowed his eyes slightly, but Veronica interjected, insisting that Gerard shouldn't be considered a suspect. She pointed out that he had been fighting the terrorists even before the knights arrived. If he were cooperating with them, why would he have risked himself? Realizing the implication, Remlis accepted her point. He apologized to Gerard, referring to him as Ludger. Gerard froze internally at the name. Remlis proceeded to ask if he had indeed been newly assigned to Soren Academy. Veronica reacted with surprise, repeating the academy's name. Gerard answered smoothly, saying that yes, he was the newly appointed professor, Ludger Kelly. Outside the station, Remlis apologized once more for the inconvenience. Gerard, now acting as Ludger, replied that thanks to their help, his journey had gone smoothly. Remlis offered to escort him personally to Soren Academy, but Ludger politely declined. The officer insisted, saying a man responsible for shaping the Empire's future shouldn't travel alone. Internally, Ludger panicked at the thought of their company. He needed to visit a private location before anything else and preferred not to be monitored. He declined again, giving a courteous explanation. Remlis finally accepted and let him go. Ludger took his leave, bidding Veronica farewell. She wished earnestly that their paths would meet again. Once alone, Gerard, now forced into Ludger's identity, felt relief wash over him. He apologized in his mind to the real Ludger, but acknowledged that the man had inadvertently saved his life. Thankfully, photography in this world wasn't highly advanced. The real Ludger and he were nearly indistinguishable in simple images. He only needed to hide until he could craft a fresh identity. But just as he took a step, a new voice called for him. A man recognized him as Ludger Kelly and introduced himself as Wilfred from Soren Academy. He explained that he had been sent after hearing of the attack and was relieved to find him unharmed. He offered to escort him by carriage. Ludger boarded, his thoughts tightening. This was bad. He hadn't expected the Academy to send someone personally. And Wilfred was no ordinary staff member. His intimidating physique and his ability to approach unnoticed revealed the experience of a former knight. Any flimsy excuse would be seen through immediately. It was safer to play along. In truth, this might be better. Gerard had been declared dead. As long as he acted as Ludger, he was a ghost in this country. Even if taken somewhere, no one would protest. It was wiser to maintain the role until the right opportunity emerged. Wilfred announced their arrival. Before them stretched the vast grounds of Soren Academy, far larger than Ludger had expected. He was momentarily speechless. Wilfred told him he would take him to the principal at once and offered to handle his belongings. Inside the principal's office, Ludger introduced himself, stating he had come as requested. The principal, Elisa Willow, welcomed him warmly and said she had been expecting his arrival. The principal greeted him with forced cheer, asking about his condition after hearing he'd been caught in a terrorist attack. Ludger kept his tone steady as he mentioned the knight's timely intervention. She reacted with relief, more concerned about the Academy's reputation than his well-being. Her bluntness made him question her sanity for a moment, and the uneasy sensation he'd felt since entering her office grew stronger. He wondered if the real Ludger had ever met her or if she somehow sensed something off about him. She remarked with open admiration that he looked better in person than she expected, which immediately told him she had never seen the real man. He accepted the compliment politely, downplaying it as empty courtesy. The principal handed him a contract and reminded him of its details: a 2-year term, salary noted, room and board included. Ludger examined it casually at first, only to freeze when he saw the numbers. 30 imperial gold coins per month, an amount equal to 30 million dinars, or roughly $300,000. He masked his shock as she asked for his opinion. Calling it not bad was all he allowed himself to say, though inside he was celebrating a jackpot beyond his imagination. The price, however, was equally high. Soren Academy was known for housing prodigies, and his act would have to withstand scrutiny from all of them. Backing out now would only make him suspicious. He maintained his composure, stated that he had double-checked everything, and agreed to the contract. He reminded himself that he had real-world experience, and more than enough theoretical knowledge to fake competency for 2 years. The principal welcomed him as Professor Ludger, and he returned the courtesy. 2 years. He convinced himself he only needed to endure it that long to reclaim his freedom. That night, resting on the sofa of the house the Academy had rented for him, he mentally organized the tasks ahead. 3 weeks remained before classes began, more than enough time to prepare. He still found it absurd that he'd ended up as a professor, 27 years after arriving in this world with no powers and only the memories of his previous life. He had survived cruel parents, constant danger, and countless near-death situations. Now he was essentially undercover, though forced into the role. The identity he had taken, Ludger Kelesi, was perfect: a fallen noble, only child, parents deceased, acquaintances distant. No one who might recognize him. The only things left were lecture planning and gathering information about the academy. He decided to handle everything starting the next day, realizing he hadn't eaten since the train incident. 2 weeks later, he sipped tea at a cafe, thinking about how quickly time passed. His preparations were almost complete. Only 1 week remained before lectures began. His disguise was ready, and his research nearly finished. He planned to return for orientation soon until someone sat in the chair behind him, back to back. A voice expressed relief that he was safe and remarked on his 2 weeks of silence. The other members, the voice said, were concerned about the whereabouts of the First Order. Ludger's surprise was immediate, though he hid it perfectly. They hadn't mistaken him for someone else, they had come for Ludger Kelesi. He answered calmly that he had something to verify. The girl hurried to excuse the terrorist attack as an accident, claiming the rebels' timing was unexpected. Ludger mentioned needing information about Soren, which confused the girl, who insisted they had already sent it. Ludger smoothly stated that he'd been confirming the accuracy, earning the girl's flustered acceptance. Internally, he cursed. Something was seriously wrong, but acting suspicious now would only endanger him. When he asked whether everything on their end had been handled properly, the girl proudly explained that all key academy figures had been assassinated and traitors rooted out. The grisly description that followed tested Ludger's ability to remain outwardly calm. He lifted his coffee to steady himself while the girl apologized for not personally verifying earlier reports. Ludger pushed aside his rising dread and asked why he had been approached so suddenly. The girl explained that nearly half a month had passed since the First Order arrived with no updates, so she had taken initiative. Ludger pointed out how reckless that was, and the girl shrank under the rebuke. The girl's fear of Ludger was unmistakable. They treated the real one like some terrifying figure, enough that even minor actions made them panic. Ludger decided to press further, asking how many people had infiltrated so far. The girl listed 31 second orders, 7 third orders, and the early arrived first orders already settled in place. It was far worse than Ludger expected. He stood, and the girl scrambled up as well. When the girl tried to confirm the meeting procedure, Ludger dismissed his excuses and asserted that meetings would only happen when summoned by someone of equal rank or higher. The girl nervously clarified if he meant those of 0 order. Ludger confirmed, reminding him not to bother him with trivial details unless instructions came from that level. Panic clawed through him once he turned away. Assassinations of academy officials, mutilated traitors, these people were far more dangerous than he imagined. He needed to get away immediately. The girl called out again, asking when and how they would be contacted. Ludger hadn't even thought that far. Holding back frustration, he forced the girl to realize how absurd it was to ask such a thing. The girl snapped to attention and apologized profusely, giving him a trembling farewell. Ludger left without looking back, fully aware he had stepped into something far more lethal than he had anticipated. Ludger reviewed the documents about the real Ludger Kelesi. A fallen aristocrat with no surviving family. A man known for reaching 4th rank at unprecedented speed. A professor of Soren Academy. Everything about the identity was too convenient, almost suspiciously perfect. He realized too late why. The identity wasn't ideal by coincidence. It had been crafted for infiltration from the very beginning. The letters exchanged under Ludger's name were likely coded messages disguised as formalities from acquaintances. He dropped onto the pile of letters with a frustrated sigh. He had rushed into this decision, only to discover he had stepped onto a landmine. Sitting at his desk later, he scrutinized the awkwardly phrased letters again. Quietin's language, the phrasing was unnatural because it hid codes. And among them, one message stood out, an instruction ordering the First Order to infiltrate Soren Academy and earn the Academy's trust. More directives would follow as the situation developed. He rubbed his forehead. Soren Academy wasn't the only danger. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it became. What kind of high-ranking secret society operative dies in a train hijack? Someone capable of placing dozens of spies in Soren shouldn't have died so easily. Complaining to the dead was pointless, though. Now there were two identities he had to hide from, Soren Academy and the secret society. He considered contacting them. Based on what the girl had said earlier, the organization was divided into 4 orders: 0, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. He knew nothing about Zero Order. Identifying the other First Order member inside Soren was critical. If that person had known the real Ludger, they would eventually discover the truth. For now, survival meant not being caught. Ideally, Soren itself would crush the infiltrators. With Soren's power, even a secret society couldn't oppose them, if he fed information carefully enough to avoid backlash from both sides. The thought of the tightrope he would have to walk made his head throb. 2 years. He wouldn't be spending them peacefully. The second-year classroom buzzed with gossip. Rumors spread quickly. The new professor would be taking over the class on spellcasting theory and elemental understanding. Students whispered about the sudden resignation of the previous professor, the humiliation involving a student, and the impressive-sounding credentials of the newcomer. Flora arrived to find classmates looking at her knowingly. She brushed it off. All she had done was correct the old professor's technique. If people were making fuss about it, that wasn't her problem. More chatter rippled through the room. They had heard the new professor had military experience and had written numerous papers. They speculated about his aristocratic background and wondered whether that meant lenient grading. Flora doubted that things would be so easy. The door opened. Ludger entered, calm and expressionless. He introduced himself to the class and announced his teaching approach. Instead of sticking to theory, he would focus on practical spell casting. The class would be open not only to sophomores but also to freshmen. This set off murmurs. He lifted his hand to silence them. He made it clear he had no intention of lowering difficulty. A girl with long golden hair raised a question, curious why freshmen were included. Ludger felt as though he had seen her somewhere before but couldn't place it. He told her that, as an educator, he wished to offer equal instruction to all. She pressed for further explanation, but he simply invited her to attend the next class if she wanted answers. He warned that anyone attending with the expectation of easy grades would regret it. Privately, he hoped fewer students would show up. He had prepared well, but fewer students meant fewer complications. When he asked if there were any questions, none came. The silence was heavy. The atmosphere he projected, cold, military-like, kept them from asking even trivial things. Ending the orientation, he walked down the corridor, wondering if the students were avoiding him deliberately. He'd even prepared answers for expected questions. Perhaps he had been too intimidating. Or perhaps their pride had been stung by being grouped with freshmen. But then he noticed the students standing pressed to the walls on both sides, clearing a path for him without being told. So, it wasn't just his imagination, they really were wary of him. Someone called out. He turned to see a woman with bright eyes and a cheerful smile. She introduced herself as Selena, another newly appointed professor. She asked whether he had eaten. Brino introduced himself with a friendly tone, mentioning he was responsible for the golem summoning curriculum. Marilda followed with a warm smile, explaining she taught captivation and hallucination under the curses and dispelling program. Ludger returned the greeting, stating that he handled spellcasting instruction. From the way the group gathered casually, he realized this must be an informal meeting for new professors to get acquainted. Marilda leaned in slightly, surprised at how striking he looked up close. He thanked her politely. A short distance away, a man watched Ludger with thinly veiled hostility. The instant Ludger turned toward him, the man pivoted and walked off. Marilda leaned closer to whisper that the man was Professor Chris Benamor, a noble, unlike the rest of them, who were commoners or, in Ludger's case, a fallen aristocrat. Ludger mentally assessed the group. 1 noble, 1 fallen noble, and 3 commoners. Their backgrounds differed, but each possessed considerable expertise. It made him uneasy. If another first-order operative existed among the new hires, the person could easily be standing right here. The phrase about someone having arrived earlier echoed strangely. He couldn't trust any of them, not yet. Chris Benamore soon returned briefly, disdain leaking from every word as he declared himself above the rest, especially above a fallen noble like Ludger. He dismissed them entirely and walked away again. Marilda frowned at his attitude but urged Ludger not to take the insult personally. Ludger brushed it aside. If Chris refused to eat with them, then they would simply enjoy their meal without him. Selena and Brino quickly agreed. For Ludger, it was good enough that he didn't have to eat alone. Somewhere in the academy, a blue magic circle glowed like a keyboard. Students discussed the new professor circulating through the academy forums. They talked about his rapid rise to 4th rank, his military experience, his contribution to cryptid hunts, even his supposed freelance registration at the Magic Tower. The young girl Ludger had met earlier, the one connected to the secret society, typed furiously. She couldn't afford to let the First Order's assigned class fail. She had to gather as many students as possible to attend his lessons. Students reading the thread grew curious. The fact that even first years were allowed into his class made the idea more tempting. Several decided to try it. On his way to the classroom, Ludger mentally prepared himself. This would be the first actual lesson. He doubted many students would remain after his warning. At most, perhaps 30. Anyone attending beyond that would likely be forced into his class due to full schedules elsewhere. But when he entered the room, he nearly froze. Every seat, 80 in total, was filled. Even more surprising, a significant portion were first-year students. The atmosphere shifted immediately as he stepped inside. The students whispered in awe, convinced he carried unmistakable military presence. Ludger felt a pulse of disbelief. Sharing a class with upper-year students should have intimidated the younger ones, yet they remained. It felt as though someone had maneuvered circumstances to overwhelm him, but perhaps he had simply underestimated Soren's students. The elite children of the continent were bound to treat his challenge as motivation. He had no choice now but to teach with everything he had. He reintroduced himself to the newcomers and stated that he would be covering the entire spellcasting process. The questions came quickly, some even jumping ahead before he allowed them. He warned that such disruptions would carry penalties in future, though there would also be chances to earn bonuses. Since the question had already been asked, he clarified that yes, he would be teaching all 4 major specializations: release, elemental property, telekinesis, and reinforcement. Flora studied him from her seat, skeptical. Teaching even 2 specializations was difficult. Covering 4 simultaneously sounded absurd for a newly appointed professor. To begin the first class, Ludger demonstrated a technique meant to capture their interest. He lifted his wand, and a structured flame spell, flittering flame, formed at its tip. It belonged to the 3rd tier, relying on release and incorporating heating, combustion, compression, expansion, diffusion, and acceleration. 7 components aligned to complete the technique. What he planned to demonstrate was a method to cast it in 1/3 the usual time. A refined magic circle blossomed into view, eliciting murmurs from the students. Some doubted its possibility. Others struggled to comprehend the premise. Flora considered the idea deeply. Unless the fundamental structure of the spell was altered, reducing casting time was nearly impossible. And methods like scrolls or memory reverberation had strict limitations. If he relied on either, she would be disappointed. Ludger noticed the growing curiosity and allowed a few questions. One student asked what shortening casting speed truly meant. Ludger responded plainly it meant exactly what was stated: the spell would be executed faster. Another asked if this required modifying the technique. Ludger explained it would not. Altering a completed technique created an entirely new spell. What he intended to teach was a way to maintain the technique's integrity while reducing casting time. Flora rose with objection, unable to hold herself back. To her, such a method was impossible. Flora stared at Ludger as if unable to believe what she had just heard. He responded with calm certainty, asking her what would happen if the issue was not that magic couldn't be improved, but that no one had ever tried to improve it. The idea hit her so abruptly that she blurted out a stunned reaction before she could stop herself. Ludger continued without hesitation. Magic, he explained, had grown stagnant because it had clung too tightly to tradition and history. Meanwhile, science had advanced rapidly, so rapidly that it now threatened the position magic had always claimed. He made it clear that he wasn't arguing for the superiority of science. He was pointing out that magic also had room to evolve. Her assertion that improvement was impossible was fundamentally wrong simply because no one had attempted it. And if no one else would, then he would be the first to do so. Flora felt her expression twist. She asked if he truly meant what he was saying, and in her mind, she wondered what kind of man could speak with such shameless confidence. Ludger moved on, saying it would be difficult to grasp through explanation alone and that he would demonstrate instead. Since she had provided her name earlier, he asked her directly if she knew the average casting time of the spell Flittering Flame. Flora explained that the time varied depending on the caster. A newly advanced 3rd rank wizard would need around 10 seconds, while someone of higher rank could bring it down to 5. Ludger acknowledged her answer but added that relying on higher rank was not the method he was interested in. His class consisted of students, and he wanted an approach that matched their level. Flora stated that in that case, the fastest possible time was 5 seconds, though she personally could manage slightly faster. He chuckled at her confidence and invited her to the lectern to demonstrate. After a brief moment of reluctance, she stepped forward and performed the spell. The students reacted immediately, impressed by her speed. Some whispered among themselves, noting that such skill was expected from a daughter of the Lumos family. Ludger evaluated her performance. She had cast the spell in 4.78 seconds, astonishingly fast for a sophomore, and executed with flawless technique. Flora brushed off the praise, insisting it wasn't much. But Ludger followed with a statement that froze her in place. It was still far too slow. She asked him what he meant. He replied that the fastest time on record for a 3rd rank wizard was 4.41 seconds. Even that, he said, was excessively slow. Flora insisted that she could improve with practice, but Ludger dismissed the idea entirely. The 4.41 second record itself, he said, was slow beyond reason. The students whispered again, wondering if he truly meant what he was saying. Some questioned how fast he must be if he spoke so confidently. Ludger told them to watch closely. He raised his hand and cast Flittering Flame. Flora's thoughts scrambled. What he was doing did not resemble the established technique for Flittering Flame at all. Yet in the next instant, the spell was fully formed. The students gasped. The completion was so fast it took less than a single second. Flora stared, shaken. There had been no recognizable process at all. The spell simply existed. Ludger asked if they had seen clearly enough and performed the demonstration a second time for those who might have missed it. Now every expression in the classroom had changed. He informed them that the spell he had just cast required only 0.24 seconds, an overwhelming improvement compared to any existing record. And yes, the structure they had witnessed moments earlier was not the technique for Flittering Flame, yet the spell produced was undeniably Flittering Flame. He clarified the truth. He had used one spell as the medium to cast another. The room erupted in confusion. A spell technique used to cast an entirely different spell? None of them had ever heard of such a concept. Ludger explained that the method functioned like a blueprint, something that, once given nutrients, would output the desired result instantly. Through a wizard's biological framework, using mana as data and following a system of technique as though it were a program, he activated magic as if executing software. He referred to this framework as source code. Flora felt her thoughts spin again. She had never heard of any magical theory resembling this. She found herself wondering what kind of person he really was. Ludger asked whether her question had been answered. She replied that it had. He informed her that she had interrupted his lecture on impulse, unable to overcome her own preconceptions, and asked if she admitted her mistake. She forced herself to nod. He told her that such behavior constituted an improper challenge to authority, and issued her 10 penalty points. The class reacted with shock. The great Flora Lumos receiving penalty points was unfathomable. But Ludger continued, acknowledging that her execution of Flittering Flame had been perfect. For that skill, he awarded her 10 points. He added that he did not dislike talented students. Her performance had been impressive. Flora managed a soft expression of thanks. Around her, the students whispered about how the penalty effectively cancelled out. Cheryl asked Flora if she was all right. Flora reassured her friend with a small smile, and Cheryl thought to herself that Flora's resilience was exactly what she expected from her. Ludger removed his long coat and announced the official beginning of the lesson. He intended to choose a handful of students capable of keeping up, and to those he would teach the source code directly. Anyone who wished to learn it would have to put in the effort. One student thought back to the strange rumors he had heard earlier about this professor. He had assumed he had chosen a disastrous class, but now he felt certain he had made the right choice in coming to Soren. Ludger concluded the class and ordered everyone to review the material. As the students packed up, they talked excitedly about what they had witnessed. Many remarked on how extraordinary it was to see something as revolutionary as source code. In the corner, one aristocratic student scoffed. He accused the others of being impressed far too easily and muttered that this was precisely why commoners could never measure up. A first-year student glanced around to figure out who the arrogant noble was addressing, only to realize with horror that the insults were aimed at him. He apologized awkwardly, insisting he hadn't noticed. The young aristocrat introducing himself loudly as Javan, first son of Baron Felio, took it as mockery and flared up at once. The first year tried to explain, but another student cut in, pointing out that the Felio domain sat at the empire's farthest frontier. Javan snapped back, scoffing that Soren must be accepting infants, only to receive another insult about the foolish son of a childish barony. Javan's temper surged, mana stirred visibly around his hand as he prepared to strike. The other student stepped forward and told him to try it. He warned that even nobles couldn't escape punishment for violence on academy grounds and reminded him to look around. There were still people present who would witness everything. Javan froze, flustered, then retreated with a stiff threat before storming off. The first year thanked his defender and introduced himself as Aiden. The other student replied curtly. His name was Leo, and he hadn't stepped in out of kindness. He simply disliked nobles who acted without restraint. Aiden declared him a good guy anyway. Leo sighed and tried to walk away. Aiden hurried after him. Leo asked if he even knew where they were going. Aiden pointed out that Leo was holding an alchemy textbook, which happened to be his next class as well. Leo told him to do as he liked, but advised him not to give off certain signals. When Aiden asked what signals, Leo replied that they were the kind that screamed countryside commoner, signs of improper magical training. Aiden accepted this with mild confusion. Leo added that he needed to learn quickly how things worked in Soren. From the second year onward, the power disparity became enormous. He began listing examples. Flora Lumos, the sophomore who had stepped onto the podium earlier, notorious for her difficult personality, and rumored to have driven out the previous spellcasting instructor. Then came the Exilian Empire's third princess, Elendil von Exilian, someone dangerous for commoners to get involved with. Aiden recalled seeing her seated in the middle of the classroom. Leo confirmed it. Lastly, Leo mentioned the leader of the largest noble faction among the second years, Fruden Woolberg, of one of the Empire's 3 ducal families. Someone who viewed commoners as insects. Luckily, that faction rarely attended class, and Javan, the troublemaker from moments ago, belonged to that group. Aiden concluded with resigned humor that he had already been marked. Leo couldn't decide whether Aiden was brave or simply oblivious. When Aiden asked if anyone else should be noted, Leo muttered that he would explain the rest on their way. Aiden then invited him to eat together later. Leo reacted with disbelief, demanding to know why he would do that. Aiden simply followed after him anyway. A person nearby watched the two leave for their next class, smiling quietly at their dynamic. Meanwhile, Ludger walked down a corridor lost in thought. The students' reactions had far exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated skepticism, not excitement. This world resembled Earth's 19th century in its fundamentals. Even with the existence of magic, there were countless limitations compared to the science of the 21st century. That was why he had grafted scientific logic onto magical structure when creating source code. Even then, he had never expected it to draw such fervor. His master's first evaluation still echoed in his mind the curt remark that it wasn't bad. With such lukewarm feedback, he had expected little more. Speed and precision had improved drastically, but the method was still restricted to third rank, and its creation process was complicated. He couldn't rely solely on source code. Maintaining his cover required further preparation. He paused before entering a room, his personal office. When he stepped inside, he found the principal already waiting, welcoming him warmly. She complimented the interior, explaining that each professor was provided a private space to work comfortably. They sat together over tea. Ludger asked why she was there. She responded lightly, asking if she had intruded somewhere forbidden. He clarified that the sudden visit was simply a little overwhelming. She countered that he was a valuable lecturer, and as principal, she naturally paid close attention to him. He felt a strange discomfort whenever their eyes met, an inexplicable itch under his skin. She seemed amused by his overly calm reaction and confessed she had expected him to appear surprised. He thought to himself that he had already exhausted his capacity for shock, appearing like a ghost in his office doorway would hardly have startled him more. She revealed that every other newly appointed professors had reacted with surprise. Ludger had been the last. That revelation unsettled him. If she had visited the other professors first, and only now come to him, did that mean she suspected something? A principal capable of attaining such a position might certainly detect unusual movements within Soren. He wondered if she had noticed hints of the secret society, unaware that the person before her wasn't even a member but the executive leading it. The principal shifted the subject, mentioning that she had heard he accepted first-year students into his lecture. Ludger explained that he had no intention of distinguishing by academic year. She reassured him it wasn't criticism. In fact, she approved of his approach. The new first-year batch contained several promising individuals, including one who wielded unusual magic. Ludger commented that he had only just obtained the attendance sheet. She reminded him that because the princess was enrolled, he should be cautious. There was no need for special treatment, but complications involving royalty tended to turn thorny. He paused. Royal princess? The principal expressed her expectations for him and said she was relieved his first lecture had gone well. The students had spoken favorably about it. Ludger urged her to finish her tea before leaving. She thanked him but explained she had a mountain of work awaiting her. As she excused herself, she wished for smooth cooperation going forward. When she closed the door behind her, a man standing in the hallway asked quietly how it had gone and whether the new professor was trustworthy. The principal admitted that she still had no clear answer. She had been observing the individuals who seemed most suspicious, yet no solid conclusion had formed. The man beside her encouraged her, saying that once she personally stepped in, progress would surely follow. She agreed, though one detail continued to trouble her. Even after meeting Ludger twice and activating her captivating Bascania, the evil eye that normally bent others to her while Ludger had remained completely unaffected. A fourth-rank mage should have shown some reaction. Resisting such power through sheer will made him anything but ordinary. Her thoughts drifted back to the train terror attack. With a dangerous group now hiding somewhere inside Soren, nothing could be dismissed lightly. The possibility surfaced again. What if the train incident had been nothing more than a diversion, and Ludger had been replaced during the chaos? She asked Wilfred for his thoughts. Wilfred admitted he wasn't sure yet but said that, at the very least, Ludger was far from an ordinary man. She praised his intuition, though the old man insisted he needed more time before placing full trust in Ludger. Far away, in his private office, Ludger exhaled slowly. The principal's private talk had been nothing short of an interrogation. Still, he had revealed nothing that could betray him. All he could do was continue with his duties. He reviewed the list of students. The Lumos family came to mind first, an influential Duke house. He wondered whether they might hold on to resentment over the earlier incident, though he reassured himself that he had even offered reconciliation through an award point. His gaze traveled further. The principal had been right. The academy held countless talented students, from a newcomer backed by the magic tower to the Empire's own princess. He paused at a boy marked for possessing uncommon magic. The face looked familiar, though the memory refused to surface. He let it go for now. He reminded himself not to grow complacent. The principal's sharp, suspicious gaze still lingered in his mind. For a moment, he wondered whether aligning himself with the secret society might be safer. The girl he had met earlier had addressed him as Mr. First Order without hesitation. She clearly knew the original Ludger had changed faces on the train. That could only mean the real Ludger had been someone skilled in disguise and infiltration. The idea tugged at him briefly, but he crushed it immediately. Joining openly would be suicide. Even if he contributed, there was no guarantee the organization would protect him. For now, the safest choice was to fulfill his role as professor. A knock interrupted his thoughts. A staff member stepped in to deliver a patrol warrant. It was his turn for night duty, exactly as described in his contract. The man hurried away, leaving Ludger staring at the paper. It was probably just a routine patrol. Probably. Two girls stood facing each other. One demanded the other repeat herself. The second calmly stated that the training grounds were open to everyone. If someone felt uncomfortable, they were free to leave. The first girl bristled, offended that a commoner would talk back. The second reminded her that Soren valued all students equally, regardless of bloodline. Her words drew mocking laughter from the noble girl's companions, who sneered at the idea of equality and mocked the commoners. The first girl realized nothing she said would change their minds and turned to walk away. But Lady Dyneema's irritation only grew. Her followers jeered that the commoner should kneel and beg forgiveness. Dyneema's frustration hardened into anger. She raised her wand, determined to strike. The spell never reached its target. It dissolved instantly. Dynama spun, demanding to know who interfered. On the second-floor walkway, Ludger stood with a calm, piercing gaze. He looked down at the group with quiet disappointment. He reminded them that the training grounds existed to hone their abilities, not to host petty ambushes. And worse, this wasn't a duel. It was a one-sided attack at the very start of the semester, making a mockery of Soren. The commoner girl recognized him, whispering his name. Ludger descended the stairs, stating he might have overlooked the matter with a warning had it been a fair fight. But this was clearly not one. Dynama protested, insisting she was merely protecting aristocratic authority. Ludger dismissed the notion. At Soren, every student stood on equal ground, regardless of the blood they carried. He informed her that he could not overlook the incident, and ordered her to follow him. Dynama trembled with rage, muttering that a mere fallen aristocrat dared to lecture her. The students around her stiffened. Ludger turned back slowly, his gaze sharp and cold. He demanded to know what she had just said. Ludger approached Dynama and asked her to repeat what she had just called him. Dynama trembled, unable to meet his eyes. A nearby student spotted help and beckoned to Professor Selena, who hurried over just in time to see Ludger raise his hand. She panicked for a moment, only to realize he merely placed a light tap on Dynama's shoulder. He reminded the girl that although he was indeed a fallen aristocrat, this was Soren, and here he served as a professor. Her remark had challenged a professor's authority, and she wasn't wrong to be corrected. Since she was still young and adjusting to a new environment, he let it pass with only a warning, though he made it clear she would still face appropriate disciplinary action for what she had done to her classmate. He then turned to Lin, checking whether she had been hurt. She flustered but assured him she was fine. Relieved, he left the remainder of the situation to Professor Selena. As he walked away, Lin wondered how he even knew her name. Among 80 students, she was just a commoner he had no reason to remember. Yet she recalled his earlier words about equality in Soren. Her first impression of him had been intimidating, but now she felt an unexpected trust taking root. She resolved to follow his guidance and try her best. Later, Ludger sat alone on a bench, struggling through a wave of intense pain. He swallowed the last of his pills, grateful he had survived the episode. Without them, the consequences could have been disastrous. The commotion earlier had struck at the worst possible moment. Symptoms had already begun the moment he entered the first training center, manageable at first, but worsening rapidly. Dynama's outburst had forced him to react when all he wanted was to slip away before the condition advanced. He hoped he had sounded convincing, though he suspected his face had betrayed him. With no pills left, he estimated he could endure for 5 more days at most, assuming he didn't have to use mana before then. Borrowing from the academy pharmacy would leave a record, which was far too dangerous. He needed to contact his associate as soon as possible. By morning, Selena told him about students spotting a werewolf. According to them, a black shadow had been seen leaping across rooftops through the night fog above Ledhelk. Ludger brushed it off as a city ghost tale, but Selena insisted witnesses inside Soren had seen something similar. She explained that strange phenomena occurred on campus from time to time, even referring to Soren's collection of ghost stories. Ludger teased that she seemed very knowledgeable about such things, sending her into a frantic fluster as she insisted she had no particular interest in ghosts. Marilda joined the conversation and mentioned hearing about the spell Ludger had demonstrated in his first class, a spell that dramatically reduced the time needed for casting. She struggled to recall the name until Selena unintentionally shouted it across the cafeteria, drawing the attention of the entire hall. Embarrassed, Marilda quickly covered her colleague's mouth before pressing Ludger for confirmation. He acknowledged it calmly. Both women marveled at the existence of such a spell and questioned whether it was wise to reveal something so groundbreaking. Selena even mentioned that a spell of that caliber could earn a patent from the magic tower. Ludger expressed no interest, knowing it would only cause trouble without powerful backing. Meanwhile, he noticed several professors glaring at him, their competitive spirits clearly stirred. His attention drifted briefly to Chris Benamor, one of the more fiery gazes among them. Thoughts of the rumored werewolf lingered in the back of his mind. That night, Ludger waited in the shadows for someone who was now late. As he wondered whether to wander around the area, a werewolf lunged at him from behind, only to miss and crash to the ground. Ludger deduced this clumsy ambush was the reason for the delay. The creature complained that he could at least pretend to be surprised. Then, shifting into a more familiar tone, he greeted Ludger after a long absence. Ludger responded in kind, addressing him by name. Hans had arrived at last. Ludger remarked that Hans was still causing trouble just like in the old days and asked what mess he had gotten into this time. Hans, currently stuck in the form of a massive dog, grumbled that he hadn't chosen this fate. A woman's pet had suddenly lunged at him, and the bite had triggered another transformation. Ludger couldn't help laughing, finding the whole thing absurd, while Hans complained that he felt cursed. Hans possessed a rare trait. Any time an animal bit him, he developed its gene and unwillingly took on its form. He had cycled through everything from a tuxedo cat to a fluffy Pomeranian. He asked if Ludger had brought the antidote, and Ludger produced the injection. Hans admitted he couldn't wander around like this and sighed in relief when the antidote brought him back into human form. Ludger recalled their first meeting, when Hans had turned into an oversized chihuahua during a cryptid subjugation mission. Hans agreed he would have died if the situation hadn't been resolved back then. Hans began to say Ludger's old name, but Ludger corrected him, reminding him that he now went by Ludger Kellesi. Hans realized the same name had appeared in the letter and asked when this new identity had been created, and why they were meeting in Leatherbelk instead of the capital. Whatever had happened must have been serious. Hans eventually broke into laughter, amazed at how flawlessly Ludger had handled the situation. He admitted that he would have been caught immediately. Ludger explained that survival didn't leave him any choice, and Hans commented on the complication of Ludger's assumed persona belonging to a mysterious organization. Ludger confirmed that the group was called the First Order. Hans searched his memory. He had heard of newcomers in the underworld calling themselves an Order. Ludger pressed for details, and Hans remembered their name, Black Dawn. He warned that Ludger might be surviving on luck, but one misstep could expose him. Ludger agreed and said that was why he needed to prepare. Ludger then asked about the suitcase, and Hans handed it over, mentioning he hadn't dared to open it. Ludger noted that Sheridan had also been waiting for him, though no one could have predicted the complications that had unfolded. Since both he and Hans relied heavily on medicine, Ludger opened the suitcase and retrieved more pills. Hans wondered why they hadn't met sooner, since Ludger arrived 2 days earlier. Ludger said his letter had asked Hans to wait. Hans, confused, denied being there before today and couldn't imagine standing around for 2 whole days. Their conversation fell silent as they both sensed something overhead. A shape moved above them. Ludger and Hans recognized it immediately. A real werewolf. Hans whispered that it hadn't noticed them yet and urged retreat, but Ludger warned that moving would give them away. The creature seemed to be searching for prey. Then Ludger spotted a faint shine on its neck, something deliberate. He decided he had to check it. He opened the suitcase again. Hans panicked at the implication that Ludger intended to approach the creature. Ludger reasoned that someone had intentionally placed the object on the werewolf, and that they needed to verify it. He took out a gun and inspected its ammunition. Hans noted he hadn't seen Ludger use that weapon since his days as an active cryptid hunter, when he went by the alias Abraham Van Helsing. Ludger stepped forward toward the werewolf. The creature noticed him and dropped to the ground, landing before him. He confirmed his suspicion. There was a restraint device around its neck. As it lunged to attack, he leapt back, each movement leaving a small glowing magic circle beneath his heel. The werewolf continued its assault, and Ludger repeated the maneuver again and again until he backed up against a wall, the ground behind him filled with scattered blue circles. Suddenly, the werewolf clutched its head in distress, overwhelmed by a sound only it could hear. Hans, baffled, wondered what was happening to it. Ludger explained that he had generated a supersonic vibration, a frequency inaudible to humans but agonizing to the creature. There was no need to waste a silver bullet when this method would suffice. He produced an injection, preparing to inspect the restraint and discover who had created it. Before he could act, distant voices echoed through the area as people converged on the source of the noise. Ludger realized the police were approaching, and the timing could not have been worse. The werewolf sprang upward. Ludger reacted instantly, firing a chain that hooked onto the rooftop, pulling himself up in pursuit. He refused to let the creature escape. The police arrived, shouting and moving through the streets, their voices carrying across the rooftops as they warned of suspicious individuals. Ludger continued his pursuit of the werewolf, leaping across rooftops with precision, never losing sight of the creature as it darted toward the moving train. Both eventually found themselves standing face to face on the roof of a train. Ludger had initially planned only to subdue the werewolf, but its relentless behavior left him no choice. He threw a shuriken, which circled the creature before returning to his hand, a clear demonstration of its heightened senses. The simple attack had proven insufficient. Drawing his staff, Ludger sprinted toward the beast, landing on its back. The werewolf snapped at the staff, forcing him to unsheathe the long, slender blade hidden within and slash accurately. The beast yelped and recoiled, caught off guard by Ludger's precision. Below, Hans paced nervously, holding Ludger's suitcase tightly. The police were still patrolling the area, and he realized he had narrowly avoided being caught. His attention snapped upward as the werewolf's head fell to the ground before him. The sight made him scream, and relief washed over him as Ludger dropped from the rooftops, approaching with a casual confidence. Hans complained about the surprise, nearly dropping the suitcase in the process, while Ludger calmly explained that the creature was no longer needed. All critical information had been obtained. Hans questioned the point of bringing it along, and Ludger revealed that it was not a real cryptid but an artificial experiment, likely produced in a laboratory. The two quickly returned their focus to their prior plans, choosing to remain in the city rather than move to the capital for now. Hans voiced his concerns about staying in Soren. An unidentified secret organization operated within the city. Recent chaos from the cryptid's release threatened public safety, and back-alley gangs lurked in the shadows of the sprawling metropolis. Ludger reminded him that such disorder was advantageous, allowing them to gather intelligence while remaining inconspicuous. Hans hesitated at the thought of working alone, but Ludger explained that he was already under suspicion and could not afford reckless action. Hans accepted the responsibility, confident in his ability to collect information quietly and efficiently. Ludger reflected on the situation, acknowledging that nothing would ever proceed smoothly. He could not act immediately, yet he needed to start gathering allies to prepare for potential contingencies. The artificial werewolf bore laboratory markings, confirming that its creation was the work of a powerful organization rather than an ordinary force. Neutralizing the immediate threat had taken precedence, and he was determined to avoid entanglement in unnecessary complications. Reports indicated that the unidentified killer responsible for the attacks in Lethelk was still active. 5 more deaths had occurred over the weekend, bringing the total to over 10. Witnesses described the perpetrator as a black-furred beast, while authorities dismissed the accounts as the actions of a deranged killer. Citizens remained anxious. Ludger read the reports with a sense of unease. He had eliminated the werewolf on Saturday, raising the disturbing possibility that more than one creature was at large. As he read the newspaper, the goblet on his desk began to glow faintly, drawing his attention. Later, Professor Selina approached, calling him to sit beside her in the meeting room. She explained that 2 first-year students had been attacked the previous night, suffering severe but non-fatal injuries from what appeared to be a beast. Witness accounts corroborated the rumors circulating for the past week, confirming that Lethelk had indeed been the site of dangerous incidents. Ludger quietly processed the information as Principal Elisa Willow entered the room. The principal had convened the urgent meeting to address the mysterious assailant in the city. She confirmed that 2 students had been seriously injured the night before by an unknown culprit, described by witnesses as a werewolf, a cryptid that did not belong in Soren. Professor Hugo Bortag questioned the possibility, expressing disbelief that a cryptid could exist within the boundaries of the Exilian Empire's protected lands. The principal reminded him that there were 2 confirmed victims. Bortag insisted that the attacks could not be the work of a werewolf and suggested that the assailant was likely a Soren student. Noting the noble lineage of the victims, he proposed that the culprit was more probably a commoner, reasoning that such a student would have both motive and opportunity within the city. Hugo Bortag grew increasingly agitated, insisting that the situation could not possibly involve a real werewolf. In his view, the attacks on aristocratic students made far more sense if the culprit were a commoner student acting out of resentment. He argued that it was far more believable that someone had impersonated a cryptid rather than an actual werewolf infiltrating Soren. Ludger listened in silence, but his thoughts were far removed from the petty suspicions filling the room. He had assumed the Black Dawn Society would be at a disadvantage in this incident, yet he realized now that he had miscalculated. Watching the professors quarreling among themselves made him inwardly sigh. Not even a threat to their students was enough to unify them. Factions still clashed even in the continent's most prestigious academy. As he considered this, Ludger felt the light brush of something on his shoulder. He plucked off a tiny insect, and the creature unfolded like delicate machinery, revealing a slip of paper. The message carried an urgent warning: 3 experiments had escaped, and they were to be eliminated immediately if capture proved impossible. Their survival posed the risk of exposing his identity. Ludger folded the paper in his fist and lowered his gaze, frustration pulsing through him. He wondered ruefully why such burdens seemed to follow him relentlessly. Selina noticed his posture and asked if he was injured. He dismissed her concern, but his thoughts continued racing. He had not expected this situation to connect so directly to the Black Dawn Society. Judging from their chaotic response, They had not predicted the incident either. It would have been convenient if they had suffered losses, yet the danger of his own identity being compromised now outweighed everything. He could not stay idle. If Soren caught the remaining experiments first, everything about him could unravel. He needed to act before that happened. The principal ended the speculation by reminding Professor Hugo that he was free to have opinions, but he still had responsibilities to carry out. She ordered the establishment of patrols and instructed all professors to warn students against wandering at night, giving permission to issue penalties if necessary. With her directives given, she formally concluded the meeting. Afterward, Ludger left the hall and headed down the quiet path outside the building. As he walked, he felt a presence behind him, someone watching him closely. He halted and called the observer out. A girl emerged from behind a tree, the same young woman who had approached him once before. He did not expect to see her again, let alone as a student at Soren. He asked her purpose, and the girl faltered nervously. He led her away from the open area, choosing a more private place to speak, and eventually took her to a small cafe. Once they were seated across from each other, he asked for her name. She introduced herself as Sedina Rockhen. Her surname confirmed that she was not hiding behind a commoner identity. He questioned whether it was her real name, and she replied with timid sincerity, leaving him momentarily puzzled. It was not a false persona. Knowing she had approached him for a reason, he invited her to speak freely. She attempted to lower her voice and glanced around anxiously, but he assured her he had already cast a spell to block out surrounding sounds. As long as no one physically entered their space, their conversation was secure. She expressed admiration, referring to him by a title from their secret organization, but he sharply instructed her to stop using it. If she addressed him that way in public, it would bring disaster. She accepted the correction immediately, and he redirected her to the matter at hand. Sedina explained that the recent werewolf incident was connected to their affiliated organization. Cryptid experiments had been underway at the Shamsa school, a group of researchers expelled from society for their unethical methods. 3 experimental subjects had escaped, one of which had entered Soren through the sewer systems and caused casualties. She apologized for speaking too quickly, but he urged her to continue. She explained that the responsibility technically fell on their organization, yet she had come because the matter was tied to him. He had lent his name under Victor Dreadful's command, and the situation had spiraled beyond expectation. Ludger absorbed the information with a calm expression while mentally noting Victor's name for the future. Sedina added that since 3 experiments had escaped, their group intended to eliminate them swiftly. Ludger corrected her, stating that only 2 remained. Her confusion lingered until he revealed a tooth from the slain creature. Realization dawned on her, as she understood he had eliminated one of the experiments and let help 2 days earlier. She reacted with shy admiration, barely stopping herself from addressing him with forbidden titles again. Ludger studied her discreetly. She had contacted him without alerting anyone, infiltrated Soren as a student, and handled sensitive information skillfully despite her timid demeanor. For someone with such talent to remain a third order was suspicious. He wondered whether the society deliberately restricted her due to her aristocratic origin. Such organizations rarely welcomed nobles. More often, they exploited them. He recalled seeing fractures within Soren itself, and now he recognized similar cracks within the Black Dawn society. Perhaps, through Sedina, he might find an opportunity within these fractures. He asked about the experiment's movements, and she confirmed they had entered the city through the sewers. Soren was unaware of this information, though the secrecy would not last long. He rose from his seat, stating that the sewers would be the starting point of his search. Sedina quickly stood as well, flustered. As he ended the voice-blocking spell, she stopped him briefly, thanking him shyly for listening and saying she had done her best to explain. He acknowledged her effort with an uncharacteristically gentle remark before leaving the cafe. Outside, Flora watched the scene unfold from a distance. She had seen him meet a girl she didn't recognize, witnessed the barrier spell, and sensed the secrecy behind their conversation. Confusion clouded her mind. Whatever they had discussed was clearly important enough for him to cloak it with magic. She wondered intensely what kind of conversation required such measures and what exactly those 2 were hiding. Flora sat in the crowded classroom while the chatter of students washed over her. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment she had witnessed through the cafe window, the faint shimmer surrounding Professor Ludger and the unfamiliar girl. The color alone had been enough to identify it as a spell designed to block sound. Ordinary people could neither see the hues embedded in magic nor catch the subtle scent woven within it, yet she had seen it clearly. The question tormented her now. What kind of conversation would require such secrecy? The lecture ended when the professor reminded everyone to avoid roaming around at night, and warned them that anyone caught entertaining strange rumors or wandering carelessly would receive penalty points. The room erupted into voices the moment she left. Students eagerly shared their excitement about the werewolf incident, debating the reward money and plotting ways to go hunting without being discovered. Leo eventually turned to Aiden, asking for his opinion. Aiden simply stated that the safest choice was to avoid unnecessary risks. Taking penalty points for curiosity was foolish. Leo admitted that he thought the same, especially since people had already been hurt. But their exchange was abruptly interrupted when Tessie marched over and struck their desk, announcing her dissatisfaction with leaving their earlier rivalry unresolved. She insisted on a proper match, one without restrictions or hidden strength. Aiden immediately declined, citing classes and the danger of wandering outside at night. Tessie mocked him for being scared, demanding an honest answer. Cornered, Aiden finally admitted defeat. Not satisfied, Tessie then proposed a new contest. Whoever captured the werewolf first would win. Aiden hesitated, but Leo agreed impulsively, assuming the professors would handle the matter long before any student had the chance. Tessie left energized, certain she would emerge victorious. Only once she was gone did Aiden confront Leo for agreeing so recklessly. Leo brushed it off, convinced that Tessie wouldn't attempt anything so dangerous alone. Their confidence vanished the moment they glanced out the window and saw Tessie heading off in the wrong direction. She was clearly not going to the dormitories. Aiden and Leo froze, realizing that the trouble they feared was already racing straight toward them. Night fell over Soren as Ludger patrolled the dim pathways, aware that an increasing number of people were searching for him or for the creature he pursued. The memory of an earlier conversation with Hugo resurfaced, the man's desperation almost palpable. Hugo had urged him to show favoritism to aristocratic students in exchange for support in restoring his family's standing. Ludger had refused outright, holding firm to the principle that Soren recognized no noble or commoner distinctions. He had no intention of bending that rule merely to placate a nervous aristocrat. Hugo's offer only increased the risk of exposing his fabricated origins, and antagonizing the principal for no reason was the last thing he wished to do. As he continued his patrol, Ludger sensed movement. A group of students attempted to hide poorly behind a tree. He confronted them, reminding them of the rule to return directly to their dormitories. Their awkward excuses did nothing to sway him. Each of them earned penalty points and scurried away. This was the 20th group he had caught tonight. Reward money had clearly attracted far more students than expected. Penalizing them was a temporary solution. The situation could only worsen if left unchecked. He would have to end this matter before it spiraled any further. He headed toward the sewage treatment plant, descending into the dark, damp tunnels beneath the academy. Based on Sedina's information, this was the only waterway large enough for a werewolf to pass through. Illuminating his path with a brief spell, he confirmed that no one else had searched this area yet. The footprints on the ground confirmed his suspicion. 2 sets, one large, one much smaller, moving in the same direction. Their tracks eventually diverged. The larger one had gone toward the academy grounds, likely hunting. A scream tore through the silence. He abandoned the trail immediately and ran toward the sound. Following the footsteps would take too long. He needed to move directly toward the threat. By the time he arrived, a werewolf was already lunging at 2 students. He cursed under his breath. He was seconds away from being too late. A burst of force exploded from his staff, striking the beast hard enough to send it fleeing into the darkness. The 2 girls he had saved were Lynn and Elendel von Exilian. Relief washed across their faces when they recognized him, relief that dissipated instantly as he delivered punishment in his usual cold manner. Both received penalty points on the spot, leaving them frozen in shock as the echo of the attack faded into the night. Elendel's frustration rose the moment Ludger turned his back. She called after him, insisting he should have checked on them first. He barely slowed, questioning what she had done to justify shouting in the first place. She hurried to explain that she had tried to send the wandering students back. His response was cold, noting that her sharp tongue seemed perfectly fine despite failing to protect herself. Lynn stepped forward, flustered, asking him to at least spare Elendel from punishment. Ludger stopped, surprised by the request. She claimed she had simply fallen asleep while studying, ending up outside by accident. He acknowledged her determination, though he reminded her that she should have understood the danger. Lynn apologized quickly. Elendel could only stare, startled by the difference in how he spoke to each of them. Then Ludger instructed her to escort Lynn back to the dorms, adding that he would remove their penalties. Elendel froze, hardly believing it until he threatened to assign them again if she refused. She grabbed Lin immediately, urging her along before he could change his mind. Before they could leave, the werewolf reappeared behind them. Elendil pointed it out, startled, but Ludger had already sensed it. The creature turned and bolted. Ludger broke into a sprint, telling the girls to evacuate to safety as he pursued. The werewolf vaulted onto a rooftop without effort. Ludger fired a chain upward, letting its momentum pull him into the air. Lin stopped to glance back, witnessing the impossible sight of her professor leaping from roof to roof in the moonlight, chasing the beast across the skyline. She whispered in awe, barely recognizing the technique as levitation magic, while Elendil stood speechless beside her. High above the courtyard, Ludger and the werewolf faced one another from opposite buildings. They launched forward at the same moment, meeting in midair with brutal force before clashing across several rooftops. Each collision sent shockwaves rippling through the stone. Eventually the pursuit crashed back to the ground below. Ludger landed first, driving a spell into the creature and using the recoil to launch himself overhead, striking it repeatedly. Lin and Elendil watched from a distant path, breathless at the sight. The intensity of the fight, magic, movement, and precision looked far beyond what ordinary mages could accomplish. Ludger pressed onward, striking the creature 3-4 more times before it finally collapsed. His breathing grew heavier. He knew he had used too much magic already, but he couldn't fight at half strength in front of students. He needed to end this quickly and deal with the second werewolf afterward. As he approached, the creature staggered upright again and unleashed a roar that shook the air. It grabbed a piece of shattered stone and hurled it with startling accuracy. Ludger raised a shield, absorbing the blow, but the realization struck him immediately: this werewolf understood how to use tools. That level of cognition was far beyond what a beast with a wolf's base instincts should possess. This cast doubt on whether the creatures could even be considered true werewolves at all. Elsewhere, Leo and Aiden continued shouting for Tessie across the dark campus, both exhausted and frustrated. Aiden refused to give up, blaming himself for not rejecting her impulsive challenge earlier. Leo tried to reason with him, doubting she would actually continue searching alone, though Aiden argued that Tessie was exactly the kind of person who would do something reckless. Their debate ended abruptly when a distant scream echoed through the trees. Aiden recognized the voice immediately. Both sprinted toward the sound. While running through the shadows, Aiden collided with a figure and fell. It was Tessie, who looked just as startled as they were. She claimed she had never screamed. Before any of them could sort it out, a faint noise rustled from deeper within the bushes. Tessie motioned for silence and guided them closer. Hidden in the clearing was a small werewolf cub curled asleep on the ground. She smirked triumphantly, assuming this meant victory in their bet. Leo argued that simply finding it hardly counted as catching it, but she insisted she could grab it right away. Aiden hesitated, noticing the creature's unmoving limbs. Its breathing was shallow, its body scratched and bruised. He pointed out that it seemed injured, far too weak to hide itself deliberately. Tessie froze, beginning to understand what he implied. If it hadn't come here alone, then something or someone must have helped it. A glint of metal caught Aiden's eye. Around the cub's neck hung a chain, partially buried in its fur. He stared at it, trying to comprehend why a creature like this would have such an object. While the three of them knelt in the dirt, whispering theories and trying to make sense of what they were seeing, a heavy shadow fell across their backs. The larger werewolf had returned and it was standing directly behind them. Aiden barely had time to breathe before the werewolf lunged at him. At the last second, Leo shoved him aside and took the full force of the blow himself, crashing hard onto the ground. Tessie froze, staring wide-eyed at the towering creature. The reality settled into her bones. It truly was a real werewolf. Her hands trembled as she forced herself to steady her breathing. She reached for her wand with the desperate conviction of someone clinging to a single purpose. If she backed down now, she would never restore her family's honor. The werewolf turned toward her, muscles tensing as it prepared to strike. Aiden reacted before she did, pulling her out of harm's way. She stared at him in disbelief, demanding to know why he had intervened. He insisted he couldn't stand by while a friend was in danger. Then, noticing the creature's posture, he speculated aloud that the werewolf seemed to be wary of them because it feared for the pup's safety. He tried speaking to the beast, reassuring it that the child would not be harmed. Tessie, flustered, doubted a creature like this could understand human speech, but Aiden continued calmly. Leo and Tessie stood behind him as he faced the werewolf. The beast eventually turned its attention away from them and moved toward its injured cub. Tessie murmured, astonished, wondering if it truly understood Aiden. Leo remained uneasy, wary of how quickly its behavior could change. Aiden acknowledged their doubts, but asked them to trust him, just this once. He approached the creature slowly, hands open, lowering his voice to soothe it. He noted the cub's weakened body and the illness evident in its shallow breathing. From his pocket, he retrieved a tiny bottle filled with faint blue liquid, something that might ease the cub's condition, even if only a little. The werewolf extended its hand, cautiously reaching for the bottle, when a sudden burst of magic struck it from behind. The beast roared in agony as glowing golden restraints wrapped around its body, pinning it in place. Professor Ludger stepped out from the shadows, demanding to know why the three students were there. Tessie felt her heart lurch at the sight of him. Of all professors, it had to be him. Leo attempted to explain, but Ludger silenced them, ordering them to stand back. Before he could approach the werewolf, Aiden stepped between them, pleading for a moment. He insisted the creature understood human words and begged Ludger to reconsider killing it. Ludger stared at him, cold and unimpressed, dismissing the idea as nonsense. Aiden pushed on, attempting to explain further until the cub behind them stirred. Ludger's expression hardened instantly. Aiden sensed a shift and realized any hope of leniency had evaporated. The professor shoved him aside and unleashed a massive wave of fire that engulfed the werewolf. Aiden watched the blaze rise, feeling the weight of the professor's displeasure. Ludger informed them that they would answer for their reckless actions the next day, and ordered them back to the dormitory. Sometime later, the three of them sat together at a table, quiet and tense. Leo's arm was wrapped heavily in a cast. He muttered that their situation was hopeless, especially since of all the professors who could have found them, it had been Ludger. Tessie buried her face in her hands, regretting her impulsiveness. All she had done was reveal loopholes and aggravate the situation. The door opened. The principal entered with a warm smile, Ludger following behind her. The three students shot to their feet, startled. She encouraged them to sit, her tone gentle but unmistakably serious. The fact that the principal herself had come left them terrified. The consequences were clearly going beyond ordinary punishment. Ludger asked them why they thought he had summoned them. Leo answered cautiously, assuming it wouldn't be a mere penalty. Ludger agreed. Their actions had been careless, putting not only themselves but others at risk. A slight misstep could have cost someone their life. The principal, however, softened the atmosphere, reminding Ludger not to frighten the children excessively. While she acknowledged the danger, she pointed out that the matter had ended without casualties. She also mentioned having been informed that Aiden had risked himself to protect Tessie. Aiden tried to deny it, but she continued, explaining that they had indeed acted recklessly and for that she intended to penalize each of them 10 points. But, she added, courage in a crisis deserved recognition. For this, each of them would receive 20 award points as well. All three students exclaimed in disbelief before quickly thanking her. She turned to Ludger, ensuring he had no objections. He agreed, stating that if this was her decision, he would respect it. She encouraged the students to continue working hard in the future, then dismissed them. After the students left, the principal looked to Ludger with a knowing smile. She asked if he was satisfied. After all, she hadn't expected him to request leniency for the three. He thanked her, admitting that he simply didn't want the students discovering it had been his request. She then asked if anything had seemed unusual about the werewolves. Ludger replied that nothing stood out, at least nothing he could mention. She accepted his answer, though she still felt uncertain. She expressed her gratitude once more. Without him, she said, the night could have ended in tragedy. Later, alone at his desk, Ludger found his thoughts drifting back to the smaller werewolf. The image of its partially transformed body lingered in his mind. It had been unmistakably human, its transformation incomplete. Those creatures had not been created from wolves. Human beings had been turned into werewolves. Ludger sat in silence, thinking about burning the werewolves. He felt no regret over his choice. Leaving them alive would have endangered him, and they had already harmed innocent people. That fact would never change, and their transformation had been the result of that violent path. He took the goblet from his pocket, its surface beginning to glow as he spoke into it, calling Hans and requesting his assistance. Elsewhere, Tessie, Aiden, and Leo rested on a bench, still surprised that they had received award points instead of penalties. Tessie checked on Leo's arm, and he assured her it only needed a few days of caution. Aiden mentioned the werewolf pup from the previous night, recalling the strange leash fixed around its neck. Tessie reacted with shock, prompting Leo to hush her. Aiden explained that the leash was why he had hesitated to let Ludger finish the creature, worried it might have been artificially created. That possibility reminded Leo of a rumor he had heard about suspicious individuals hiding in Soren. Tessie dismissed it as gossip, but Leo remained uncertain, noting again how unusual it was for a werewolf to wear a leash. Aiden continued, uncertain of his own thoughts, and finally admitted he had been troubled by Ludger's expression the previous night. He felt that Ludger had seen something and might have been hiding it. Tessie immediately rejected the idea, reminding him that the principal had said Ludger had explained the situation thoroughly. She insisted that Ludger had protected them, even if he had tried not to show it, and scolded the others for suspecting him. Aiden accepted her point, and Leo added that there was no reason for them to worry. Hunger overtook their conversation, and Aiden suggested they go eat. Leo agreed, and Aiden called Tessie to join them. Flustered but smiling, she followed, admitting that eating together was what friends did. Through the glowing goblet, Hans briefed Ludger on the materials he had sent. Ludger examined the papers, connecting the missing persons and let help with the areas where certain groups gathered. Hans reported seeing large men frequently entering and leaving an abandoned factory nearby, convinced the place was involved. Ludger commended his work. Hans continued with additional findings, including several workers who had recently disappeared outside the city. Ludger immediately asked about the family of 3, and Hans confirmed that they were the only case in which an entire family had vanished. Ludger fell silent, then said he would head there soon. Outside the factory, 2 men stood guard and complained about the monotony of their watch. One asked how long they would be stuck there, and the other estimated a couple of days. They discussed the escape incident, how the kidnapped boy had not received enough medicine and had caused a commotion when they tried to increase his dosage. No one had expected his transformed parents to react so violently. Despite having become werewolves, the parents had still tried to protect their child, creating chaos and ultimately fleeing. The men remarked that someone trustworthy had been asked to deal with the situation and cursed the child for causing them trouble. Their conversation stopped abruptly when they sensed movement from the tunnel. A gun flashed, and both fell with bullets to the head. Ludger emerged from the shadows, dressed in a long coat with his face hidden beneath a hood. Outside the factory, Hans stood waiting as Ludger approached, dressed in a long coat with his face concealed beneath a hood. Hans glanced at him and noted how prepared he looked, asking whether he intended to go in alone. He admitted he might be able to knock down 1 or 2 opponents if absolutely necessary, but Ludger dismissed the idea, insisting he could handle the job himself. Hans then reported the situation directly. Nearly 40 people were inside, and they were preparing to leave soon. Any delay of a few days would render the entire operation useless. Ludger lifted his hood for a moment and asked about their combat ability. Hans explained that it would be safest to assume every person inside was armed. 3 wore reinforced armor, and 2 were wizards. He pointed out a sewer entrance that would allow Ludger to slip in unnoticed and urged him to be careful. As Ludger prepared to move, he asked Hans again about the missing family, specifically the child. Hans confirmed that the boy had been only 7 years old. Ludger's expression tightened as he covered his face once more. The weight of that detail stayed with him as he made his way toward the hidden entrance. A child so young, only 7. He slipped inside, met immediately by distant shouts echoing through the corridors. A trail of bodies marked the path he had already carved through earlier resistance, and he stepped over them without slowing. Alone he hovered in the dim light, tracking his movements. Deeper within, 2 men sat in uneasy conversation, aware that someone had infiltrated the facility. One suspected an intruder from the security department, and prepared to send people out to search. The other dismissed the idea when the bee landed on his finger, concluding that the newcomer was not associated with security at all. That, he remarked with grim satisfaction, meant that no one would care if the intruder disappeared within the building. The men opened fire on Ludger, bullets raining toward him, but none of them reached their mark. A circle of rotating metal gears materialized around him, shielding him effortlessly. Their frantic shouts filled the corridor as they realized what they were up against, scrambling to switch from guns to blades. Ludger drew his own firearm, and one of the men tried to mock him, only to have his words cut short when a magic-infused bullet pierced his forehead. The others recoiled in disbelief, recognizing the shimmering rounds for what they were. A towering figure emerged from behind them, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive weapon. He forced the others aside, eager to take the lead. He fired a blast powerful enough to level a small structure, confident that even a mage could not withstand such force. His confidence died the moment he saw the energy dissolve harmlessly against metallic elemental magic. As he realized that lightning-based attacks were useless, Ludger unleashed a coordinated strike that swept across the entire group. By the time he lowered his weapon, nearly 20 men lay motionless on the ground. A subtle sensation pulled at his senses, and without turning around, he fired another shot. The bullet struck a small insect, the same bee that had been tailing him since he entered. He already suspected someone was observing him through that creature. Surveillance through insects was a signature of the infamous insect brothers, and it was clear they were deeper inside, waiting. He tapped the ground lightly. A blue ring expanded outward, spreading in a ripple that annihilated every insect within its radius. Far away in the monitoring room, the man controlling them felt each signal vanish at once. He muttered to himself as he analyzed the fading vibrations, realizing the bees were destroyed by a wind-based sound technique layered with metallic magic. Small insects stood no chance against someone like that. He ordered Baron to prepare and braced himself. The lights suddenly went out, followed by panicked voices ordering the backup generator to activate. He called for Baron again, but there was no reply. When he looked over, he froze as he saw Baron's head already lying on the floor, his body still standing. A cold shock ran through him. The intruder had entered far faster than he expected. He summoned a centipede from his sleeve, but it leapt away the moment he sensed danger that was already inches behind him. Ludger moved through the dark like a phantom, too close and too fast for him to create distance. He attempted to cast something to defend himself, only to realize Ludger had already completed a flame bolt incantation in the time it took him to think about it. Heat swallowed him as fire tore through his body. His allies shouted in confusion, not understanding how the insect brother had fallen so quickly. His final thoughts were a desperate attempt to identify the one ending his life, before a bullet silenced him permanently. Their panic grew when an enormous severed insect leg burst from Baron's headless body. The corpse lurched upright, groaning from the pain as something inside puppeted it. It wasn't the body speaking, but the creature using it, complaining about being ambushed before it could emerge fully. It lamented the death of its brother not with sorrow, but with a desire for vengeance. The monstrous parasite inside Baron revealed its true form. Human limits no longer applied to it. It promised to tear Ludger apart for the trouble he had caused, its rage swelling as it shed the last of its disguise and transformed into a massive insect. The moment Baron transformed into a massive insect, the men around him panicked and instinctively thought only of escaping. Ludger watched them scatter and asked if he truly felt nothing for the subordinates he had just frightened into fleeing. Baron dismissed the idea, insisting that if Ludger was so concerned, he should simply stand still and stop interfering. Ludger drew his gun and fired, but the bullets bounced off the creature's hardened shell. He immediately switched to magic, only for the insect to swerve its bulky body with surprising agility. He tried again, managing to land a direct hit, yet the Baron remained almost completely unaffected. The Baron mocked him, saying that if he intended to burn him, he should at least use a fourth-tier spell. In the blur of movement that followed, Ludger vanished from sight. Baron clicked his mandibles in irritation as he searched the area, eventually catching sight of Ludger again and remarking that his movements resembled a winged insect, swift and unpredictable. Ludger assessed the situation quietly. Neither his gun nor third-tier spells would break through, and the Baron would never allow him the space to cast something stronger. Reluctantly, he prepared the magic he had hoped not to resort to, flames gathering around him. Outside, Hans shivered in the cold night and regretted not wearing warmer clothes. He assumed the fight was nearing its end and wondered if facing two black wizards at the same time had slowed Ludger down. Still, he never believed Ludger would die here. A sudden glow burst from the windows of the factory, long rays of light cutting through the darkness. Hans clicked his tongue, recognizing it instantly. Ludger had used that technique, his so-called real magic. Hans muttered to himself, unimpressed by the name, since magic was magic regardless of what one called it. He watched as Ludger emerged from the building. Hans asked about the situation, and Ludger told him everything inside had been dealt with, including the experiment subjects. Hans asked quietly if there had been any hope of reversing what had been done to them. Ludger said no, ending their suffering as painlessly as possible had been the only humane choice. Hans lifted a bottle filled with a red liquid, the drug responsible for turning humans into werewolves. The thought disgusted him, and he muttered that the world had grown terrifying. Such extensive human experimentation could only have happened with powerful backing. He began to speculate, but Ludger cut him off, saying he already knew who had funded everything. Hans stiffened at the implication, then let it go, knowing he would never be able to stop Ludger's next move anyway. He told Ludger he would return to the hideout first. Elsewhere, an old man sat fuming at a dining table, furious about the food placed before him. He hurled a glass at a maid, slicing her left eye, and berated everyone in the house as worthless parasites who wasted his money. He stormed through the corridor, grumbling about the incompetence of everyone around him. He had poured immense funds into the experiment, yet the subjects had been mishandled to the point of escaping. Even so, he found some relief knowing the escaped failures had been eliminated. The final results of the research were nearly within reach, and soon the drug that would restore his decaying body to his youthful prime would be complete. He envisioned a version of himself far stronger and more perfect than he had ever been during the years he clawed his way to power. As he passed the terrace, unaware of the figure waiting behind him, Ludger stood there, watching him silently. The old man turned, startled, demanding to know who he was. In one swift movement, Ludger leapt forward and knocked him to the ground. The old man frantically yelled for guards, but Ludger remained still over him and explained that no one would hear him, not with the sound barrier enveloping the entire room. Ludger seized him by the collar and asked a single question. There had been a 7-year-old child among the victims of the experiment, a child forced into a monstrous form alongside his parents. Ludger recalled the small werewolf who had smiled at him, even at the moment Ludger was about to end his suffering, the grateful, innocent smile of someone too young to understand cruelty. The memory pressed on Ludger's mind, along with the agony that came with having to grant that child a merciful death. He demanded to know what the old man thought a person would feel in such a moment. The old man laughed, realizing this was the one who had eliminated the escaped subjects. He tried to coax Ludger into loosening his grip so they could talk. Ludger ignored him and repeated the question. The old man brushed aside the deaths, claiming the subjects were worthless lives to begin with. He insisted they had been given a chance to contribute to the advancement of humanity, and that their sacrifice was something noble. Ludger exhaled quietly. That answer was more than enough. Without another word, he injected the man with the very drug that transformed humans into werewolves. His expression did not show anger, only a cold finality, as though the response had simply confirmed everything he needed to do. Belfort writhed on the floor, cursing Ludger and demanding to know what had been done to him. Ludger answered calmly, recalling what he had read in the laboratory records. The notes described a drug potent enough to transform a human into a werewolf with only a trace of its dosage. That information had led him to an inevitable question: what would happen if an entire bottle of such a substance were forcibly injected into someone? The answer unfolded immediately. Belfort choked and clawed at his own throat as thick fur erupted across his skin. His limbs twisted, multiplied, and stretched unnaturally until he no longer resembled anything human. Ludger watched the grotesque transformation with quiet detachment. There were no words that could convey what he had felt in the factory, and Belfort would never have understood even if he tried. The only thing left was for him to experience a pain mirroring the one he had inflicted on others. Ludger released the sound-blocking spell and stepped out of the room. Almost instantly, the servants heard the monstrous roars and rushed toward Belfort's chambers in panic. They hesitated at the sight of the giant creature thrashing within, horrified that such a beast had appeared inside the mansion. Some attempted to restrain it, others scrambled for spells. Even after heavy attacks, the monster continued to move. They pushed their mana to the limit, raising their firepower in desperation. Elsewhere, Hans sat before a desk, blinking in surprise at the heavy safe placed in front of him. Ludger told him to take whatever he needed for their operations and to hide the rest. Hans protested lightly, suggesting Ludger at least examine the hideout they had worked so hard to obtain, but Ludger declined, saying he would return soon, next time under an identity far more fitting for the criminal underworld. Hans simply wished him rest. As Ludger walked away, he paused briefly at the sight of a floating ship drifting overhead, its presence momentarily halting his steps. The next morning, the estate was swarmed by reporters. The news was almost unbelievable. The multimillionaire Rickson had been consumed by a monster. By the time security forces arrived, there was no trace of the man left. Only the corpse of the creature remained. Rumors surfaced immediately that Rickson had been involved in black magic. The reporters discussed how the monster had been burned down only after more than an hour of sustained assault, its durability beyond anything they had seen. Their chatter halted when the security department arrived. The murmurs grew sharper when they recognized the Nightcrawler Night Order at their forefront, led by the Lord Protector herself, Commander Terina Liahao. The sudden involvement of such a high-level force made it clear that the matter was far from ordinary. Terina ordered the gates opened, brushing aside the guards' hesitation. Inspector Teberin hurried forward to greet her, flustered, and she informed him that investigative authority had officially been transferred to the security department. His team withdrew immediately. Once inside, members of the Nightcrawler Order relaxed slightly out of public view. Enya remarked on the trouble of maintaining appearances, only for Lloyd to chide her, insisting that their conduct should never falter. Terina stopped their bickering, reminding them of the purpose behind their arrival. She examined the remains of the creature charred down to its innards and considered how gruesome the scene was. Belfort had been known for dabbling in more than black magic, including dealings with cryptids. For such a man to die at the hands of a monster on the same night the creature appeared was far too convenient. Lloyd reviewed the reports, noting that the witnesses' statements aligned. Enya added that the creature's corpse had clearly been incinerated in a single overwhelming burst of firepower. Tarina instructed them to continue searching the mansion. Eventually she stopped before an unburnt section of wallpaper where a painting hung slightly askew. Something about it caught her attention. Lloyd recognized her reaction immediately. It was the type of location used to conceal hidden spaces. They found an empty compartment behind it, perfectly sized for a secret safe. Tarina studied the dust patterns and identified that something had been there until very recently. Someone had taken it the previous night. The millionaire's mysterious death, the sudden appearance of a monster, and the disappearance of a hidden safe all pointed in one direction. This was no coincidence. Someone had intervened and done so flawlessly. A name surfaced silently in her mind, one she spoke aloud: Arsène Lupin. She pushed it aside before the others could question her, and asked if anything unusual had occurred in Les Helques recently. Lloyd mentioned an abandoned factory that had burned down just before Belfort's death. That was all Tarina needed. She turned away, already certain something significant had occurred there, and ordered her team to move out. Ludger sat on his bed, feeling the strain in his body. The aftereffects of his spell hit hard. Using that kind of magic drained him too quickly. His power leaked even when he was simply breathing. If not for the emergency pill potion he had prepared earlier, the situation would have turned dangerous. He steadied his breathing and felt the pain ease slightly. At least he no longer had to worry about the werewolf incident. He had burned everything without leaving a trace. But one piece of evidence remained: Aiden. The boy's face flashed through his mind. Aiden had tried to stop him until the very end. The sudden destruction of the werewolves must have seemed suspicious, especially to someone standing closest to the scene. Ludger had burned everything instantly, leaving little for the eye to catch, but what if Aiden had still managed to glimpse something? The whole situation had become far more complicated than expected. There was no guarantee Aiden would stay silent. The thought led Ludger to a grim possibility. Was eliminating him the only solution? A memory surfaced, Aiden facing the werewolf with a small vial in his hand, trying to calm the creature instead of harming it. The recollection made Ludger clench his fist. Killing a Soren student was impossible. The risk was too great, and the principal already watched Aiden closely due to his irregular magic. If anything happened to him, suspicion would immediately fall on Ludger. He lay back on the bed, exhausted, deciding recovery came first. Still, Aiden's file echoed in his thoughts. He had learned irregular magic from a mysterious mage during childhood. The timing felt too strange to be coincidence. At the burned factory site, Tarina examined the ruin with a grim expression. Everything had been reduced to ash. Enya and Lloyd confirmed that investigating in this condition would be nearly impossible. Lloyd reasoned that the factory must have still been in use, otherwise a fire made no sense. They speculated about black magic or cryptid research and whether the culprits burned evidence to avoid getting caught, though none of them knew by whom. Tarina replayed her own movements, remembering how she had been keeping watch without intending to investigate the factory. Whether the destruction was meant to remove suspicion or simply an unfortunate coincidence, the unanswered questions bothered her. She asked Lloyd if anything else unusual had happened. He reported a recent werewolf incident in the city, the same creature that had infiltrated Soren Academy through the sewer pipes. It had wounded 3 students before being taken down by a professor. When asked about the corpse, he explained it had been completely burned. That detail made Tarina pause. She ordered Lloyd to continue gathering clues nearby and kept both cases in mind as a possible connection. Eliminating threats to the Empire was the duty of the Nightcrawler Knights, and she intended to uphold it. Back at Soren, students whispered excitedly. Their professor had apparently hunted the werewolf himself. His military background and past involvement in taking down cryptids made the rumors sound believable. Lynn entered the classroom, searching for a seat. Despite empty spots in the middle row, no one budged, keeping their distance from her after the incident with Lady Dyneema. The only available space was beside the princess. Elendil waved warmly and greeted her, and Lynn sat down nervously, unsure how to behave. The princess's presence felt overwhelming. The other students whispered, confused about how a commoner was suddenly sitting next to royalty, and acting familiar with her. A memory returned. Lynn anxiously waiting outside the library late at night, and Elendo reassuring her about Professor Ludger, asking why she had stayed out so late, getting upset on her behalf, and insisting she simply call her by name since all Soren students were equals. Now, sitting next to her again, Lynn felt the pressure of that unexpected kindness. Elendil approached people without hesitation, even someone like her. Professor Ludger entered the classroom, and the room fell silent. He announced that today's lesson would focus on one of conjuration's specialties. Handouts floated through the air, distributed by his magic. He explained that, although students were familiar with elemental properties, he intended to teach them a new method, one capable of increasing elemental output by 20 to 80%. The class buzzed in disbelief, though none doubted his words. He called on Antony, who listed water, ice, and plant properties as his affinities. Ludger told him to manifest the element he was most confident in. Antony produced a small flicker of light between his hands. Ludger observed it as plain and insignificant, then demonstrated the difference. A ring of light swirled above his palm and solidified into a delicate snowflake. The room reacted instantly. Tessie stared in disbelief. Leo noted how drastically different the efficiency was. With their attention fully captured, Ludger began explaining the underlying principles. Ludger explained that elemental attributes had a long history in the field of manifestation and were once considered the foundation of all raw magical forms. Now they belong properly to manifestation. A magic circle formed above his open palm, displaying the 4 basic elements, while he held a textbook in his other hand. The original system was simple compared to the 10 or more elemental types used today. He asked why elemental attribute magic had developed so extensively, offering 5 award points for a correct answer and using fire as the example. One student suggested fire chased away darkness, another said it cleared forests, a third explained it erased mankind's fear. Ludger dismissed each attempt until Flora raised her hand and answered that fire was used to burn and kill. He confirmed it. Fire burned, water drowned, wind cut, and electricity shocked, war and slaughter had pushed magic forward. Yet in harsh winters, fire also meant survival. Water powered wheels, wind turned mills, and electricity illuminated darkness. The purpose of an element shifted based on human action. If they wanted to shape a better world, that was the mindset they needed before learning elemental attributes. He then instructed the class to create elemental spheres. Students began forming their spheres. Ludger corrected Joseph's unfocused magic flow and pointed out that Irina's plant attribute looked more like a dying autumn leaf than a fresh sprout. Around them, Leo worked on his own sphere, unnerved by Ludger's relentlessness. When he glanced at Aiden, he found him sitting idle. Before he could ask what Aiden was doing, Ludger reached him first. Ludger wondered why Aiden behaved this way, whether it was rebellion after the werewolf incident, but dismissed that idea. Perhaps something else was going on. He asked whether Aiden lacked experience in elemental manifestation. Aiden admitted it, embarrassed. Ludger recognized the problem: a Soren student, a special type user with no foundational skills. Even if Aiden had been admitted uniquely, Ludger felt no obligation to carry someone who couldn't follow basics. Letting him fall behind would have been easy, but he didn't. He asked what attributes Aiden could use. Aiden listed fire, water, and wind. Ludger chose fire and told him he would teach him. Abandoning a student from the start was not an option. He instructed Aiden to gather magic power, then convert it into an element. Aiden could perform basic manifestation, so Ludger guided him further, telling him to feel the attributes of a flame through his senses, recalling the brightest one in his memory. Aiden closed his eyes. He saw a flame from years ago, during a snowstorm, the sharp smell of burning firewood and charcoal, the scent of cooking stew, his sister's whining, his mother's scolding, his father's tired smile. There had been little food and biting cold that seeped through thin clothes, but the fireplace flame had been comforting. The warmth felt vivid, as if happening now. When he opened his eyes, a flame hovered between his hands. He realized he had done it, and the memory he thought of lingered warmly. Ludger leaned closer, smiling. The flame felt warm, not hot, soft, not destructive. He could tell exactly what memory Aiden had used. The class watched, surprised to see Ludger compliment someone. He explained that Aiden's flame was not a generic element, but his own magic. Ludger reminded everyone not to forget that sensation. The method he taught relied on personal experience and sensory memory. Basic knowledge remained necessary, but understanding that fire was hot or ice cold was something even a child knew. A real mage added something deeper, manifesting elements through intense, emotionally vivid memories experienced through all 5 senses. Anthony tested it and shouted in surprise when his sphere improved. Another student confirmed the difference. Flora, however, felt unimpressed. She already knew these principles and expected something more advanced. What bothered her was why Ludger was teaching that freshman so carefully and praising him for a single manifestation, when he had publicly humiliated her on the first day. She planned to force him to notice her. She began overlapping magic, intending to combine wind techniques and create a whirlpool. The sphere rapidly grew. Students shouted that it looked dangerous. Flora tried to stop it but felt control slip away. She needed at least a barrier to protect the others. Students backed away in alarm as her power destabilized. Ludger moved quickly, placing his palm against her sphere, urging her to focus and not give up. He helped steady the flow. The magic began to stabilize, but he warned her that stopping now would make the spell collapse without producing anything. He asked if she was willing to let that happen. Determined, she decided to carry it through to the end. Flora thought about how people usually viewed her, envy and jealousy, reactions she had long learned to ignore. What always hurt far more was the cold, hollow stare of her father, a look that made her feel invisible. In her mind, she saw her younger self standing before him again. When Ludger assigned her 10 penalty points, the shame dragged that memory back to the surface. Even without seeing him, she felt certain her father would be watching her with that same distant, resentful gaze. Lumos never forgot their grudges. She had once sworn she would surpass him with skill alone. The unstable colors in her hands slowly settled. With effort, she pushed through and formed a vivid blue elemental sphere. Before she could feel proud, Ludger's voice cut through, sharp with disapproval. He said failing a spell was normal, but forcing others to endure unstable magic was not. Her ability to merge elements was still weak. Startled, Flora protested. She insisted she had successfully combined fire and ice. She admitted attempting 3 elements was reckless, but her 2-element fusion had been flawless. Ludger immediately combined fire and ice himself, demonstrating the difference. He acknowledged her sphere was beautiful, a frozen flame, yet reminded her that beauty alone wasn't a purpose. He asked what meaning her magic held beyond impressing people. Then he lifted his own merged sphere and let it unravel into falling snow. The class watched in awe. Flora realized he had used the same elements to create something practical, a spell perfect for extinguishing flames. Her own work suddenly felt small. It was complete defeat. Ludger told her his criticism wasn't about talent. Her ability was remarkable for her age. His concern was that her magic felt empty, performed only to showcase power. He couldn't choose her path, but he hoped she would find a purpose worthy of her potential. The word worth echoed painfully. When he dismissed the class and sent everyone back to their seats, Flora realized he wasn't mocking or disappointed, he was genuinely worried. Even her father had never looked at her that way. Her body felt drained, dizziness creeping in, and she wondered if he was alright after using even more mana than she had. Ludger quietly thanked the hidden medicine in his mouth. His head throbbed. Flora had nearly completed a high-level triple-element fusion. He remembered his own teacher scolding him for arrogance, and hoped Flora wouldn't misinterpret his sternness. His advice had been sincere. Soren Academy was full of promising students, just as the principal had said this year truly felt like a golden age. Noticing Lin's hesitation, he realized her elemental sphere wasn't manifesting at all, there was no element inside it. He ended the class, assigned homework, and asked Lin to follow him to the office. Inside, he told her to wait. Panic overtook her. Was he removing her from his class? A student who couldn't materialize an element would struggle in manifestation, but she desperately didn't want to leave. Then she noticed him reviewing paperwork and fear spiked when she saw what looked like a transfer form. When he called her name, she burst out, pleading with frantic determination, promising to work harder and obey anything as long as she could stay. Ludger, confused, handed her a book instead. Realizing it wasn't a transfer form, she felt her knees weaken in relief. He told her to read it. It introduced a method she had likely never encountered. The title read Understanding of Non-Elemental Magic. Surprised, she asked where he found such a book. He said he knew people, and that it contained the life's research of someone he had once met. When she wondered what became of that researcher, Ludger told her the person had already passed away. Lin fell silent. Lin hesitated as the meaning of non-elemental magic settled in. Did this mean she would never learn any other type of magic? Ludger asked if the idea disappointed her. She admitted it did. She had hoped to handle at least one elemental attribute, even without natural talent. He poured tea and asked what she thought of someone who could use only one element. She guessed such a person lacked talent. He corrected her. Someone devoted to a single element possessed endless talent in that field. Their mastery grew so sharp it could interfere with natural phenomena itself. Once she understood, he asked her to consider what such specialization meant for non-elemental magic. She assumed it meant having no element at all, but Ludger said that wasn't certain. Even the metal element had once been classified under Earth before the world's understanding shifted. He told her not to worry and handed her the book, urging her to read it first. Privately, Ludger reflected on how unexpected non-elemental magic was. Beneath it, he sensed something deeper, a dormant sight of judgment, eyes capable of distinguishing good from evil. She hadn't awakened it yet and seemed unaware of it herself. Looking out the window, he thought of the book's author and how her life's research had ended up with a girl like this. Fate had strange routes. Meanwhile, Aiden practiced his elemental sphere, nearly finishing it. Ludger's method had helped immensely. He recalled how calm and focused Ludger looked when using magic and wondered if it had been foolish to doubt him. Someone who cared that sincerely about magic couldn't be a bad person. He glanced at Leo and Tessie practicing, then noticed a cluster of nobles gathering around someone important. Javan approached and mocked Aiden for failing to materialize an element, calling him a tag-along for arrogant company. Leo bristled, but Aiden held him back and tried to resolve things peacefully, apologizing without even knowing why. Javan refused to drop it unless Aiden knelt. Tessie stepped in, appalled a noble would act like that, but Javan dismissed her as a fallen noble with no education. She nearly snapped before Aiden intervened, saying he would endure insults aimed at him but not at his friends. Javan provoked him into a magic duel. Aiden accepted but demanded that if he won, Javan must apologize to Leo and Tessie. Javan scoffed, certain Aiden would lose. Ludger arrived and demanded an explanation. Aiden froze. Ludger inwardly groaned. Aiden was like a shounen protagonist attracting trouble wherever he stood. Javan declared the duel official and cited the rule allowing first-year matches. Ludger doubted the wisdom of such fights but quickly understood the real motivation. Javan wanted the attention of the special students surrounded by nobles. He ordered both boys back to their dorms, refusing to punish them for something that hadn't happened. Chris Benamor intervened, accusing Ludger of abusing authority. A teacher couldn't stop a duel agreed upon by both parties. Students murmured in agreement. Ludger realized pushing back would only escalate things. He conceded it was his loss and explained that his only concern was safety. He suggested supervising the duel instead. Both boys agreed. Chris proposed a wager. Ludger accepted instantly. Chris gloated, betting on Javan's talent and acting surprised at Ludger's quick acceptance. Ludger replied that he intended to bet on Aiden. Amused, Chris agreed and suggested wagering their manifestation research documents. Ludger's reaction struck a hidden nerve in him. Ludger then proposed holding the duel in 4 days, and Chris agreed before leaving. Aiden immediately apologized, blaming himself for the trouble. Ludger told him to think instead about how to win. Javan had the advantage, but no battle lacked variables. Aiden asked what variable he meant. Ludger said Aiden already had it, he just needed to use it at the right moment. Aiden considered it, and realized he might win if he relied on that hidden factor, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He steeled himself and declared he wanted to win through his own skill alone, asking Ludger to teach him. Aiden recalls the girl who trained him years ago. She had warned him never to flaunt the ability she taught him, insisting it would only drag him into trouble and teasing that it was also her livelihood. He had promised, gripping his wooden katana, to remember her warning. She softened then, telling him not to forbid himself from ever using it, only to rely on it when absolutely necessary. As he matured, a moment would come when he would need to choose, and when that time arrived, he should follow his heart. In the present, Ludger can't believe what Aiden has just declared. He accepted the wager because he trusted in Aiden's unusual magic, yet the boy wants to win through his own strength alone. Ludger sighs and decides this is as good a time as any to test the kid's true ability. He warns Aiden that he'll teach him how to gain an edge in a wizard's battle, but the training will feel like torture and victory is not guaranteed. Aiden accepts immediately. Ludger begins at once, thinking that Chris and Javan must already be celebrating and that he's looking forward to their faces in 3 days. That night, Aiden collapses onto his bed, exhausted beyond expectation. The training was harsher than anything he imagined, and the thought of enduring 2 more days feels impossible. He can't understand why Ludger is so confident in him. His magic isn't widely known, maybe Ludger knows something he doesn't. Elsewhere, Chris Benamor burns a piece of paper, certain Ludger only mentored Aiden personally out of desperation to win. He tells Javan that defeating Aiden isn't enough. He must show the overwhelming gap between nobles and commoners. From his drawer, Chris reveals a small bottle of mana-boosting drug. Javan hesitates, worried about disqualification, but Chris assures him it's a Benamor item and undetectable. If a commoner might resort to any method, then they should too. Stung but resolved, Javan accepts the potion. When the day of the duel arrives, the training ground hums with speculation. Many assume Javan has the advantage, though others insist Aiden is tougher than he looks, even tied to the werewolf incident. Some think Ludger captured the werewolves, others argue Aiden must have been taught by him. Students also take note that Javan is aligned with Professor Chris, though most freshmen barely know him. Chris overhears the comparisons, and sees being measured against Ludger in spellcasting only heightens his fury. Today, he intends to crush Ludger's pride publicly. Principal Elisa arrives, greeting Chris unexpectedly before turning to Ludger with warmth. She mentions hearing about the bet, and asks who he supported. Ludger answers without hesitation Aiden. She remarks that Chris bet on Javan and comments that the duel will be interesting, though student safety comes first. Marie Ross assures her that a protective barrier is in place to block harmful impact. Aiden arrives to cheers from Leo and Tessie. Javan's supporters shout for him to show aristocratic pride. The announcer inspects both duelists. Javan passes easily. He pauses at Aiden's sword-shaped staff, but Aiden explains it's blunt and merely shaped like a sword. He is approved. The rules are reviewed. Once a student's protective magic is depleted, they lose. The duel begins. Both cast simultaneously. Javan unleashes a fire attack while Aiden fires a blue flame. Their casting speeds match perfectly, stunning Leo and Tessie. Aiden notes that Javan predictably opened with his strongest fire spell. Javan, surprised by Aiden's skill, realizes his own elemental attribute is at a disadvantage, though only if their mana is equal. Then Javan's spell begins to overpower Aiden's. He mocks him as a lowly commoner while Aiden is driven back. Leo panics as the balance shifts decisively toward Javan. Chris could hardly process what he was seeing. The technique Aiden was using, moving magus, belonged to trained war mages. The idea that Ludger had taught it in only 3 days was absurd, but even more shocking was that a commoner had managed to master it in that time. Nothing about it made sense. Javan tried to steady himself. Magic demanded absolute focus, and moving magus should have shattered Aiden's concentration. He reminded himself that his own spell was already finished, and that he could break Aiden's rhythm if he struck quickly. He launched his attack, but Aiden didn't budge. Javan's confidence cracked as he realized that Aiden's technique wasn't collapsing at all. Aiden pushed back with the full force of moving magus, sending Javan crashing down. He advanced, ready to continue, while Javan instinctively tried to stall. The announcer declared Aiden victor, and the training ground erupted. Students cheered Aiden's performance, praising the results of his training and mocking Javan's defeat. Even the aristocrats had nothing but disdain for him. They dismissed him as nothing more than a baron who had embarrassed their status by losing to a commoner. Javan felt the world around him distort. Losing felt impossible to accept. He convinced himself something had gone wrong, insisting internally that Aiden must have cheated, because the idea of a commoner casting while moving was unthinkable. Rage overtook him. Determined to strike back, he formed another magic circle. Tessie saw it first and panicked. Leo shouted for Aiden to move. Aiden paused for a heartbeat as memories of his teacher's warning returned to him, the reminder that a moment would come when he'd have to make a choice, and when it arrived, he needed to follow what felt right. His resolve settled. Aiden surged forward, raised his blade, and unleashed his uncommon magic, slicing straight through Javan's spell as if it were nothing. Students stared in disbelief, struggling to understand how he had cut magic apart. Ludger observed from the side, recognizing that the stubborn boy had chosen exactly the right moment to use the ability he had tried so hard to avoid. Chris was stunned. Anti-magic, an uncommon spell capable of erasing magic, combined with moving magus was something even aristocratic elites struggled to accomplish. The fact that Aiden had done it so naturally left him grasping for explanations. Aiden approached Javan and struck him across the face. Javan collapsed again. Aiden's disappointment was plain. He hadn't expected Javan to degrade himself further after the duel. Henry watched with disdain and commented to Fruden, who showed little reaction. Fruden, however, quietly noted that Aiden's capability far surpassed the average aristocrat and decided that he needed to observe the commoner more closely. Chris confronted Ludger afterward, demanding to know whether he'd been aware of Aiden's anti-magic. Ludger confirmed it without concern and questioned why Chris, as the freshman instructor, hadn't reviewed the student's capabilities himself. He pointed out that anti-magic hadn't even influenced the duel's outcome, and dismissed the idea of taking Chris's research as a wager prize, stating that exploiting someone else's work held no appeal for him. Chris was left frustrated and humiliated by the casual dismissal. Sedina approached Ludger to congratulate him for winning the bet, though she expressed concern about the attention the incident would bring to Soren. Ludger welcomed it, explaining that the principal already viewed him with suspicion. Becoming someone she spoke of positively, at least temporarily, would make things easier. Sedina realized the shift in strategy, and eagerly affirmed her support. Ludger instructed her to cooperate by acting publicly as a top student so their interactions wouldn't seem suspicious. Sedina accepted with dramatic determination, though her intensity only made Ludger feel she was becoming more troublesome by the minute. Ludger considered his situation carefully. Recent events let him appear aligned with the Chancellor's faction, and he had even informed Black Dawn that he couldn't move boldly for now. But he knew this couldn't last. If he wanted real progress, he needed an organization of his own. He was still deciding where to begin when the goblet on his desk glowed. Hans reported that he had checked the surrounding areas, but the back alley was unstable and their position shaky. Ludger understood immediately, force would be required. Hans recognized the shift in his tone. Ludger decided to head out at once despite Hans's warning that the situation wouldn't resolve quickly. If needed, he would end it swiftly. In a nearby pub, Dituri brooded. Belfort's collapse had ruined their investment and left him furious. Their funds were drying up, and they needed new methods before everything fell apart. That was why he had gathered his men, planning a large expansion. The first target was the Black Rose. He was already irritated when someone approached. He barked that the place was closed. The stranger ignored him and addressed him by name, identifying him as the leader of the Red Society. Dituri didn't recognize him at first until the man politely introduced himself as James Moriarty. Dituri froze. The notorious crime consultant who once ruled Delika's back alley had disappeared years ago. Unsure whether this was truly him, Dituri decided to test him. He welcomed him with forced enthusiasm but openly questioned his identity. Moriarty acknowledged the doubt, and Dituri signaled his men. Guns were drawn from all sides, but Moriarty remained calm, almost amused. Dituri intended to have him shot in the shoulder, but before the trigger could be pulled, the weapons malfunctioned. Moriarty stood, revealing the cause, fire's silence. Dituri was stunned, unsure when the spell had been cast. Before anyone could react, a werewolf crashed through the entrance and stepped behind Moriarty. Shock rippled through the room as whispers spread, wondering if the previous werewolf incident had been connected to this man as well. Earlier, Hans had briefed Ludger on the back alley. 4 major dark organizations ruled the area, and the Red Society controlled most operations, maintaining their grip through filth and violence. Ludger chose them as the ideal target. Hans worried the group was too large to take down directly and suggested starting lower, but Ludger refused. If the leader fell, the smaller groups would submit. And the timing was perfect since the gang was currently assembled. Hans realized the tension had started after Belfort Rixon's death. Clearly, the Red Society had been tied to him. If they were involved in Belfort's experiments, his downfall had shaken them. He tried again to warn Ludger of their strength, but Ludger pointed out that although their force rivaled mercenaries or amateur knights, they lacked true knights. Their numbers were impressive, but not enough to trouble him. Still, he acknowledged they weren't weak. He told Hans he would need help this time, startling him. Back in the pub, that help had arrived. Hans himself, transformed into the werewolf sent to apply pressure. He whispered nervously to Moriarty that he would run if a real fight broke out. Moriarty assured him that keeping up the atmosphere was enough. Dituri watched with growing unease. Whether this Moriarty was genuine or not, underestimating him was no longer possible. Magic was expected, a werewolf servant was not. He reluctantly accepted Moriarty's identity and apologized for doubting him. Moriarty accepted and moved straight to business. He announced his intention to start a new enterprise in the city. Dituri eagerly offered support, but Moriarty continued, explaining that he despised filth, the kind the Red Society represented. Because of that, the Red Society would no longer exist after today. Realizing the threat, Dituri ordered his men to attack. Hans panicked, whispering that the gang wasn't backing down and asking what to do. Moriarty simply told him to prepare to slip out. The third-rank dark spell, a fool's dream, swept through the room, its shadows invading weakened minds and cursing them with layered magic. Panic erupted, screams, curses, bodies scrambling in confusion. Duturi shouted for his men to finish the fight while others begged for help. James moved through the chaos with his magic sword, cutting down Duturi's subordinates one after another. An aura user forced his way through the spell, slicing apart the darkness around Ludger. Ludger recognized the aura of an associate knight, and remained certain the strength difference still favored him. He hurled a small bottle at the attackers. One man warned the others to fall back, fearing poison, while another dismissed the danger, trusting in magical reinforcement. From the smoke, hidden daggers shot out. They were deflected, but in that moment both men inhaled the poison spreading through the air. One realized too late that the daggers were only a distraction to make them brace themselves and breathe in the fumes they couldn't guard against. The second man shouted into the haze, trying to pinpoint James, only for James to rise from the shadow beneath him and behead him instantly. His remaining partner froze, stunned that the infamous Professor Moriarty possessed such combat skill. James didn't bother explaining and pushed forward. The man studied him, assuming James relied on openings created by lowering an opponent's guard, and tried to counter by closing distance carefully. James threw another bottle. Confident, the man struck it aside, only to find his sword stuck fast. Shadows had gripped it at the point of contact. Terror crept in as he realized the shadows had come from inside the bottle. Before he could abandon the sword, a spear of darkness burst from his own shadow and pierced his stomach. He stared in disbelief, unable to grasp how magic had emerged from beneath his own feet. James ended it with a single shot, then turned toward Duturi. Hans entered soon after, unimpressed by the sight of Ludger casually drinking amidst the bodies. Dropping his disguise, he muttered that his heightened sense of smell couldn't handle the blood. He confirmed the source of Duturi's earlier screams. Ludger noted that Duturi was still alive. He needed him for questioning before handing him to the other organizations. Hans accepted that and eyed the drink. Ludger told him it was 38-year-old Gorgonian. Despite feeling nauseous, Hans demanded some for himself. Setting the bottle down, Hans asked what Ludger planned to do with the surviving members of the Red Society. Ludger intended to select a handful of useful people and told Hans to bring the documents and hidden ledger from the second-floor office. Hans sighed, already anticipating the workload, and wondered aloud if this wasn't too much for just the two of them. Ludger reassured him he had already arranged additional help. Hans knew exactly who he meant and complained that every one of them was insane. Ludger gave him a look, and Hans admitted he wasn't exactly normal either. Hans reminded him that the principal still suspected him, and asked if it was safe to be moving so openly. Ludger dismissed the concern. The magicians wouldn't risk tailing him while the principal herself was under heavy scrutiny. She wouldn't dare make a move that invited backlash. Hans accepted that and asked what they would name their new organization. Since Hans planned to take control of Leatherbelk, they needed a name. With their numbers still around 10, Ludger suggested one: Unknown. Hans repeated it, realized the meaning, and admitted he liked it. He raised his drink for a final toast. Ludger joined him, marking the beginning of their new organization. Professor Selina questioned why Ludger still had no assistant. He replied he hadn't felt the need yet. She noted that nearly 100 students attended his class and wondered if he felt exhausted. He answered that the workload wasn't enough to tire him. She admired his stamina, calling it impressive. Inwardly, Ludger froze. He had endured all the tedious work alone for no reason. He asked Selina if she had assistants. She said she did, though she kept only 3. Ludger was stunned at the idea of only 3, wondering if professors normally retained groups of 10. His eyes drifted to Chris Benamor and the assistants trailing him. If 3 counted as a small team, perhaps Benamor's group was modest as well. Marilda encouraged Ludger to choose an assistant. Brino agreed, noting it would ease his workload. Selina advised picking at least 5 students. Marilda offered to compile a list of capable candidates, and Selina added that she would help. Ludger thanked them. Later, in his private office, Ludger reflected on the system. Assistants gained benefits such as extra credit and personalized instruction. They could be from any year group, and a new professor could appoint up to 6. Some even delayed graduation to remain as academic advisors. While convenient for handling tasks, he still needed to decide whom to choose. One name on the list caught his attention. Walking through the corridor, he sensed someone hiding and called Sedina out. Startled, she apologized, admitting she panicked. Ludger doubted anyone hit unconsciously and wondered if she had too much free time. He reassured her and said the timing was perfect to discuss something. She seemed unsure why he addressed her. He asked if she had classes Wednesday and Thursday between 10 and noon. She replied the period overlapped with his lectures, but she was free. Hesitant, she waited. Ludger smiled faintly, saying he wanted her to become his assistant. She froze, unable to understand the sudden proposal. He explained that having her as an assistant would allow discreet meetings. Sedina worried it might look suspicious since they never interacted publicly. Ludger assured her name was already on the recommendation list. She understood. He added he would never force the role if she disliked it. Flustered, she rejected that implication. He asked if she agreed. Once she nodded, he instructed her to submit a completed assistant application within 2 days. She accepted. Privately, Ludger acknowledged she was reasonable, and keeping her close would allow him to gather information on the Black Dawn Society. It took only 1 hour. Sedina returned with the finished application. Ludger accepted it and told her she had worked hard. She beamed nervously. He hadn't expected her to complete it so quickly. In the classroom, the atmosphere buzzed more than usual. Lin noticed the energy. Elendil explained that a rumor claimed Ludger was searching for an assistant. Lin found the idea tempting. Elendil added that many found it surprising he hadn't chosen anyone yet, and some speculated he hadn't known the program existed. Lin found that hard to believe. He added that the most popular rumor wasn't about the assistant position but about an omnipotent stone said to grant wishes, supposedly hidden in Soren. Lin questioned the plausibility. Elendil insisted undiscovered mysteries were plentiful, and Soren, the center of magic, could hold such a relic. Flora listened with irritation. The rumor seemed childish. If an omnipotent stone existed, those in power would have claimed it long ago. What bothered her more was the idea of Ludger choosing an assistant. Assistants represented the professor and needed matching competence. She considered the possibility, perhaps even accepting if personally approached. Sedina entered, asking for silence as the professor would arrive soon. Students whispered, unsure who she was or why she carried class materials. Many suspected she was Ludger's new assistant. Flora stared in disbelief. Ludger arrived, told Sedina she had done well, and dismissed her. She hurried out. Students continued staring. Ludger wondered what was wrong before calling them to focus as he began the lesson. After class, he reminded them to review the day's content for the exam. Julia approached with a question. Ludger recognized her as the highest scoring freshman, supported by the magic tower. She was mildly surprised he knew her name. Ludger asked what she wanted. She hesitated, admitting the question wasn't crucial. She wanted to know how he selected his assistant. Ludger realized this wasn't innocent. He explained he chose personally. She asked if requirements like magical ability or a prestigious background mattered. He noted internally this wasn't casual curiosity. He answered that personality mattered most, though basic screening occurred. He added that someone asking such a question likely didn't meet his expectations and had no need to pursue an interview. With nothing further to discuss, he excused her, reminding her the first exam period was approaching. Ludger stepped out of the lecture hall and noticed Sedina waiting in the corridor. He told her not to wait outside in the future and to use the assistant's room instead. She agreed quickly but seemed to want to say more before losing her nerve, simply wishing him a good day. He handed her the stack of assignments submitted that morning and instructed her to finish sorting them before the day ended. She accepted with nervous enthusiasm. Before he could leave, Flora approached, uncertain, admitting she had heard he had chosen an assistant. Ludger asked if she had been interested. She flustered immediately, denying it. He asked why she had come, and she explained she wanted to thank him for his previous advice, which had been helpful. Ludger said he had only done what any professor should, and that taking his words seriously was enough. She hesitated, asking if he had been all right during that incident, noting he must have used even more mana. He assured her he was fine, though he remembered how close he had come to collapsing. Flora shifted the topic, asking how many elements he could control, having seen him use 5 in class. He said 5 was the limit. In truth, he could handle all 10, but that marked him as a multipath outlier, powerful in breadth but shallow in mastery. Revealing the truth would cause more problems than advantages. Flora muttered that even 5 was extraordinary. When she had nothing more to ask, he dismissed her. She tried to speak again, unsure, and he added that if she ever changed her mind about the assistant position, she was welcome to apply any time. She accepted the statement with quiet acknowledgement. At the principal's office, Ludger was met with unexpected seriousness. She asked if he had heard the rumors about a universal stone capable of granting wishes. He assumed it was student gossip, but she corrected him: the stone existed. She revealed a small blue gem circling with mana above her palm, an ancient relic of unknown origin, said to surpass the finest artifacts of a grand mage by 100-fold. Ludger was stunned the academy had housed such an object. She explained its existence had been strictly confidential and that the rumor indicated a leak. She suggested the leak might have occurred during mandatory maintenance of the chamber where it was stored, though the specificity troubled her. She asked Ludger to investigate discreetly, report anyone suspicious, and assist during the upcoming transport of the relic. When he asked if other professors were involved, she confirmed it, though each was assigned to separate areas. For now, he was to continue acting normally. Back at his desk, Ludger considered the situation. A leak could mean the Black Order had moved again, though Sedina had reported nothing. Whether it was the First Order, another group, or something else, an incident felt inevitable. Beyond that, the mention of a relic stirred something deeper. He had traveled under countless identities: mercenary, consultant, merchant, all to locate fragments of his own relic. He had come to the Empire believing one piece was here and had never imagined Soren held another relic entirely. Even if different, the Universal Stone might help him locate his own. The goblet on his desk glowed. Hansa's voice reported that the situation had stabilized. With the Red Society gone, the other three organizations had quieted, though opportunists were now erupting in chaos, eager to replace the fallen faction. He warned he might need Ludger's help soon. Ludger said he would be available in a week. Hans asked if something had happened. Ludger replied that Soren possessed a relic. Hans was stunned, remarking Ludger faced stranger incidents than he did. He joked about a secret dungeon under the principal's office. Ludger told him to stop. Hans sighed, promised to find a date for their next move, and ended the call. Alone, Ludger continued thinking. If circumstances allowed, he would move immediately, but the principal's request required patience. A relic that granted wishes was too valuable to ignore. Relics were nearly impossible to find. After years of searching, he had uncovered only 3 pieces. Judging from their shape and size, 4 fragments remained. Once all 7 were united, his relic would be complete. Elendil dismissed the attendant and moved to sit on her bed, exhaustion weighing on her shoulders. The constant interruptions clawed at her patience, yet she reminded herself that her status made solitude a luxury she could rarely enjoy. A normal life, like the other students lived so freely, remained an unreachable wish. Another knock interrupted her brief moment of rest. The attendant returned, announcing an unexpected visitor. Terina of the Nightcrawler Night Order materialized from the faint shimmer of light, arriving with urgency despite the late hour. Elendil composed herself, ready to hear whatever business brought a knight to her so suddenly. Terina reported the rumors of werewolves at Soren and sought confirmation. Elendil acknowledged the incident and explained that a professor had resolved the threat. Terina then revealed that she was investigating a related case, one tied to confidential matters, and sought to meet the professor involved. Elendil provided the name, Ludger Kellysi, and wished her progress in her search. Before leaving, Terina relayed a message from the First Princess, noting her disappointment at Elendil's silence. Elendil accepted the reminder quietly, understanding that delivering it through Terina was her sister's attempt at being considerate, though it left her feeling strangely uncomfortable. When Terina departed, Elendil reflected that she should contact her sister soon, if only to ease the tension between them. Elsewhere, Lloyd questioned Terina about the situation, and she explained that the werewolf incident had been handled by a new professor whom she planned to meet. She then asked Enya about the investigation at the factory. Enya reported finding partially burned documents suggesting research on some kind of development, though the finer details were lost. The findings were inconclusive, and even the lead about the Red Society vanishing overnight in Leatherbelk offered nothing directly useful. Terina decided they should not worry about unrelated events and instead continue focusing on the investigation at hand. She ordered the unit to examine Leatherbelk further before advancing to Soren. The group acknowledged the command and moved out. At Soren Academy, Ludger stood before his class, chalk in hand, aware of the rumors circulating over the past few days. Students were restless after the werewolf incident, and he knew their curiosity could quickly become troublesome. He decided to redirect their attention. He demonstrated a small flame dancing above his fingertip before extinguishing it with a brief motion. His gaze shifted to a dozing student, and the flame reappeared inches from the boy's face, snapping him awake. Ludger then guided the class through the concept of manipulating magic away from the caster's immediate center, an extension that strained mana consumption but allowed greater reach. The explanation stirred confusion and fascination among the students, though he made it clear that this lesson was meant to push their awareness, not teach them the technique outright. He ended the class by encouraging them to build a solid foundation in magic before seeking complex creations. Anyone who unraveled the technique on their own could visit his office for reward points. As he approached his office, Sedina stood waiting. Before addressing her, Ludger noticed a faint glow in his goblet, an incoming message. He asked her to wait outside and activated the call. The principal's voice emerged with urgency, informing him that the Universal Stone had been seized. She admitted having underestimated the enemy. They already knew the location of the backup storage and struck before the Academy could relocate it. Their forces were pursuing the thieves, but if the stone were used, the consequences would escalate beyond containment. Ludger asked how long they had before the situation became irreversible, and she estimated that they had until midnight. He urged her to act rather than linger over questions, and she ended the call to mobilize. Ludger dimmed the goblet, absorbing the weight of the situation. He had anticipated trouble, but not quite this sudden. The attacker's intentions were unclear, and he still had not completely erased the principal's suspicions about him. In the worst case, he could even be grouped among the culprits. Something about the entire event felt wrong, too calculated to be the work of the First Order alone. He called Sedina back inside. She entered quietly, waiting. Ludger informed her that a subordinate had acted independently. She confirmed it. He instructed her to recount everything from the beginning, without missing a detail. Sedina reported her findings from the investigation. It appeared that everything began when a member of the Third Order started asking questions while gathering information about Soren. During the search, he discovered a document related to the Universal Stone. When rumors of the stone spread among the students, he connected them with what he had already seen and soon learned both its existence and its location. He notified the Second Order immediately, but instead of reporting this to the First Order, the Second Order acted on their own. The one leading that action was Demilus, a figure with ties to the government who usually handled such matters within the Second Order. Ludger considered the situation. If the information truly carried that level of importance, it should have been directed to the First Order without hesitation. He wondered why Demilus believed such secrecy would go unnoticed and asked Sedina for her assessment. She guessed that Demilus was coveting a First Order position. The Zero Order had stated that the 7 seats of the First Order were always subject to change, and someone like Demilus, lacking the talent to rise naturally, might have seen this as an opportunity to accomplish something grand. Ludger asked about the current state of the situation. Sedina hesitated before asking if he planned to move alone. He confirmed it. The pursuers were already tracking Demilus, and if he interfered openly, their identities risked exposure. Sedina reported that Demilus had fled with several dozen allies after hijacking the stone, and was heading toward the Silent Forest. Ludger decided it was time to depart. Sedina, uncertain, asked what she was supposed to do. He told her she did not need to do anything further. Confusion flickered across her face until he added that the information she had gathered had been thorough and invaluable, then commended her for her work. Her expression tightened in an unexpected way, as if the praise unsettled her. She thanked him quietly. When he stepped out of the office, Ludger wondered why such a simple acknowledgement had drawn that reaction. He had assumed she was only fiercely loyal to the First Order, but it seemed she carried her own burdens beneath that loyalty. He pushed the thought aside. There were more immediate matters. The spell he needed now was Aether Nocturnus, a summoning art technique categorized under Magic Path. It consumed enormous magic power, but in return erased the caster's presence entirely, rendering them undetectable to any form of perception. After activating the spell, he moved through the campus unnoticed, passing quietly between students. Flora and her friend crossed his path, and though she saw nothing, she paused, sensing a faint trace of magic in the air. She thought she had caught the scent of something invisible, and stepped away to investigate despite Cheryl's protests. At the academy gate, hunters who had pursued Demilus stood discussing their dilemma. Ludger slipped past them, unseen among their ranks. The Silent Forest loomed ahead, the one place they never wished to enter. The forest had resisted every attempt at destruction, regenerating rapidly and driving intruders into madness. Blocking the entrance had been the only workable solution. Yet circumstances forced them there. One man tried to steady another who was already losing his composure. Surrounded, unable to hold out much longer, they turned to Demilus for guidance. Demilus, clutching the stone inside the forest, felt its power radiating but could not activate it. Panic grew as he realized the relic was utterly unresponsive. Before he could find an answer, a stranger stepped into the clearing. The men reacted instantly, demanding to know who he was. The figure introduced himself as John Doe, Ludger's assumed identity. He assessed the scattered group and remarked on the missing numbers, speculating that the rest had either been captured or abandoned. Demulus recognized the name and turned pale. John Doe's reputation for merciless efficiency left him with no illusions about his fate. Knowing he had no chance of escape, Demulus dropped to his knees. His subordinates followed suit. He presented the universal stone with trembling hands, offering it to the First Order to save himself. John Doe accepted the stone, praised the effort briefly, then ended the matter. Shadows erupted from the ground, impaling Demulus and the others in an instant. Their final, bewildered question, why, went unanswered. John Doe dismissed it as a waste of his time. Ludger examined the stone closely. It contained tremendous magic power, but nothing about it resembled a relic. The principal's words echoed in his mind, but this object did not match her description. Something was wrong. Suddenly, a pulse cut through the air. Light rippled across the sky, and a concentrated beam struck where he stood, tearing through the ground. The green stone he had held rolled unscathed. The principal landed nearby, picked it up, and found it untouched. The implications were grim. The situation had reached its breaking point. The principal examined the counterfeit universal stone in her hand. She had invested considerable effort into crafting this bait and expected a worthwhile outcome from it. Her only concern was that Ludger would not be present when the trap finally snapped shut. Far from the blast site, Ludger rested with his back against a tree, catching his breath. The situation had nearly turned disastrous. Just before the principal's spell struck, he had triggered Aether Nocturnus, letting the spell swallow his presence entirely and whisk him out of danger. Now, sitting under the forest canopy, he reflected on the moment. Whenever he cast that spell, he too became a form of magic, only magic, and that was likely what allowed him to survive. Teleportation did not exist in this world, yet with the coordinate assignment formula and the unique nature of Aether Nocturnus, he could essentially replicate the effect. It was a technique possible only because of his understanding and because of the overwhelming power of the 6th rank mage, Elisa Willow, the principal herself. She had requested his help, so why had she appeared personally? And why had the hijacked universal stone turned out to be a fake? The more he considered it, the more he wondered whether she had uncovered his identity and set a trap for him. Sharp pains surged through his head and chest, reminding him how much the spell had drained him. Nearly all his magic power was gone. He swallowed his medication to stabilize himself, piecing the situation together. No, the principal would not rely on an elaborate scheme like this for him. Her style was to handle everything alone for efficiency's sake. Even her own allies were left unaware of the truth unless absolutely necessary. Truly an extraordinary person. A rustling sound broke his concentration. Without hesitation, he struck out with his staff, only to freeze when he saw Flora emerging from the bushes. She confronted him with questions, demanding to know why he was here and what the powerful spell earlier had been. Ludger brushed off her concerns, reminding her that the forest was off-limits and telling her to leave. She countered by claiming she was not as weak as he implied. He noted that she seemed unaware of anything suspicious. Somehow, she must have slipped past the guards without encountering them. She, meanwhile, was panicking internally, unsure how to confess that she had followed an enticing magical scent unlike anything she had ever experienced. Cheryl's distant voice called Flora's name, trembling with fear as she searched for her. Ludger instructed Flora to follow him so he could guide both students safely to the exit. Flora, recalling his earlier use of medication, wondered quietly if he was suffering from an illness. When they emerged from the forest, the principal was waiting. She immediately noticed the 2 students accompanying Ludger. He explained that he had found them wandering inside the silent forest and escorted them out. Flora accepted responsibility, admitting she had entered alone and that Cheryl had chased after her. The principal evaluated the situation calmly. Students were allowed their mistakes, she said, though the timing was unfortunate given how urgent the circumstances had been. She mentioned she had gone ahead and handled the issue herself. Ludger acknowledged that the powerful magic earlier must have been her doing, and since she was the one who cast it, the situation was surely resolved. He volunteered to take responsibility for the 2 girls and see them safely back. She agreed. Later, Wilfred asked the principal for her thoughts on Ludger. She said the recent incident had allowed her to dismiss her suspicions. Nothing in his behavior felt out of place. Wilfred expressed relief, though he still wondered why they had needed to spread the rumors themselves. The principal explained that they needed smaller opportunists to take the bait first. They entered the secured chamber where the true universal stone was stored. Seeing it intact, the principal felt a weight lift from her shoulders. The relic had once destroyed an entire kingdom with its volatile power, and she wanted to distance herself from it as soon as possible. After confirming its safety, she and Wilfred left the chamber. The moment the door closed, a shadow peeled itself from the darkness. Ludger. A quiet, satisfied smile formed. His gamble had paid off. He had placed a trace on the counterfeit stone for this very moment. He approached the genuine relic. Its magic pulsed far more intensely, swirling in vibrant green currents, tugging at him as though trying to pull him inside. He knew the truth. Despite its overwhelming energy, it could not grant his deepest wish. Still, it had a use. Placing his hand on the stone, he held back the surge, forcing it to remain still. Then he commanded it to reveal the locations of the remaining relic fragments. It could not show all, but one revelation stood out. A fragment was far closer than he had imagined. At night, Ludger rested face down on his desk, communicating with Hans through the goblet. Hans immediately noticed something was off, asking what had happened. Ludger informed him that the task he had mentioned earlier was finally complete, and that their appointment should be moved up to the following night. Hans agreed, saying it was better since their deadline was approaching, though he questioned why Ludger's voice sounded strained. Ludger insisted everything had gone well. They had finally found the relic's location, but retrieving it would not be easy, especially after how much he had overworked himself. Hans understood. There had been one incident after another and mentioned that while one relic was already roughly known, the other was more troublesome. Ludger explained that the second relic was in Leatherbelk, most likely within the auction house, judging from the scenery the relic had shown him. Hans immediately recognized the place as the Kunst auction house, which was preparing for a major event. Ludger suspected the relic might be one of the items up for auction and told Hans to check the list. Hans agreed, saying he would see him the following night, and Ludger ended the communication. The next morning, Ludger found Flora waiting outside his office, startled by his sudden appearance. She seemed unsure of what to say, debating internally whether to ask about the special magic he used before or the medicine she had seen him take, but her nerves kept stopping her. Ludger, already irritated, told her he was heading inside if she had nothing to say, forcing her to speak up. When she finally showed him her coordinate assignment formula, he stopped in surprise, genuinely impressed that a student had already succeeded in implementing it. Flora confidently claimed it was because she was a genius and wondered aloud about her reward. Ludger admitted she deserved one and suggested giving her the highest grade he could offer, but Flora wanted something more substantial than just a grade. He led her inside. As she entered his office and then the research lab, Flora realized it was her first time seeing the space. Strange diagrams and patterns covered the lab, none of which she recognized. Ludger explained that coordinate assignment was fundamentally a mathematical formula used to control mana at a specific point, though Flora privately admitted she had only copied what she had observed. Since she managed to execute it properly, Ludger decided to show her something else. He lifted his wand, swirling at once, forming a glowing shape resembling a bottle. Flora's mind throbbed sharply, a sensation so overwhelming she collapsed before she could even process it. When she woke, Ludger told her only half an hour had passed. She asked about the magic he had shown her, and he identified it as a Klein bottle, something he had once seen and recreated purely for experimental purposes. Flora was stunned he would create something like that for experimentation alone. Ludger then checked if her eyes and nose were fine, reminding her that she possessed a specialty that allowed her to feel the full sensory flow of magic. He had noticed how her pupils had dilated and her fingertips had trembled when she saw the formula, far more than an ordinary reaction, so it was clear she had sensed it on a level most people couldn't. Flora asked if he wasn't curious about her specialty, but he dismissed the idea completely. He wasn't interested in specialties. Others, however, might not be so indifferent, so she was better off hiding it. As it was getting late, he told her to leave. Flora couldn't understand how he could remain so calm after discovering her unusual ability, and wondered if he had once met someone like her. Only then did she remember that she still hadn't been properly rewarded. Later, Ludger met Hans in person, noting he was still unaccustomed to Hans's extravagant appearance. Hans ignored the comment and asked if he planned to behave as usual. Ludger agreed. Hans explained the car he had used was provided by the Society's best, which Ludger found fitting. The Kunst auction house was lively, flashy, and noisy, far more extravagant than Ludger preferred. Hans noted that for a place this famous, it was better than dirty or dull. Ludger asked which floor their appointment was on. Hans said the fourth. At the stairs, guards attempted to stop them, but Hans presented a pass, granting immediate access. The fourth floor's atmosphere was completely different. Hans explained it was a neutral zone often used by underworld organizations, with an unwritten rule: no one fought there, so no guards were stationed. Ludger suspected their invitation had been intentional, perhaps to test whether they would respect the rule. Hans guided them toward their destination. Reaching the appointed room, he glanced at Ludger, suggesting they make their appearance. Violetta, her face concealed behind a black cloth, regarded James Moriarty with suspicion, certain he wouldn't dare lie in a place like this. She remembered how he vanished after failing to spark a war in the Delica Kingdom, and demanded to know his purpose here, wondering if he had returned to complete the scheme he once abandoned. James calmly drank his wine and dismissed her suspicion, saying she was imagining things. Violetta struggled to connect his mild demeanor with the man who eradicated the Red Society the moment he arrived, but James simply said he had cleared away something troublesome that happened to be in his path. Pinion stepped in and cut the tension, remarking that personal grudges didn't matter. Since James had accepted their invitation, he must have his own agenda. James admitted he was here to build influence. Pinion laughed at the idea, asking if he planned to recreate the Red Society, but James said the atmosphere felt strained and he wanted to clear the misunderstanding first. When Dion asked what misunderstanding, James requested a moment to speak privately. Mastella assured Dion it was fine and noted that James had understood the situation quickly. Most people underestimated her because she looked like a child. James replied that his own life had never been easy enough for him to judge someone by appearances and clarified he wasn't here to form a second Red Society. Instead, he intended to launch a new business and offer them an opportunity. He would help them earn well, and in return, he wanted the three groups to work under him. Watching from behind, Hans was stunned by how smoothly James redirected the conversation. Violetta dismissed his offer, saying it sounded exactly like the Red Society's way of forcing dominance. James denied it. If he intended coercion, he said, it would already be happening. Then he added something that stunned everyone: even if they refused his proposal, he would still hand over part of the former Red Society territory. The room went silent. Mastella asked why he would give it even if turned down, and demanded his true motive. James said that reckless actions would only harm him now. He had no reason to provoke anyone. He needed trustworthy strength, and they were free to accept or reject without consequence. But he did want a decision. Pinion, still unsure, insisted on knowing the nature of the business. Violetta scolded him for speaking too directly, but Pinion countered that he needed to know if the work would be dangerous. James assured him no harm would come to them and asked if they understood the entertainments nobles enjoyed. Pinion suggested opera and music, worrying James expected similar performances, but James explained he envisioned something more refined, stories brought to life through performance, music, and dance together. Pinion didn't fully understand but sensed James was confident. James took that as acceptance, and said he looked forward to working with him as the leader of his group. Violetta remained puzzled and asked what James truly wanted here. James said that outside the forges and factories, this area was a forgotten place under constant gray skies, with nothing for people to look forward to. He wanted to turn this neglected alley into a brighter district for everyone. He also intended to offer appropriate projects to the other organizations and handed each group a set of documents to review before replying. After meeting the groups, Ludger and Hans walked back. Hans admired the ambitious plans Ludger had laid out and was amazed that all three organizations had accepted. Ludger brushed it off, saying the idea wasn't entirely his. Before he could continue, he sensed someone nearby and called out. Violetta emerged alone. She asked to speak privately, and Ludger told Hans to return first. Hans left. Violetta asked if Ludger genuinely thought the business could succeed. Ludger asked whether she doubted it. She explained that the clothing market was completely controlled by nobles and wealthy merchants, leaving her unsure if she had any chance. Ludger said their goal wasn't noble fashion but everyday clothing for ordinary people. Once the public embraced it, noble trends would naturally lose their grip. Even so, Violetta warned that powerful factions would interfere sooner or later. Ludger said such obstacles had to be faced, and she couldn't stay hidden underground forever. She didn't need to worry about protecting her sisters anymore. If she accepted his offer, he would take responsibility for them. Once the business grew stable, she would even be able to incorporate her magic into her craft. Startled, Violetta asked how he knew about her magic. Ludger replied that mages could recognize each other. Violetta admitted she wouldn't be able to hide it forever if she worked with him. She lifted her cloth, revealing a burned scar beneath her left eye. Ludger recognized immediately that it was caused by magic. Violetta explained that the mage who had taught her, twisted and possessive, left the injury. She had sought healing too late, and even the Luminous Healer Apostles couldn't mend it. She turned to leave. Ludger stopped her, gently taking her wrist before she could cover her face again. Since she had trusted him with something she never showed others, he felt he should respond. He brushed his thumb lightly across the scar. Confused, Violetta asked what he was doing. He told her to check her reflection. When she looked in a mirror, she saw the burn had disappeared. She asked how it was possible, and he simply called it true magic. He added that hiding her face over a single scar didn't suit her. Violetta admitted she still preferred covering her face for now, and Ludger accepted that. She said she would begin the work he assigned, finding their talk unexpectedly meaningful. As she turned away, Ludger called her name. When she looked back, he suddenly pulled her aside and arrow pierced the wall where her head had been. She thanked him, shaken by the ambush, and wondered who attacked. Ludger drew his staff, saying he had his suspicions but wasn't sure how many enemies lurked nearby. A voice mocked James Moriarty, saying he had made things easy by walking without protection. The attacker introduced himself as one of the surviving Red Society members, claiming he fully understood why his group fell and had prepared accordingly. A strange scent spread through the air. James recognized it instantly and warned Violetta not to cast spells. The diffusion would make magic unstable. Violetta noted how familiar he sounded and stiffened when she recognized the voice. The attacker boasted about catching 2 valuable targets at once. Violetta sighed, gripping her closed umbrella, irritated that the situation forced her into physical combat, which she disliked. James asked if she intended to fight. She said they had already been discovered and had no path of escape. James then asked if she could dance. Violetta replied that she could dance well enough to match anyone. James trusted her and said he would leave his back to her. James and Violetta struggled to hold back the attackers, realizing that without magic their disadvantage was obvious, though their opponents showed signs of fatigue. James urged her to endure a little longer. She admitted she was already worn out and blamed her lack of physical training, prompting James to note that improving her stamina after this would be wise. He searched for the archer who fired the first shot but sensed nothing. Someone with refined killing intent and rare diffusion incense had masked their presence. He concluded a seasoned killer was among them. Calling to Violetta, he lifted her effortlessly onto his shoulder and sprinted away. Their pursuers shouted in anger as they ran. She demanded to know what he was doing, and he explained that a professional assassin was hidden among the group, making a drawn-out fight too risky. Her voice wavered at the thought. 2 figures in dark garb rushed after them, daggers glinting. She recognized something about them, and James explained that assassins from the southern desert, killers for hire, were said to be active. The region confirmed his suspicion, Kalsapa assassins. He warned her not to bite her tongue as he used his chain to pull them both up onto a rooftop. They landed and braced for combat. Violetta blocked a strike with her umbrella only to find the material dissolving. She realized their blades carried something corrosive, and James confirmed it was a poison unique to the Kalsapa, nearly impossible to defend against. She asked what they were supposed to do, and he listed their options: wait for the assassins to expend their weapons or escape altogether. She immediately chose the latter. He swept her up again and dashed off. As they retreated, she shouted after him, accusing him of abandoning her and calling him a coward. One assassin watched her from below, convinced she was bait and that James was lying in ambush. As he crept toward her, James drove his sword through the man's chest. The assassin gasped in disbelief, and James explained that he had used a bit of magic along with the lingering incense to his advantage. He withdrew the blade, thinking that although faint, the remaining incense didn't interfere with mana, allowing him to transmit sound through it. Violetta suddenly warned him to look up. The second assassin dropped toward him, hurling a chain. James drew another weapon and cut him down, noting that the man's initial judgment had been sharp but he had let his guard slip at the crucial moment. Voices were closing in from the distance, orders to capture them echoing through the streets. James sensed the incense dissipating and asked whether she could handle the rest. She assured him that it would be simple. When more enemies appeared, she snapped open her umbrella and dispatched them in a single stroke. She surveyed the aftermath, surprised the attackers had regrouped for an ambush even after their organization had fallen apart. James reasoned they must have been hired. When she asked who might be pulling the strings, he said the same person who commissioned the assassins. He also mentioned that he had already eliminated Belfort Rixin, removing him from suspicion. She was stunned that James was responsible, and he explained that Rickson had been involved in various underhanded acts while financially supporting Daughtry, crossing lines that harmed human dignity. James wanted no association with someone like that. He added that he would hand over Daughtry's recruits to her group and told her to treat them however she saw fit. In return, they would pursue the one behind this incident, which he would have requested separately anyway. Violetta admitted that things were about to get hectic, especially with the new business James had pushed onto them. He asked if she could manage it, and she reminded him not to underestimate her, promising to perform both tasks with precision. He approved of her resolve and left her to it. They parted ways, heading toward their next obligations. Sheridan called for help in her usual impatient tone, and Hans immediately bristled at the nickname. She barked at him to hurry. Ludger entered after hearing the noise, finding Hans cornered while Sheridan glared in annoyance. Hans begged for rescue, and Ludger dryly commented on the commotion. To redirect her, he showed her the device he brought, and she eagerly dove into examining it. She immediately noted he had dragged the mechanism while also carrying someone, putting too much strain on the wiring. Hans reminded him the device wasn't built for two, and Sheridan pointed out the clamp had loosened because of it. Ludger said he had his reasons. Sheridan estimated a few minutes for repairs, though she was known for underestimating. Hans muttered about her attitude, and Ludger said Hans was simply easy for her to push around. He added Hans should be patient since she was older. Hans admitted that when they first rescued her from the Delica Kingdom mines, he thought she was a child. They remembered finding her surrounded by explosives, a disaster waiting to happen. Hans still shuddered at the memory. An explosion in those depths would have killed even a knight captain. Hans then mentioned having seen suspicious men approach Ludger earlier. Ludger confirmed he had taken care of them, remnants of the Red Society, and said someone was directing them. He asked Hans to investigate, but Hans complained he was already overwhelmed organizing the auction items. Sheridan interrupted, ordering her assistant back. Ludger told Hans to help her and make sure she didn't get near gunpowder. Alone, Ludger looked out the window, guessing Sheridan's 10-minute estimate really meant 30. He decided to rest until then. Across the street, 3 cloaked figures moved in tight formation, their steps silent and coordinated, far too practiced to be ordinary. When one of them, Terena, glanced back, Ludger quickly stepped away from the window. She hadn't seen him. The silver hair confirmed it. Terena Liahau, Lord Protector of the Nightcrawler Knight Order. He wondered what she was doing in Leatherbelk, especially since she had been assigned to Belfort Rickson's murder case. If she suspected a connection to the earlier attack, it was fortunate he had cleaned up quickly. The last thing he wanted was another encounter with her. Sheridan returned proudly, announcing the repairs done and explaining she had checked every part. Ludger attached the device to his wrist, noticing it was slimmer and lighter. She urged him to test it. When he extended his hand, the chain shot out and bit into the wall with more force than before. She explained she had doubled its output and strengthened it for carrying 2 people. She demonstrated another function, clenching his fist and bending his wrist extended a hidden blade, loosening his hand retracted it. Then she showed him a tiny port that could launch paralyzing needles. Ludger approved, and she glowed at the praise, saying only someone like him recognized true craftsmanship, unlike Hans, who always panicked about danger. Ludger ignored the embellishment. Sheridan added that his current outfit suited him, giving him an aristocratic look. Ludger accepted the compliment and prepared to leave, calling it a short errand. Before he got far, Terena arrived at the site of the earlier battle. She inspected the bodies and identified one as a Red Society member. Enya was surprised, thinking they were already gone. Lloyd found more corpses. Terena detected a sharp sour scent, poison used by the Kalsapa assassins. Lloyd asked if they were killers from Fatima's desert. Enya wondered whether the Red Society and Kalsapa had fought each other. Terena dismissed that. None of the victims died from poison, meaning the 2 groups were allies. They had instead been killed by clean, decisive blows. Lloyd pointed out another body pierced through the heart from behind. Terena concluded the assassins misjudged their target, assuming they had cornered a mage helpless at close range. Instead, they met someone equally skilled with magic and the blade, the same man who wiped out the Red Society. Enya asked how it all connected. Terena explained that a dissolved faction hiring Kalsapa meant lingering resentment. Linking Belfort's financial dealings with the Red Society, his death, the destroyed factory, and a professor who had burned a werewolf alive, she finished forming her own conclusion. She ordered the team to move on. When Lloyd pointed out they had found no answers, she said another location might still hold clues. Later, Selena approached Ludger, remarking he hadn't been in the faculty office since he had no classes that day. She said someone was looking for him, and she had passed by, so she came to inform him. When he asked who, she said it was a knight from the National Security Bureau. He agreed to meet them. Lloyd waited in Ludger's office, greeted him courteously, and introduced himself. Ludger offered tea, but Lloyd declined, saying he didn't eat during work. He explained he was there to hear a clear recounting of the werewolf incident on campus, and told Ludger he could speak comfortably. Ludger agreed, relieved it wasn't Tarina. Dealing with her again would have been troublesome. With that, he began his explanation while Lloyd prepared to listen. Lloyd waited on a bench until Tarina and Enya arrived. He immediately reported that he had followed her instructions exactly. Tarina, frustrated after an empty investigation even with a warrant, asked whether the suspect had shown signs of proper combat training. Lloyd explained that despite the gloves, the handshake felt like that of an average mage with no experience handling knives. Enya questioned him, but he remained confident. Tarina, surprised by the result, realized the case had slipped back into uncertainty. With no leads left, she ordered Enya to stay behind and monitor anything unusual. Enya tried to object and bring up another meeting, but Tarina shut it down, reminding her of the condition they had agreed to. The principal called out to Tarina with loud familiarity, startling Lloyd, who recognized her as Chancellor Elisa Willow. Enya also wondered how they knew each other. The principal scolded Tarina jokingly for her cold greeting and questioned why she had prevented the meeting with Ludger. Tarina noted that Elisa was being overly considerate after deliberately blocking it. Elisa teased her for her harsh reputation and claimed she was simply protecting a newcomer she liked and didn't trust Tarina with. Tarina took the jab quietly and prepared to leave, refusing Elisa's offer to stay for tea, even when Elisa called after her. Watching from his window, Ludger took in the interaction. The connection between the principal and the protector remained unclear to him, but he was relieved that their involvement had spared him a direct confrontation. Lloyd, however, was someone he couldn't afford to drop his guard around. The man had checked for dust, maintained a spotless appearance, and behaved like a meticulous germaphobe. The bare-handed handshake must have been an attempt to detect something. Ludger was grateful he had prepared artificial skin from Sheridan for exactly this situation. Lloyd's probing was sharp, but Ludger had been sharper. With the danger past, he let himself refocus on the tests. A week later, Ludger worked in his office while Sedina delivered updates. She reported that students had been unusually cautious ever since the Protector's visit, avoiding close interactions and hosting private gatherings off campus. When Ludger asked for anything else, she mentioned that 3 members of the Third Order had been captured 2 days earlier, which she hadn't considered important enough to report at the time. Ludger found the event strange, since even Third Orders weren't usually careless enough to be caught by the police. Sedina added that the culprits included 3 of his students, Aiden, Leo, and Tessie. He found it surprising that those particular 3 had managed to subdue Third Orders, given he had been watching them but hadn't expected this level of competence. Sedina asked how she should handle the matter, but Ludger dismissed it, saying he had no use for agents who lost to mere students. Startled, Sedina agreed quickly. Aside from that, she said everyone seemed to think it was best to keep a low profile. Ludger accepted the report and prepared to head out with her. In the lecture hall, he announced the start of the first test period. He reminded students that the top 5 scorers would learn the formulas of source code, taught gradually 1 per test, and warned that any cheating would bring equal consequences. With a check of the end time, he distributed the tests through magic and began the exam. After it ended, he dismissed the students. Complaints filled the room as they realized the open book format hadn't helped against the difficulty. Later in the corridor, Lynn hurried to him. He expected a question about the test, but instead she returned the book he had given her. He refused to take it back, insisting she keep it because she would need it again, and because the particular edition held meaning for her. He trusted she would take proper care of it. Lynn stood there, puzzled, until Elendil came running to ask why she had sprinted off. Lynn quickly brushed it off and asked about the exam, claiming it hadn't been as difficult as she expected. Elendil, flustered and embarrassed, tried to justify his own performance by saying he'd been too distracted to study well. Elsewhere, the principal reviewed Ludger's test. She was impressed by the solid foundation, precise scaling, and the subtle trap worked into the questions. She admitted she hadn't expected much from someone so stiff, but his craftsmanship genuinely surprised her. Wilford asked how Ludger compared to Professor Chris Benamore, since both specialized in manifestation. The principal refused to compare them, saying Chris filled his exams with complicated terminology purely to show off. She wondered what his reaction would be when he saw Ludger's test. Chris, elsewhere, was in fact fuming. He replayed the principal's casual comment from earlier about how the exam might help him prepare his next one, all while being compared to a mere ruined noble. His pride burned. He swore he would not let this humiliation stand and vowed revenge on Ludger Kellesi. Lynn walked through the corridor, relieved that her exams were mostly prepared for, and she could finally enjoy a proper lunch break. Elendil had returned to the dorm right after the test, shaken by how hard it had been. Lynn hoped she would recover soon. A student stepped in front of her, blocking the way. She recognized him instantly, the same loud, arrogant boy who had bothered her before. She asked him to move aside, but he ignored her. When she pointed out that he was acting this way because she had turned him down earlier, and that his behavior was disgraceful for a noble, his face twisted. He grabbed her wrist, yanked her aside, and shoved her to the ground. She tried to pull free, stunned, but he loomed over her with his wand out, muttering that even now she dared look at him like an equal, and that commoners needed to be put back in place. A sharp voice interrupted him. Fruden Woolberg was approaching. Lynn recognized him immediately, the feared upperclassman known for being cold and dismissive toward commoners. She couldn't imagine why he would show up now. The bully hastily claimed he was disciplining someone below his status. Fruden dismissed it with a flick of his hand, forcing the boy face first into the ground, saying trash like him stained the noble name more than anything else. Trembling, the boy scrambled away when Fruden gave him one chance to leave. Lynn thanked him. He studied her briefly, then brushed it off. Noticing her dropped lunch, he pointed out that it was probably ruined. She said she could just brush it clean, but he questioned eating something that had hit the floor. If she didn't mind, he offered to share his meal instead. The offer caught her off guard. They sat together under a tree, on a mat he set out. Lynn looked around. She had never seen such a quiet place in Soren. Fruden explained that it was his private spot, so private even his bodyguards didn't know about it. If she kept it secret, she could come again whenever she wished. She promised she would. When she noticed how elaborate his meal was, she asked if it was really his lunch. He admitted he'd gotten carried away preparing it himself. Lynn was amazed. He encouraged her to try it, and she did. The food was excellent. He told her not to rush as she ate. She couldn't reconcile the gentle person before her with the rumors that he despised commoners. Seeing him like this made her realize how unreliable gossip could be. Elsewhere, Selena greeted Ludger cheerfully and asked if he had finished his exams. He said he was on his way to grade them and asked if she was giving a practical test. She confirmed it. Hands-on work was essential for spiritualism, and invited him to watch. He almost declined, noticing how tense she seemed about her first exam, and changed his mind. During the test, Selena demonstrated how to use magic power to communicate with spirits, greeting the one she had bonded with. The students watched in amazement. Then she instructed them to begin. When she saw Ludger nearby, she urged him to try as well, insisting it wasn't difficult. He refused, saying spirits avoided him. She tried to reassure him, until she saw the spirits trembling, pulling away from him entirely. Even the ones drifting around the students stayed distant. Ludger calmly reminded her that he had warned her. A voice from his mother reminded him that he possessed the qualities of a shaman, and that the divine spirits were watching over him. Selena was confused. Spirits sometimes dislike certain people, but fear was different. He explained that his case was unusual, though only lower-rank spirits reacted this strongly. Intermediate ones were unaffected. Selena agreed but still felt it unfortunate that he couldn't interact with them. He pointed out that she was still in the middle of an exam. Realizing the assistants were left alone with the students, she rushed back, flustered. Once she was gone, Ludger exhaled quietly. His magic power was still holding. If intermediate spirits had reacted, Selena would have suspected him. The spirits weren't afraid of him, they sensed a presence behind him. Only the weakest could detect it, but that alone was enough. Then he felt a gaze from the trees. A fire spirit watched him, its strength far too great for a natural one. Even a professor attuned to intermediate spirits hadn't sensed it. There was only one explanation: artificial control. Which meant another First Order was inside Soren. They weren't attacking or interfering, only observing him. If they thought he was an imposter, they wouldn't be this passive. Their behavior felt intentional, as if they were sending a message. Ludger muttered about the rising heat, testing them, and the temperature answered immediately. He moved to an open space, away from the students, waiting to see what they would do. Even if they didn't respond, He had already confirmed the nature of the opponent watching him. A rare opportunity. A letter appeared out of thin air. It contained a single line: "Tonight, after classes. At this place." Dark Flame spoke that Ludger arrived earlier than expected, Ludger noting the absence of the original body and hinting that this outcome had been anticipated. Ludger moved straight to the point, demanding the reason for the summoning. Dark Flame explained a plan to create chaos at Soren, but magicians had been extinguishing every fire she attempted. Ludger quickly recognized the plan as a potential terror attack and questioned why she sought his aid. She insisted on help, offering compensation for his cooperation under a formal contract between two aliases, John Doe and Esmeralda. Ludger immediately realized that Esmeralda was not a real name, likely a code akin to his own. He refused, citing the Chancellor's ongoing suspicion and his need to avoid rash actions. Dark Flame pressed, incredulous that he would turn down the offer and suspicious of his second-order subordinate under him, hinting at hidden schemes. Ludger met the accusations with calm defiance, asserting that any doubt of his loyalty to the Zero Order would carry consequences. Dark Flame eventually relented, apologizing before vanishing. Alone, Ludger reflected on the encounter. He had gathered enough information for now, and the voice behind the flames had belonged to a young woman, a high-degree elementalist capable of controlling flame spirits. His mind raced through potential suspects, professors and students with the skill to manipulate flame spirits. The upcoming new professor welcome event at Leatherbelk, where all sponsors and faculty would assemble, would be the perfect chance to observe and narrow down suspects. If the person were a professor, they would be present at that gathering, giving him an opportunity to identify them. Ludger's thoughts turned to his research on John Doe. He reviewed every known trait of the figure, imagining the risks if he had been unprepared. The voice beyond the flames had been controlled, deliberate, and precise, signs of a seasoned elementalist. If he had underestimated her, the confrontation could have ended badly, possibly fatally. He concluded that the first people to consider as suspects were the elementalist professors, but the list also included students capable of handling high-level flame spirits. The event would be key to confirming the true identity. From her vantage point by the window, the young woman watched Ludger at work. She had worried that he might be vulnerable, but he had displayed no fear, his composure stronger than expected. Her efforts had yielded nothing, and she realized the main player would not be her, but someone else attending the event. Meanwhile, Lynn reflected on her unexpected lunch with Fruden. Despite rumors of him being merciless toward commoners, she sensed no ill intent. Since childhood, she had been able to detect malice or ill will, and only Fruden, Elendil, and Professor Ludger were free of harmful intentions toward her. She noted that Ludger's feelings were likely not friendly, but instead carried sorrow or guilt, though the reason remained a mystery. Henry, a friend of Elendil and Fruden, approached Lynn after noticing her with Fruden. He introduced himself and explained that he had observed Fruden's recent activities out of curiosity. He reassured Lynn that she had no reason to keep her guard up and offered a secure, well-paying part-time job, understanding the financial difficulties faced by commoner students at Soren. He also expressed surprise at seeing Fruden spending time with a commoner like her, teasing her gently about the unusual sight. Lynn considered his comments, noting that she had found Fruden to be a good person despite what rumors claimed. Henry laughed at her observation, incredulous that she would call Fruden good, yet admitted that his time beside him had shown the same truth. He encouraged her to decide for herself whether to accept the job, leaving the choice in her hands. At the welcome event, all the key figures of the party had gathered. The new professors were noted for their skill, and anticipation filled the air. Among them, Ludger Kellecy drew attention as the man of rumors, his presence commanding scrutiny and curiosity. Beneath the surface, hidden motives, secret powers, and careful observation set the stage for a convergence of skill, strategy, and discovery, as each character navigated the unfolding challenges. The hall was crowded with nobles and patrons, each approaching the new professors with rehearsed smiles. Count Chris Benamor entertained admirers with the same polished charm the rumors spoke of, while Congressman Charles introduced himself to Professor Marilda across the room. Ludger watched the busy exchanges and decided to assess the situation briefly before slipping away to search for Esmeralda. Count Deckers approached him next, but Ludger dismissed the conversation before it began, leaving the Count to retreat awkwardly. The sharp response ensured others would keep their distance, giving Ludger the quiet he needed to move freely. Nearby, Selena struggled with an overbearing guest, her voice tight with discomfort. Recognizing her unease, Ludger stepped between them and shielded her from the man's intrusion, stating she already had prior plans. The man paused, offended, until someone behind him whispered an explanation about Ludger's identity. His arrogance only inflated, and he introduced himself as Evan Luke of the prestigious Luke Company, expecting Ludger to step aside. Selena's trembling grip on Ludger's coat made his choice clear, and he held his position. Evan continued provoking him until Ludger finally caught the hand jabbing at his chest, matching the man's bravado and rejecting the implied threat of professional retaliation. Evan's aide hurried to intervene, but Evan lashed out even at him, slapping him for using the wrong title and demanding obedience. The confrontation grew louder than Ludger expected, far from the quiet exit he had planned. The principal arrived, amused by the commotion, and Evan seized the moment to demand that Ludger be dismissed. Her reaction, however, shifted the atmosphere instantly. She identified Evan as the chairman's son and questioned whether his claims had even been discussed with his father. When the chairman himself appeared, he publicly apologized for his son's behavior. The principal proposed a straightforward solution, a duel in front of everyone, ensuring either side could claim unfairness afterward. Ludger accepted without hesitation, noting that resolving it here would prevent lingering trouble. Since Evan lacked magical ability, Ludger allowed him to choose a representative, and Evan immediately pushed the task onto his aide, confident that the man's skills were enough to win. That confidence quickly evaporated when Ludger defeated the aide with efficiency that left the spectators murmuring about unique magic formulas and the unexpected capabilities of Soren's professors. Even the chairman seemed startled, though he accepted the result and promised to discipline his son. When he attempted to approach Ludger afterward, the principal cut him off, refusing to allow any contact with the academy's staff. Ludger finally slipped away from the crowd, relieved that the ordeal had ended, and redirected his focus toward his original objective. Selena caught up with him first, thanking him and explaining that the chairman had apologized directly to her. She asked about his plans and invited him to accompany her to meet the animism professors. Hearing that, Ludger immediately recognized the opportunity and followed her. The 4 animism professors welcomed Selena warmly and acknowledged Ludger as the new instructor assigned to the second years. Ludger observed each professor carefully, hoping for even the smallest reaction, but none of them showed anything unusual. The woman he sought, Esmeralda, had been fiery and difficult in their last encounter, not someone who would remain composed at the sight of him. It left him uncertain whether she was among them at all, and he concluded he still lacked too much information to rule anything out. Feeling parched, he picked up a drink from the tray carried by a passing server, only to recognize Lynn standing behind it. She explained she was working part-time at the event, along with a few classmates who had accepted the same job. He reminded her not to exhaust herself, and urged her to head home once she finished. Selena rejoined him shortly after and recognized Lynn as well, mentioning that her own assistant was also working in the venue. She pointed out Joanna Lovett, a first-year student already showing strong talent in animism. Ludger watched Joanna Lovett slip away with the tray and wondered why she left so abruptly, realizing she had only gone to set it down. He scolded himself for becoming overly sensitive, knowing he might start missing details he would normally notice. His thoughts drifted back to the group planning a business, concluding from their bulk fabric purchases that they were aiming for the clothing industry. The nobles nearby sneered at the ambition of lower-class people, amused by the audacity of commoners conducting business dealings inside the imperial household. Ludger recognized Violetta's hand in this, noting how quickly she was moving despite her attempt to mask her desperation and fragile hope. Their mockery continued, confident the plan would collapse and joking about watching from afar with a glass of wine. Ludger dismissed them as fools, fully aware that their scorn would not stop the chain of changes now forming beneath the surface. A sudden pressure struck him, forcing a small wince. Selena noticed and checked on him, and he excused himself, blaming the slippery floor before stepping outside for air. Chris saw him leave and quietly followed as an overwhelming noise filled Ludger's head, the voices insisting he was chosen and telling him to take their power. He forced them back and swallowed his pills, annoyed at himself for overexerting mana during the duel and failing to notice how drained he'd become. Chris, hidden in the shadows, saw the pills in his hand and wondered about them. Returning inside, Ludger heard shouts and confusion breaking out. People scattered in panic as a towering figure of fire erupted into the hall, and he immediately recognized Esmeralda's involvement. Mages attempted to restrain it while others directed the evacuation, but the creature's flames overwhelmed every attempt. The animism professors Angela Anderson and Viorano Dentes commanded coordinated attacks, yet nothing pierced the creature's molten exterior. Debris crashed from above, black flames consumed everything they touched, and panic surged through the crowd. Assessing the creature, Ludger realized its fire resembled magma and possessed destructive power matching the highest level spirits, rivaling the 6th rank. Its humanoid form was wrong, lacking a proper lower half. That inconsistency led him to suspect a medium-based incarnation, allowing the summoner to remain hidden. Considering the location of its appearance, the silver tray on the table stood out as the obvious medium. The truth clicked into place. Joanna Lovett was Esmeralda. Reaching her now was impossible, but he had already identified a method to break through the creature's defenses. Just as he prepared to act, he spotted Lynn trapped beneath fallen rubble. Lynn stirred in confusion, only to freeze in terror at the sight of the fiery beast, unable to move her injured leg. Ludger used Aether Nocturnus to teleport her and himself to safety. He knelt beside her, noting her wound and treating it quickly, while she stared at him with a faint sense of familiarity she couldn't explain. She asked about it, unsure where she had seen this scene before, but he dismissed it gently and urged her to leave immediately. She hesitated only long enough to thank him before hurrying off. Once she was safely away, Ludger stepped back into the chaos, used Aether Nocturnus again to reappear before the raging spirit, and prepared to end everything as the ceremony reached its breaking point. Angela pushed forward with her water spirit, sending it to bite into the fiery creature. For a moment it seemed effective, the monster's arm snapped off, but the victory was brief. Viorano immediately sensed the problem. The attack had barely hurt it, and Angela's spirit was already straining from the effort. When the monster's arm regenerated instantly, he warned her to withdraw before she was overwhelmed. They both realized they couldn't bring it down with their current strength. The timing was suspicious as well, emerging just after the principal's departure. Viorano suddenly noticed how the surrounding spirits were acting unnaturally, as though shielding something. Understanding dawned on him. This creature had been brought through a medium. Ludger, meanwhile, could feel the limits of his drained condition. He didn't have enough stored power to use large-scale magic, so he settled on a single decisive strike. His attack tore through the beast, forcing it to collapse. Even as it faded, the creature's hatred seeped through, promising that humans would one day burn. Ludger dismissed the threat unshaken. Outside, he stood with Viorano as they examined the details. The monster's lower half had been only half-formed, and when viewed closely, its distorted edges connected back to the medium that birthed it. Viorano admitted he had failed to catch such a thing, his background in animism making him overlook the possibility of forced summoning. Spirits, as he explained, were tied to nature and held no opinion of humans at all, so encountering one filled with hatred was entirely new. He thanked Ludger for minimizing the damage, especially with his unusual spatial magic. Ludger briefly described how it functioned, anchoring power to a coordinate before manifesting it, though he privately noted that most people could never manage such magic without rare spatial intuition. Viorano checked on him then, concerned that using magic while weakened might have caused deeper symptoms, the kind that appeared in people with overdeveloped cognition. He spoke of how some individuals break past ordinary constraints, seeming like geniuses but actually stepping beyond a protective boundary. Beyond that boundary, some even begin hearing unfamiliar sounds. Ludger denied any such experience, staying composed, though the topic intrigued him enough to ask what happened after the voices. Viorano shared the limited knowledge he had. If symptoms progressed, one might eventually see things, and in rare, theoretical cases, make direct contact with entities considered gods. James went over the morning paper, analyzing the chaos at the banquet. Many victims were nobles, and if Esmeralda intended to shake the upper class, she had succeeded halfway. Still, her reveal was a gain for his side. He debated leaking her identity but quickly dismissed the idea. Doing so too soon would expose his involvement in defeating the spirit. He needed to wait for the right moment. His attention shifted when he noticed Evan Luke, head of the Kunst auction house, was increasing security after the incident. It meant more complications for him. Violetta interrupted his thoughts, reminding him of their plan. Since he had wanted to see how the slums were changing, the two prepared to head out together. Violetta led Ludger through the district, telling him to take in the changes. The newly renovated streets stretched ahead, widened using the majority of their budget just as he had advised. She explained that artisans would soon fill the area, with various groups cooperating with the plans he had proposed. Kirukas was preparing a musical to replace the old circus, and a few elderly workers were assembling the literary magazine he had suggested, intending to gather short stories and tales from unknown writers. The children had already been asked to spread rumors to build interest, though she was unsure whether it was having any effect. Ludger reassured her that even if they failed, all that mattered was that they tried, because every business required an initial push. She admitted that investors were still scarce, then showed him the new tailor shop, which planned to begin with simple clothing before gradually shifting toward high-end fashion. She seemed quietly confident, claiming that she had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Once they finished inspecting the area, Ludger announced that it was time to meet the people they would be working with. Violetta was caught off guard, but he simply continued onward. They found a familiar man sweet-talking a woman, and Ludger approached him directly, pulling him away under the excuse of an existing appointment. The man, Alex of Yen Owen, looked disappointed, noting that they were not scheduled to meet until later. Ludger remarked that he would have been late otherwise. Alex immediately shifted his attention to Violetta with shameless enthusiasm, prompting her to question whether he truly belonged with them. Ludger affirmed that, despite his mannerisms, Alex was competent. She reluctantly considered the possibility that there was more to him than appearances suggested. Alex, meanwhile, asked what treasures or women they would be pursuing that day, prompting her to recoil even further. He introduced himself as a noble from the southern Fatima kingdom, only for Ludger to warn her not to trust his claims too easily, knowing full well that Alex's habits bordered on fraud. Once Alex finished complaining and asking why he had been summoned early, Ludger told him they would discuss matters back at the hideout. Alex worried aloud that the place might be disappointingly ordinary, but Ludger assured him it would not be. At the hideout, Hans looked exhausted but relieved to see Ludger return. Before he could report on anything, Bellaluna, a member of Yen Owen, burst in calling his name. She froze when she noticed Ludger, greeted him quickly, then went straight back to her business with Hans. Violetta stared, startled by the sight of an elf in their group. Ludger confirmed it, explaining that Bellaluna handled medicine and gunpowder production. She immediately began applying a concoction to Hans, insisting it would only sting a little. Alex, watching her work, remarked on the contradiction of an elf crafting man-made substances, but Ludger dismissed his assumption, noting that stereotypes about races didn't always hold true. Alex muttered uncertainty about what Ludger really thought of him. Soon Arfa arrived, surprised that everyone else was already present. Violetta welcomed him and Phantos as they entered. Ludger called everyone together, and they took their seats around the table. He asked Alex to conclude his introduction, then turned the attention to the others. Phantos introduced himself briefly, leaving Alex baffled by how little he spoke. Arfa explained with a laugh that Phantos was simply quiet, before introducing himself without a family name. Hans, curious, asked how Arfa had come to know Ludger. Arfa explained that he had considered Ludger a father figure since the day he was born, having learned everything about the world from him. Violetta almost leapt from her seat, and Ludger clarified that Arfa was not his biological son, though their circumstances were unusual. Ludger then asked Phantos to remove his hat, revealing the beast-man ears hidden beneath his white hair. Hans was astonished by the sight. Ludger described Phantos's background, how his immense strength made him valuable in many tasks, even those as daunting as whale hunting. When Hans asked whether beast-men were not afraid of water, Ludger corrected the assumption. Phantos added that despite his abilities, he had once been defeated by Ludger, which was why he now served him. Ludger assigned Phantos the role of their primary combat agent, declaring him the second strongest in their group. Finally, he turned to Violetta. She hesitated, insisting that she had only come along to guide him and was already overwhelmed with her work. But he reminded her that her projects were already progressing, and that he would not have brought her here if he thought she lacked the skill to contribute. He told her plainly that he wanted the truth, whether she would join them. After wrestling with her uncertainty, she agreed. With that, Ludger felt confident that he had assembled the best team he could have hoped for. He then introduced the goal of their next operation. In the coming days, they would be raiding the construction. Violetta was stunned at the very idea. Alex pointed out that for 20 years, hundreds had attempted such a feat, but none had succeeded, and with recent incidents, security had tightened even further. Rumors even spoke of an artifact capable of observing the storage area at all times. But he knew Ludger well enough to assume that a plan already existed. Ludger confirmed this and instructed Hans to bring out the necessary materials. When the blueprint was laid on the table, he told everyone to pay close attention. Their target was clearly marked. Ludger noticed Professor Selena and Joanna Lovett talking with someone and wondered who it was. Selena greeted him warmly, mentioning how long it had been since the banquet incident. The man they were speaking to excused himself and left. Ludger asked if they had discussed anything important, but Selena said he had only been concerned about the banquet. He then asked how she had been and admitted he should have asked sooner. She thanked him on behalf of the students, and confirmed her assistant Esmeralda had expressed gratitude. Esmeralda bowed, and Ludger decided to act unaware of her meaning. Selena apologized, wishing she could have done more during the incident. Ludger reassured her that she had evacuated people effectively. She insisted she had only managed that because she lacked the necessary skills. Ludger realized she had been worrying unnecessarily and told her she had something he didn't: the ability to stay bright and kind under pressure, calming those around her. She hesitated but noted class was about to start, apologized for taking his time, and promised to treat him to a meal. Sedina slipped out from behind Ludger, clearly unsettled, complaining someone had burdened him with personal worries. Ludger told her to handle such situations more naturally. He then asked her to investigate someone. She eagerly agreed, joking she could look into nieces and cousins if needed. He corrected her: the only person to investigate was Joanna Lovett, and she rushed off. At the construction site, Evan anxiously waited outside, fearing he might miss the arrival of important guests. This event was Luke Incorporated's chance to surpass Los Hen and regain his father's trust. When the guests arrived, Alex and Phantos in disguise, Evan introduced himself. Alex, posing as Lord Ar Guaramusla, joked about being welcome despite being abandoned by his family. Evan hurried them inside, eager to please. Alex suggested they be casual since they were close in age, and Evan agreed. Before entering, Alex requested a favor: he needed a proper place to store a precious object. He explained that his family used magic fluids to produce high-quality magic stones and presented a prototype he couldn't carry. Excited, Evan offered to store it in a secure basement. Alex thanked him enthusiastically. A flashback showed the earlier briefing: Hans driving, Phantos in the passenger seat, Alex and Ludger in the back. Alex admired Ludger's skill at tailoring southern noble clothing. Ludger reminded him to stay in character. Alex outlined his cover identity as the less powerful but well-connected son of a magic stone merchant, and commented on his own attractiveness, which Ludger ignored. Phantos was instructed to act as a silent bodyguard. Ludger explained Luke Incorporated's expansion into magic tools and artifacts, and why Alex's disguise was ideal. He handed Alex a comms device made by Sheridan. Back in the present, Alex informed the team via the device that he and Melvin were proceeding to the target. Evan asked if he had said something, but Alex brushed it off. They reached the secured area, an elevator opened by a single key and guarded by armored knights, as Hans had described. When Ludger warning the team about the auction facility, an underground storage 30 meters deep, monitored by an artifact tracking every movement. He instructed Alex and Phantos to inspect the interior. Afterward, Alex reported that the layout gave him confidence the plan would work. Ludger told him to continue only if he remembered their discussion, and Alex agreed. Before leaving, Alex overheard a girl complaining and recognized the voice: Anya Joiners, his ex-girlfriend. Alarmed, he contacted Ludger, who warned him to avoid being seen. Alex agreed, noting she seemed unchanged. Maintaining his disguise, he informed Evan he needed to leave. Evan tried to continue their business discussion, but Alex insisted they speak privately another time and departed. Back at the hideout, the group noticed Bella Luna hadn't returned. They set their concern aside and asked Alex to explain what had happened, ready to move to the next phase. Alex explained that the auction house layout matched the map Ludger had shown, with item storage split into 3 rooms. The most valuable items were kept in the higher-numbered rooms, and each day of the 3-day event corresponded to one room's items, starting with the first. Hans reported that the item they needed was in the 3rd room. Sheridan proposed targeting the 3rd day, but Ludger dismissed the idea, pointing out that the first day would draw excessive attention and the 2nd day was the ideal window. He then confirmed with Sheridan about his earlier request, and Sheridan said it would be completed in 3 days. Ludger asked Violetta to find someone familiar with construction or internal structures, and she said she would try old Kai's. She mentioned a knight from the intelligence service being involved in security, and worried the Order's presence could complicate matters. Ludger downplayed it, believing it was only a low-ranked knight, though Violetta questioned how he could be sure more would not appear once the plan began. Ludger admitted he had seen that knight before. Alex added that he had met the same one in the past and was confident he would carry out his role. With the needed information gathered, Ludger kept the plan unchanged. Meanwhile, Kaisi Salmoy, a private detective known as the Celadon Green Water Holder, rushed through Leatherbelk with her assistant, Betty. She warned of approaching rain and scolded Betty for falling behind, while Betty complained about the unnecessary load of 5 years' worth of documents. Kaisi insisted every sheet was important. When the rain began exactly as she predicted, Betty panicked about the files, but Kaisi opened an umbrella and used a magic shield to keep everything dry. Betty asked why they had come to Leatherbelk, and Kaisi explained that strange incidents tied to suspicious groups and where people had surfaced in the city, not ordinary cryptids, and the last trace of a certain man led here. When Betty pressed her, Kaisi revealed she was after James Moriarty. Betty insisted he had died in their famous confrontation, but Kaisi dismissed the claim, though she confirmed the waterfall part of the tale was real. She believed he had survived, relying on intuition and the evidence in the documents Betty carried. She then reviewed earlier incidents. 5 years ago in Duramang, multiplying cryptids and the Beast of Gavaden were ended by Abraham Van Helsing, who later vanished. 4 years ago in Fatali, Arsène Lupin carried out a year-long spree and disappeared. 3 years ago in Delica, James Moriarty attempted to ignite a war before disappearing. And recently in Utah, Machiavelli won a civil war and also vanished. Kaisi concluded these figures were the same person, whom she believed had now come to Leatherbelk. Betty asked why someone so capable would roam the world under different identities, but Kaisi admitted she didn't know. What mattered was that he had once thrown the Empire into chaos, and if he was alive, they couldn't ignore it. She led Betty to the lodging she had selected, the Kunst auction house. At the same auction house, Evan welcomed Princess Elendil von Exilian and escorted her to her VIP room as she observed the extravagant decor and wondered how many commoner households a single ornament could support. At the same time, Ludger, speaking through Sheridan's device, announced that Yuan Owen's plan was beginning. Alex, who had waited since the previous day, felt relief as the operation finally started. His first task was to meet Violetta downstairs, but when he spotted Enya, his ex-girlfriend, he quickly turned away, startled to see her there. Through the device, Violetta reported she would delay herself by pretending to fix her shoelace before heading down. Realizing the situation was drifting off course, she prepared to complete her task alone. This followed Ludger's earlier instructions. The first objective was to secure the key to the elevator entrance, a responsibility shared by Alex and Violetta. In the present moment, a man approached Violetta, distracted by her appearance, and assuming she worked at the auction house. Violetta acted unsteady, claiming she had overdrunk and asked him to escort her to her room, positioning herself to begin the operation. Violetta thanked the man for helping her, and he assured her he couldn't ignore a guest who had misplaced her room in a drunken haze, even offering his own room for her to rest. She responded with feigned flattery as he closed the door behind them, remarking that she needed to sober up and suggesting they play something fun to help. She played along until he reached for her, at which point she seized his wrist, broke his stance, and threw him over her shoulder. She noted to herself how quickly he fell, grateful for the body-strengthening techniques she had learned from the leader. With the man unconscious, she turned her focus to finding the key. At the auction hall, the host welcomed everyone to the second day and presented the first item, a jewel said to be a mermaid's tear. Bids soared immediately. Elendil wondered if it could truly be authentic, marveling at the extravagance. Kaisi, seated nearby, remarked that the jewel was beautiful but fake, noting that the princess seemed bored. When Elendil asked how she knew her so well, Kaisi explained her deductions: the princess's expression, the flattened hair from resting earlier, the lingering scent of the room, and her lack of perfume despite noble expectations. With rumors already circulating about Elendil's attendance, it was not difficult to narrow down her identity. Elendil, impressed, recognized Kaisi as the famed private detective and Celadon Greenwater title holder. Kaisi introduced herself and explained she was invited upon arriving in Leatherbelk, and that large events like this often attracted incidents, guided by her instinct as a detective. Ludger monitored the situation, noting that Violetta was doing her part even as the plan drifted slightly from the intended path. Before he could regroup with the others, Evan approached with exaggerated familiarity, recalling their previous encounter at a banquet. Ludger answered politely, but Evan insisted on escorting him and instructed guards to treat him with special care. Ludger realized Evan was intentionally restricting his movements under the guise of hospitality and, through the device, informed Hans that he was pinned down and needed backup. Hans panicked at the implication, knowing backup meant him. Arfa urged him to go, though Hans reminded him to use code names. He corrected himself, calling him Kafka and asking to be called Dumas. Hans grumbled but complied. With their schedule already delayed, he resigned himself to moving together with Arfa. He tried fixing the jammed device, growing frustrated until a red signal finally appeared. Before they could proceed, a guard spotted them and approached. Hans whispered urgently for Arfa to act, and when the guard reached them, Arfa struck him unconscious in a single blow. Hans was stunned at his strength, but quickly decided to drag the man aside and hide him among the trash. Another guard called for his partner, and Arfa, perfectly mimicking the unconscious man's voice, sent him away with an excuse. Hans was left questioning her identity again but pushed forward, activating the device as instructed. Elsewhere, Alex finally made it downstairs after narrowly avoiding Enya, still shaken by the unexpected encounter. Determined to continue, he rushed forward, only for a woman to collide with him. He caught her reflexively and asked if she was all right. Violetta steadied herself, claiming she slipped, and covertly handed him the key. Alex contacted the team under the codename Hugo, confirming he had secured the key and was heading to the elevator. Phantos, using the name Melvin, replied that he would wait there. When Alex passed by, Phantos revealed himself suddenly, startling him. Alex recognized the stealth technique used by Spirit Animation and handed over the key, noting the increased number of guards due to the auction. Sheridan listened through the device as Hugo and Melvin confirmed their arrival at the entrance, then signaled that he would begin moving as well. Steam suddenly filled the air, sending people into coughing fits as panic spread through the hall. Sheridan recognized the effect immediately, pleased to see Bella Luna's tear gas working better than expected. While the crowd scrambled for shelter and guards struggled to manage the chaos, he noted that their distraction was unfolding perfectly. In a nearby corridor, a guard discovered an unexpected situation and called the others to see. The incident was judged as chemical terrorism, forcing them to split their duties. 2 would stay to guard the lift, while the rest were ordered to assist elsewhere. Alex, seeing the plan finally begin, reminded Phantos to handle the 2 guards as they moved out. When Alex and Phantos reached a restricted checkpoint, the guards confronted them. Alex raised his hands, acting confused and claiming they got lost during the commotion, casually dropping Evan Luke's name to lower suspicion. The guards hesitated, unsure how to respond, and in that moment Phantos struck them down. Alex checked that they were still alive and was relieved to learn Phantos had avoided lethal points, even though the armor had dented under a single blow. He immediately reported through the device that the entrance had been cleared. Hans and Arfa confirmed they were approaching, and the group proceeded inside. Meanwhile, the auction continued with rising bids as Ludger remained under Evan's watchful presence. He monitored radio chatter, relieved that things were progressing smoothly, until he spotted Kaisi Selmoy among the guests. The sight triggered memories of their fierce confrontation in the past, where she had nearly thrown away her life to take down his disguised identity, James. Seeing her now, calmly observing the room, worried him. She shouldn't know who he was, yet her presence alone threatened the delicate timing of their operation. 2 guards monitored the artifact security feeds, bored out of their minds. Their mood shifted when one noticed a brief flicker on the screen for the second storage room. Brushing it off as eye strain, he glanced again, only to witness an intruder bursting through the underground wall. Both men panicked and immediately sent in a report. The alert spread quickly. Evan demanded updates, furious to learn the intruder had entered by digging through the ground. He gathered every available guard, ordering them to split into assault and transfer groups. One team was to secure storage room 2 and capture the intruders. The other was to move the valuable item in storage room 3 to a safer location. The elevator carried the guards downward as Evan fumed at the potential losses. The assault team opened the doors to storage room 2, expecting a fight, but found the room untouched and completely empty. Evan was baffled, no intruders, no damage, nothing missing. Yet the footage clearly showed someone breaking in. Before he could process the contradiction, the screen in front of him shifted, revealing that the earlier image had been faked. His aide realized the truth: the break-in at room 2 was a decoy. The real target was room 3, and the transfer they had initiated played straight into the intruder's hands. Before they could react, a new emergency came through. The elevator heading upward had suddenly collapsed, trapping the transfer team with the item inside. The guards begged for assistance, but Evan had no reinforcements and refused to alert the police, fearing the auction's reputation would crumble. He stood frozen, unsure what to do, while his aide ordered every remaining guard to mobilize. But when they tried to leave, the door wouldn't budge. Outside that very door, Sheridan realized they had all gathered themselves into the perfect trap. He admired the ingenuity of Ludger's plan, recalling the moment he had been tasked with creating the device capable of overriding the artifact's footage. Now, with everything sealed and the security team immobilized, he happily reported through his communicator that the mission had succeeded. 30 minutes earlier, Hans and Arfa had already subdued 2 guards and taken their uniforms. While adjusting the armor, Hans complained about the tight fit, and Alex explained the damage Phantos caused had only been roughly repaired. Hans accepted it, and prepared to stay on standby while Alex moved on, relieved they had avoided guards so far. Phantos checked the guard positions through spiritual sensing, finding 8 in total, scattered, with 2 isolated nearby. Alex still found it absurd that the guards they ambushed had been idling in the storage room, making their takeover simple. Now disguised, Alex and Phantos endured their uncomfortable uniforms as orders echoed through the area. The transfer team was instructed to move items to storage room 3, and the assault team was sent to storage room 2. Some guards muttered about Evan's eagerness to claim credit, and reminded each other to work properly. The transfer team reported entering the lift with the item and prepared to proceed. Among them, Hans, Arfa, Alex, and Phantos suddenly incapacitated the guards inside the lift. With the threat neutralized, Alex disabled the lift to block reinforcements. As Sheridan's group prepared to withdraw with the items, Hans stayed behind to confirm something for Ludger. Sheridan understood he meant the item Nari had been searching for. Hans knew the real one was in the auction room but couldn't tell it apart from a fake. Sheridan assured him he would manage and urged the others aboard as Violetta returned. Left alone for a moment, Hans briefly questioned his usefulness compared to the others, then pushed the thought aside, reminding himself Ludger trusted him. Delivering the relic shard safely was his priority. Ludger listened through the comms as Hans reported everyone's escape and said he would wait in the central hall before the device died. Ludger, relieved, prepared to slip out amid the confusion. Hans reached the quiet central hall, likely cleared by the sleeping powder used earlier. He noticed a few motionless figures and sensed something wrong, moments before a man aimed and shot him. An explosion tore through the building. Armed intruders stormed the auction hall, ordering the crowd to freeze. Panic erupted as nobles searched for guards who never arrived. The attackers looted the fallen while Ludger realized their infiltration had weakened security enough to let these groups slip in. A bomber from the Liberation Army charged at him, and Ludger recognized the vest and pushed him back with magic. The blast's presence puzzled him since the building should have suppressed such reactions. The bomb's detonation, the strange energy, and the crowd's cries of curses suggested black magic at work. With robbers, the Liberation Army, and black magicians all appearing at once, he worried even more about Hans. Elsewhere, Elendil barely escaped the caves and wondered about Kaisi's safety before intruders targeted her as a princess. Their bombs failed to explode, and Kaisi stepped in, having neutralized the explosives by soaking them. Betty confirmed their area was clear, and Enya from the Nightcrawler Order joined to protect the princess. Kaisi urged them to move together, still confused about how so many intruders breached Kunst and why guards were absent. As they regrouped, the entire building began to collapse. Hans asked Ludger why he had ever accepted someone as cowardly as him, admitting he always pushed the fighting onto others. Ludger's response was sharp. He had accepted Hans precisely because he was a coward. Leaning closer, Ludger told him he wasn't afraid of battle itself but afraid of hurting someone with his power, and of the responsibility that came with it. Hans hesitated, then spoke about his past. He had grown up as an orphan, distant from others except for one girl who treated him kindly. She once brought home a puppy. While petting it, it nipped him, and what followed became his first unintentional killing. The image of that moment hung in the air, a memory that had scarred him deeply. He blamed himself for accepting her kindness, believing the tragedy wouldn't have happened otherwise. Ludger stopped him gently but then placed a small, dagger-like object in his hand, warning that someday he would face a reality he wouldn't want to confront. Ludger promised not to blame him for anything that might happen, but if Hans chose to stop running and fight back, this tool could serve as his last resort. The scene shifted. Hans lay bleeding on the auction house floor while a green-blonde older man rifled through the wreckage. He noted how fortunate it was that everything had fallen into disarray and urged his companion to hurry before others discovered them. Irritated, the companion examined a pouch found near Hans. The older man mocked the idea of a relic being stored so plainly, but when he reached for it, Hans grabbed his arm despite barely being able to move. Hans struggled to say he had to deliver it to his boss. Amused, the older man called him stubborn and declared he would leave Hans to die, certain his wounds would finish the job. Pain tore through Hans's chest as he fought to stay conscious. His thoughts spiraled. His body felt unbearably heavy. The relic was not theirs to take, and he had always relied on Ludger more than he deserved. Even now, he believed he was only dragging his leader down. Yet he remembered the item Ludger had entrusted to him, his final fallback. If this was the end, he would burn everything he had left. With the last of his strength, Hans activated the object. His body convulsed as a monstrous transformation overtook him, his scream twisting into something inhuman. The two intruders recoiled as a bestial shadow lunged toward them, its ferocity overwhelming. They shouted in shock at the terrifying creature Hans had become. Through the chaos, Ludger arrived, calm yet bearing glowing blue eyes, the reflection of the destruction inside. Outside, soldiers gathered near a transport vehicle. Phantos felt a surge of power emanating from the building they had left and froze, sensing something far beyond ordinary threats. He compared it to only a handful of monsters he had encountered in his life, perhaps even greater than all of them. Alex immediately connected the sensation to their earlier discussion. He recalled asking Ludger who ranked first in their team's combat power after being told Phantos was second. Ludger had excluded himself from the list and told Alex he was only third. When Alex asked who surpassed even Phantos, the answer had been simple: Hans. Back at the ruins, Evan panicked as his auction house collapsed around him. The loss of the goods, the destruction of the hall, and the uncertain status of the princess pushed him toward hysteria. Before he could issue more frantic orders, the ground split, and a colossal skeletal beast with horns and burning red eyes emerged, its clawed shadow stretching over the soldiers. They stared in disbelief, unable to understand what new nightmare had arisen in the middle of the chaos. A towering, horned shadow rose over the city, and panic spread as people recognized the same skull-faced monster from past reports. Evan was certain it was the beast of Gavaudin returning. The clockwork order arrived on horseback, the commander directing civilians to evacuate, while the knights tried to stay focused despite rumors about attackers at the auction house. They quickly realized the creature's speed didn't match its size, and the collapsing surroundings warned them how dangerous it truly was. From the debris, Kaisi Selmoy led Betty, Princess Elendil, Enya, and the women they had protected to safety. After confirming everyone was unharmed, they turned toward the monster in shock. Betty identified it as the Beast of Gavaudin, and Enya recalled the incident from 5 years ago in Duramang. Kaisi explained she had seen the preserved corpse at the Duramang Royal Museum, and that this creature didn't perfectly match it, especially in the shape of its front limbs. She considered the possibility of other similar monsters. Linking the beast's reappearance, Van Helsing's past hunt, and Moriarty's last known trail in Leatherbelk, she concluded the patterns were too aligned to be coincidence. Whatever Moriarty was planning could wait, stopping the monster came first. Kaisi unleashed her water magic to support the knights. The commander, noticing the monster's unusual movement, took her appearance as a signal to attack. Kaisi was stunned by the creature's raw strength. Her magic broke apart as its howl disrupted her mana flow, but she steadied herself and reaffirmed the resolve expected from someone carrying a color title. She forced her power back into shape, creating waterform knights that charged the monster, giving the real knights an opening. Elsewhere, Ludger found a wounded knight and sensed the ominous mana saturating the area. The pattern reminded him of black magic tied to beast-type transformations, making him suspect Hans had resorted to the forbidden technique. Realizing he could not intervene in his current state, he withdrew with the promise to return once properly prepared. On the battlefield, the knights pressed forward as their attacks temporarily pierced through. Kaisi braced for the same magical interference the beast had triggered earlier. Before she could counter it, the ground began to vibrate. Betty spotted movement in the distance, and moments later a massive swarm of rats surged toward them. Kaisi froze, realizing an entirely new threat was flooding into the battle. Kaisi froze when she saw the incoming mass of rats, horrified that the monster could command other beasts, and especially shaken because rats were the one thing she feared most. She quickly raised a wall of water, but the swarm began climbing over it. Elendil and Betty rushed to reinforce her until the wall held. The commander noticed the rats gathering into a single shape, and warned his knights just as he realized what was happening. The monster's severed head and the swarm fused together into a new creature. The sight made him conclude that this technique was the same one responsible for the sudden appearance of cryptids during the Night of Blood, and he ordered everyone to eliminate them before more emerged to avoid a repeat of that catastrophe. Kaisi saw how quickly the cryptids were reforming and understood that she wouldn't even be able to focus on the main monster at this rate. She became distracted by the rats flanking them from multiple angles and panicked when she realized how many beasts had already slipped past her notice. Betty urged retreat, but Kaisi insisted they couldn't withdraw with civilians still trapped in the area. The main monster struck again while they were turned away, forcing Kaisi to rebuild the barrier. As the rats swarmed her feet and legs, she screamed but reminded herself that holding the monster back mattered more than her own condition. She resolved to stall the enemy long enough for any remaining civilians to escape, even if she had to withstand the entire horde alone. Enya shouted that they couldn't survive at this rate and begged Kaizi to evacuate first, but Kaizi refused to abandon her position. Then everything abruptly stopped. The beast froze mid-movement, and every rat creature turned its gaze toward the same point. A wolf-headed beast commented on their sudden stillness. A cloaked figure descended, wide hat, mask, and dark smoke curling around him. Kaizi recognized him instantly as James Moriarty, certain from his mask, his unbothered stance in front of the monster, and the oppressive aura she had sensed earlier. She wondered if the creatures themselves could feel how dangerous he was. Moriarty looked down at the beast, commenting on its madness and acknowledging how difficult it must be to endure. Ludger hoped Hans was still somewhere inside that form. Moriarty remarked that protecting endangered subordinates was a leader's duty and drew a sword, causing the monster to recoil. Kaizi watched him blur forward. It wasn't ordinary speed, it looked as though he vanished and reappeared between heartbeats. When he sliced through the monster, the severed heads dissolved instead of multiplying, confusing her. She wondered if the weapon was made of some special material, or infused with an unknown magic. She forced herself back to her own responsibilities and checked on her companions, who warned that they would be caught in the crossfire if they stayed. Seeing no other option, Kaizi agreed to fall back and, despite her reluctance, decided to trust Moriarty for now since he clearly intended to destroy the monster. Moriarty quickly overwhelmed the creature. He released a gas that forced the beast to discard its damaged head and grow a new one, and he mocked it for the tactic. Though he acknowledged it was more intelligent than the original beast of Gavaden, he also noted its vulnerability in the moment after shedding. New wolf-like cryptids appeared around him as it propagated again, and he accepted the incoming attack with a calm challenge, inviting them to come at him. Moriarty faced the expanding horde without fear, electricity crackling around him as the creatures surged. He stated that the battle was ending and that the monster now had no one left to rely on. With complete confidence, he raised his gun toward the main beast, declaring that the body it was using did not belong to it. His shot cut through the monster's cry, abruptly silencing it. Immediately after the impact, a cloaked man leapt onto the fallen creature, injected a substance into it, and escaped. Two more similarly dressed figures arrived, completing the small group. Moriarty acknowledged their timely appearance. He glanced toward a wounded man collapsed nearby, Hans, and prepared to extract him. Kneeling, he pulled a large syringe-like harpoon from Hans's neck while the cloaked subordinates gathered around to help. The Clockwork Knights, still unable to see through the cloud of dust, speculated about the monster's sudden silence. They couldn't confirm anything yet, so their commander ordered them to focus first on securing any civilians who had not yet made it to safety. One of Moriarty's associates worried over Hans's condition, but Moriarty reassured him that Hans's regenerative ability, while transformed, made survival likely. They had also successfully secured an item referred to as Kafka, and Moriarty decided they needed to leave before the knights regained visibility and closed in. Before they could move, Kaizi appeared and blocked their path. She confronted Moriarty directly, certain of his identity. Moriarty acknowledged her persistence and asked if she had been searching for him all this time. She stated plainly that she had always believed he survived their previous encounter. Moriarty warned her that recognizing him was a dangerous mistake and implied she would have been safer pretending not to know. Kaizi, unfazed, accused him of underestimating her and listed the personas she had deduced he had used in the past: Van Helsing, Arsène Lupin, Machiavelli, challenging him to reveal who he was pretending to be in the current city. She declared that running would be pointless, because she would pursue him anywhere. Her deductions amused him, and he admitted that he had underestimated how thoroughly she had investigated his past. He briefly considered killing her, since letting her walk away with this knowledge would make his work much more difficult. Kaizi pushed further, identifying him as the one responsible, along with his organization, for the chaos in the Empire. She named the group directly as Black Dawn. Her accusation momentarily shook him, confirming for her that she had struck the truth. Recovering quickly, he praised her insight but reminded her of the civilians and terrorists still trapped inside the auction house, implying that capturing him now would endanger all of them. She asked if he was threatening their lives, and he responded with evasive indifference, making it clear that taking him prisoner would not guarantee their safety. She cursed him while silently conceding that he was too capable to discard. She resolved instead to use him against the very organization he belonged to. Moriarty then called to his people, Hugo, Melville, and Dumas, and prepared to withdraw. Kaizi refused to let him leave and struck at him. He blocked her easily and acknowledged that she had improved, though not enough to hold him back. Betty suddenly leapt down from above to assist, slamming a punch toward Moriarty, only to have it stopped with a single bare hand. Shocked, Betty switched to using her sting sword, but Moriarty blocked that attack as well, moving as though he already knew what she intended before she acted. Another cloaked ally, Poppins, materialized nearby, surrounded by swirling green magic. Moriarty recognized that the arrival of a clockwork knight meant their time was up. He ordered his group to move immediately. Kaisi shouted after him, promising that this was not over and that she would destroy both him and the Black Dawn. Moriarty gave her a calm, chilling farewell, expressing anticipation for their next encounter before disappearing with his subordinates. A memory struck Kaisi. She once stood before James Moriarty, demanding to know why he had done such things. He showed no remorse, telling her he expected her to understand that living among ordinary people had made her forget that they were beneath them. The world bored him, people were insignificant, and he felt suffocated by it all. Hurt and horrified, Kaisi asked if that was why he killed the child, only to provoke her. Moriarty answered coldly, insisting she heard the same inner voice he did. Her disappointment deepened. She had once hoped he wasn't truly evil, that everything could be resolved with a simple misunderstanding. But realizing she had been wrong, she declared she would arrest him. The memory faded. Later, Kaisi stood at a crime scene. A man reported that the emergency investigation was complete and the bomb recovered. She thanked him, saying his help saved them a lot of work, and told him she would handle the analysis. Once he left, she studied the evidence. Gunpowder worked even where fire's silence didn't. The Liberation Army had neither the knowledge nor the ability to create something so dangerous. The clearest suspect was Black Dawn, Moriarty's group. His subordinates had appeared right after the beast vanished. Perhaps the entire incident had been their experiment. She decided to start with the collected gunpowder. To catch them, thorough preparation was necessary. Once ready, she swore she would bring Moriarty down. Meanwhile, Hans woke up in shock. Ludger sat beside him, asking if anything hurt. Hans asked what had happened. Ludger asked if he remembered transforming into a monster. Hans recalled it dimly and was relieved he didn't die. Ludger told him to hand over what he had recovered. Panicking, Hans tried to explain he hadn't gotten the item yet, but Ludger told him to check his right hand. Hans stared at the glowing stone he was inexplicably holding. Ludger explained that Hans wouldn't let go no matter what, so he waited for him to wake. Embarrassed, Hans handed it over. Ludger told him to get dressed and come downstairs for a meeting. Gathered together, Ludger addressed his people. The operation had its unexpected moments, but they succeeded thanks to everyone's efforts. Someone noted that with Kunst ruined, their involvement wouldn't be exposed immediately. Another said the stolen valuables would take time to sort out. Ludger reminded them they had now seen the abilities of the colleagues they'd work alongside. Alex admitted he was shocked to see a human transform into such a massive beast. It was his first time witnessing such a thing. Phantos commented on Alex's unique swordsmanship and asked if he was a knight. Alex said he was only an aspirant. Phantos found it surprising he could fight close to the level of a Nightcrawler knight. Alex quickly changed the subject and asked who the young woman from earlier was. Ludger explained she was Kaisi Selmoy, a water mage from a renowned noble family, and recently recognized with the title of Colors. Alex teased that it seemed like they had met before and asked how Ludger knew her. Ludger admitted he had met her long ago. A panicked Elendil called for help because Betty wasn't breathing. Enya confirmed she felt no breath or pulse. Kaisi arrived and calmly stated that Betty had merely fallen asleep. When she began removing Betty's clothes to check, Elendil panicked. They found a mechanical opening in Betty's back. Kaisi explained that Betty wasn't human but an automaton. Enya was amazed, having never heard of a machine so lifelike. Kaisi said Betty was secretly created in Delica as a hidden weapon, so knowledge of her was suppressed. After winding her up, Betty woke in confusion. Kaisi admitted she'd played a small prank. Betty protested, but Kaisi ordered her to get their things. Kaisi explained she was pursuing Moriarty then. She had confronted him in a secret automaton factory when an explosion collapsed the basement. Moriarty escaped, and while trying to follow, she discovered Betty sealed in a capsule between fallen walls, the successful result of an illegal project known as Codename Beta. Back at Ludger's hideout, Alpha confirmed that Betty was also an automaton. Hans admitted he initially thought she was part of a different species. Alpha recognized Betty immediately as another surviving automaton, although he never knew another existed. Ludger was equally surprised. He believed all others had been destroyed. Violetta wondered why Delica created them. Ludger answered simply, for war disposable steel soldiers. The reason they were mass-produced was obvious. Kaisi, returning to her present retelling, mentioned Betty had awakened shortly after she found her. Betty interrupted, complaining that Kaizi talked too much. Kaizi praised her for arriving and said it was time to leave. Since the place she stayed had collapsed, she needed to find new lodging. Elendil thanked her and promised a reward if they ever met again. Kaizi asked Anya to pass along her greetings to Tarina before departing, hoping they'd cross paths once more. Ludger, now settled again as a professor at Soren Academy, reflected on everything. The Kunst auction house incident had already been buried beneath other news. But Kaizi Selmoy had tracked him down all the way here and even uncovered his false identities. He planned to place restrictions on anyone using the Moriarty name. One fortunate surprise was that his earlier suspicion about Black Dawn had been wrong, though perhaps not entirely. Sedina informed him that she had finished organizing the materials. He thanked her. She noted he had been reviewing yesterday's events. Everyone was discussing the monster the Clockwork Knights subdued and their unexpected strength. She believed their evaluations needed updating. Ludger agreed. The one thing he hadn't expected was that James Moriarty had no connection to the Knights. Sedina then mentioned that another group had begun to move because of the incident. When Ludger asked who, she told him, the Bretis Holy Knights. The Bretis Holy Knights resided on an island separate from the continent, serving as the headquarters of the Lamensis religious order devoted to the god of luminance. For generations they had hunted heathens and cryptids, carrying out purification ceremonies under the banner of saving humanity. In reality, the heathens they executed were non-human species, targeted because of corrupted doctrines. Their influence had faded as their practices grew increasingly twisted. Ludger reflected that they had done nothing for 20 years, yet the moment they discovered a clue, they moved immediately. Sedina found it suspicious, remembering how they ignored the Night of Blood 5 years ago but suddenly wished to act now. Ludger wondered if it was because the nation's succession work had recently finished. Sedina had never heard such news, but Ludger brushed it off as speculation and asked about the favor he had assigned. Sedina reported that Joanna Lovett, admitted as a second-order student, was using a false name. Ludger recognized that her position as second-order allowed her to conceal her identity. Sedina added that she was from the Duraman Kingdom and one of the survivors of the Great Fires of Lawton. Shocked, Ludger recalled that the tragedy happened more than 10 years ago, its cause still unknown. He wondered if there was a connection and asked how many survivors existed. Sedina said that including Joanna, there were 3, Joanna herself, the artist Pierre, and a third individual with no available information. Ludger acknowledged the report and decided it was nearly time for class. In class, Ludger announced the exam results. Rankings were on the board, but he would reveal the top 5. Flora Lumos held first place with a perfect score, tied with Julia Plumhart. Since they shared first, second place was omitted. Third place went to Tessie Pryatt. Aiden congratulated her, and Tessie boasted lightly. Ludger then named Lynn in 4th and Leo in 5th. Many students were stunned that the top 3 were fallen aristocrats and commoners. Ludger instructed the top 5 to collect their frameworks after class and asked everyone to take out the documents from the previous lesson. He began the lecture on magic circles using mana release, explaining that while traditional circles persisted because of belief and custom, modern formations had evolved. Flora stared at the unfamiliar formation he displayed, wondering why others were watching her when she was just as confused. Ludger activated the square magic formation, and the class watched in disbelief as it functioned correctly. He explained that angled shapes normally disrupted mana flow, but this one succeeded due to the text within each square. Flora identified the writing as the element guiding the mana, and Ludger confirmed it, the Satyr Magic Square, a palindrome enabling balanced flow. A student asked about the benefits of a square over a circle. Ludger explained that circles required perfect precision, often needing certified meisters, while squares were faster and easier to draw. He distributed additional documents, noting that square formations were only one example. With enough understanding of mana flow, any shape was possible. This would be part 2 of the exam, creating their own magic formation. After class, Leo visited Ludger's office. Ludger inspected the glowing mark on Leo's hand, the first of 4 parts of a calculated source code framework. Leo realized he would need to remain in the top 5 for the remaining semesters. Ludger confirmed this, urging him to work hard. On his way back, Leo thought about the fragmentary framework, incomplete enough to prevent leaks, yet advanced enough that he wondered what kind of person would teach such magic to a student. His thoughts shifted as he overheard aristocrats confronting Iona Ovalle. They told her to remember her social status and behave accordingly. She challenged them, refusing to submit and questioning what they intended to do if she did not comply. Leo realized something was off when he saw Iona surrounded. The aristocrats mocked her until he stepped in, stopping them before things escalated. He reminded them that the professors had been watching their behavior and even mentioned Javon Pelio quitting school. He said he was on his way to Professor Ludger but told them they were free to continue if they didn't care about consequences. The group backed off, warning him not to get overconfident. Leo dismissed them, noting their arrogance came from relying on numbers. Iona asked why he helped, but he insisted she was misunderstanding, since she looked ready to kill them. She claimed she only meant to teach them a lesson, but he didn't buy it. She wondered why he wasn't afraid of her. Leo said only fools would be, since her choice to attend the academy despite tensions between humans and beastmen meant she wanted to learn about the world. She asked how he knew, and he explained he'd heard about the life beastmen live. She called him Pequena Solda, a phrase from her tribe meaning a small yet courageous warrior. He immediately took issue with this small part, but she didn't understand why height mattered when strength of mind was more important, and she said he'd already proven it. He told her to just call him Leo. Aiden arrived with Tessie, introduced himself, and invited both of them to lunch. Tessie tried to object, but Iona accepted without hesitation. Elsewhere, Lynn felt disappointed that her task had been too simple and that she hadn't even gotten to ask her questions. Elendil approached and asked her to eat with her, but Lynn apologized because she already had plans. Elendil accepted, and Lynn reassured her they could have lunch tomorrow. Lynn worried she might have upset her, while Elendil wondered whom Lynn was meeting and grew suspicious she might be seeing a boy. She followed Lynn into the forest to check. Elendil arrived to see Fruden sitting with Lynn on the lunch mat. She remembered hearing Lynn mention lunch plans and was surprised the field of flowers had been arranged by Fruden. She asked if it was true, and he questioned why she cared. She couldn't believe someone as cold as him had such a hobby. Fruden brushed off her curiosity and told her to get an unusual hobby herself instead of nitpicking his. Lynn asked why Elendil had come so far in, and Elendil admitted she had been worried. Fruden called it a pathetic excuse and claimed her obsessiveness was why she had no friends. Shocked, Elendil protested, but Lynn shyly admitted she'd also noticed Elendil never hanging out with anyone. Fruden agreed and said the third princess had 0 friends. Lynn insisted Elendil was a good person and simply difficult to approach because of her status, but Fruden explained there were deeper reasons. He told her about the succession fights in Utah and how the first princess, Aileen von Exilion, was flawless as a ruler, making her position unchallenged. Because Aileen chose to accept all her siblings instead of eliminating them, no one dared approach the third princess, Elendil, out of fear of offending the future queen. Elendil silently thought the situation wasn't as noble as it sounded, and that Aileen simply wanted toys to play with. Fruden continued, saying Elendil had been clueless, volunteering everywhere and joining all the clubs, and he couldn't imagine how the people dealing with it had felt. Lynn asked if Aileen had always been that impressive, and Fruden said no, she once had no supporters and many who schemed to remove her. Then all those people suddenly disappeared without a trace. A rumor spread afterward, beware the first princess's shadow. After the meal, Elendil thanked Fruden for the food, admitting the Woolberg chef was skilled. Lynn asked again about the beast of Gavaden, and Elendil confirmed she had seen it up close and could hardly believe she survived. Lynn was relieved. Elendil felt a rush of happiness, thinking this was the academy life she wanted, talking, worrying, and caring for each other. Lynn nervously asked if the monster was truly dead. Elendil remembered Cassie's request to keep the truth hidden, that the knights should be credited, since the world wasn't ready for the real story and sometimes a comforting lie was better than an unsettling truth. Elendil assured Lynn that the famed Clockwork Knights of Leatherbelk handled everything. Lynn felt reassured. Elendil then mentioned she thought she'd seen Professor Ludger at the auction, though only from afar. She said he didn't seem like someone who cared about jewels. Fruden silently pondered, trying to recall where he had seen Ludger Kellersey before, feeling a lingering familiarity. The aristocratic faction, led by Professor Hugo, protested the principal's decision to move the magic festival forward without consulting them, treating it as an insult to Soren's tradition and status. The principal remained calm, thinking they were simply looking for a reason to stir conflict. She explained there had been no time for a full discussion due to recent unease and that holding the festival after the second test would be more appropriate. When she asked if Hugo had an alternative, he had none, and Mary Ross pointed that out sharply. Hugo then shifted his stance, pretending to cooperate, and asked if he could at least propose additions to the event. When she allowed it, he suggested introducing a completely new feature to the opening ceremony. Meanwhile, Ludger reflected in his office on the festival being pushed forward. He considered it a timely decision. Public morale needed lifting, and Esmeralda would likely use the festival's crowds to strike. He planned to draw her out and let Soren handle the aftermath. Yet a lingering uneasiness tied to the great fires of Lotten bothered him. The existence of 2 more survivors concerned him even more. He decided he needed to visit Lotten as soon as possible. Flora Lumos arrived to receive her framework. Ludger noted her lateness but still acknowledged her achievement and placed the glowing fragment in her palm. She mentioned tying for first, and he reminded her the fragment was one of 4. When she brought up a cube she had seen drawn in his research lab, he realized she had noticed the tesseract diagram. He lightly scolded her for not pretending she hadn't seen it, then explained only that it was a tesseract, also called a supercube, and that its purpose was exploring unknown magical dimensions. He withheld the truth about mana interfering with the 4th dimension. Flora accepted his reluctance to elaborate, asked briefly about his health, then changed her mind and excused herself. Later, Ludger and Hans arrived at the burned remains of Lotten, Hans complaining about the long journey and questioning why he had to come. Ludger reminded him he was responsible for gathering information and mentioned a survivor still living nearby. Hans wondered why Ludger didn't simply come alone, but Ludger dismissed the idea, urging him to move before dark. The landscape appeared empty, but Ludger spotted someone ahead. They found a blindfolded man painting in the ruins. He sensed their presence and greeted them calmly. Ludger noticed magic embedded in the painting and realized the man was a mage of some sort. The man explained he wasn't a skilled mage, only someone who had painted long enough to develop unusual abilities. Despite being unable to see, he recognized Ludger by the energy in the wind and said nature itself recognized him as the one who had saved the land long ago. Ludger noted his affinity with spirits and got straight to the point, asking about the other survivors of the great fires. The man introduced himself as Pierre. To explain, Pierre painted the old Lotten, lush, lively, and full of wanderers, before the fire reduced it to ruins. He revealed details of his past. As a talented but frustrated apprentice whose master broke his brushes, he had abandoned magic for painting and eventually settled in Lotten. He admitted he would never have adapted to the unfamiliar place without the help of a certain woman. To show them, he used painting magic to shift the surroundings into a world of painted memory and led them toward the village's center. He described Lotten as a village wrapped in wind and cherished by travelers, but its greatest pride had been that woman. Ludger couldn't see her face in the painting, and Pierre said it was because he lacked the skill to capture her beauty. She had been cheerful, gentle, and loved by spirits. At last, he revealed her name, Esmeralda, another survivor of the great fires of Lotten. Pierre finally said the name, Esmeralda. Another survivor of the great fires of Lotten, and the one who had helped him settle in the village. He described how Lotten had once been warm and peaceful, always filled with laughter, until that peace was shattered by the arrival of a noble family. The nobleman, charming on the surface, had approached Esmeralda with practiced devotion, offering promises and affection. Being gentle and trusting, she believed him and accepted his proposal. But Pierre revealed the truth behind it. The nobleman wanted her for her affinity with spirits. She was too innocent to see through him, and although the villagers grew uneasy, none dared intervene because opposing a noble meant being branded a traitor. Ludger understood immediately, Duramang's citizens of the past would never risk that. Yet Pierre corrected him. One villager had stepped forward to stop the marriage, and after that, many more joined in. Their resistance triggered a tragedy. The crowd begged Esmeralda not to trust the noble. The noble soldiers silenced them with threats, and when the villagers tried to protect her, the noble lost his patience and ordered their deaths. Pierre described the chaos that unfolded: soldiers lighting torches, buildings set ablaze, villagers cut down without mercy. Ludger and Hans were horrified as Pierre stated what the flames truly were: deliberate, not accidental. That was the hidden truth behind the great fires. Esmeralda herself had pleaded for the villagers' lives, offering obedience in exchange for mercy, but the noble dismissed her desperation. He wanted her to watch everything burn, calling the destruction a lesson for disobedience. When the village collapsed around her, and she was dragged toward captivity, the flames around her shifted. The soldiers noticed a spirit forming in the fire. They underestimated it, calling it low rank. But Esmeralda, engulfed in grief and fury, unleashed her hatred. The flames turned violent, soldiers burned, and she vowed to destroy everything that belonged to the noble. She granted her rage to the fire spirit, calling its name, Quasimodo, and commanded it to burn all. The light left her eyes as she turned away from the ruins. Pierre explained that she fled the village. That was the moment he lost his eyesight in the fire. Ludger pointed out that he had survived regardless, and Pierre admitted he owed his life to a child who had pulled him from the flames. He recalled waking to a young girl leaning over him. She brushed off his gratitude, saying she only managed to save him when she couldn't save anyone else. She recognized him from before, calling him foolish, and bluntly pointed out how serious his injuries were. Even then, Pierre had been grateful to be alive, but she confessed she couldn't feel the same. She spoke of the noble's cruelty without emotion, every villager killed simply because they had opposed him, and said she could never forgive what happened. She left before giving her name. Pierre remained in the ruins afterward, unable to abandon the place that had accepted him. Over time, he learned to infuse magic into his brushes, eventually regaining the ability to paint even without sight. He ended his story there. Ludger asked why Pierre trusted him with such a painful confession. Pierre explained that in his painted world, he could sense emotions, sympathy, outrage, sorrow, and those feelings told him Ludger wasn't someone with malicious intent. Ludger thanked him and acknowledged the weight of what he had shared. Pierre then made his request, to help both Esmeralda and the unnamed child, who might still be struggling somewhere in the world. Ludger considered how the kingdom had tried to cover up the truth of the great fires, how resentment among the commoners had grown, and how Duremang's downfall became inevitable after the Night of Blood. He understood why many nobles fled. Hans seemed discouraged, thinking they had gained nothing, but Ludger disagreed. They had uncovered the truth and now had a direction. He instructed Hans to investigate the noble, Duremang born, blonde, early 30s. The description was vague, but Ludger believed it was enough to begin searching among the nobles who had defected to the Exilian Empire. A grim thought crossed him as he looked outward. The man they sought might already be closer than either of them expected. On the day of the second test at Soren Academy, the instructor announced that the test would commence and called students forward as their numbers were called. Ludger, acting as a stern professor, criticized a student who had written the shape of the magic form as a square and only considered the number inside the magic circle. He questioned whether the student had chosen to play it safe without challenging themselves and reminded them why he taught magic forms, ultimately giving them AD before moving on. Leo remarked on the tense atmosphere, comparing it to being dragged to a slaughterhouse. When Ludger called the next student, number 13, Aiden reacted with surprise, and Leo urged him to hurry. Ludger praised the student for boldly pairing an existing magic circle with a new magic form, noting that the use of stability prevented magic power from going astray. The adjustment offset the flow limitation in Ludger's original form, earning the student commendation. However, Ludger pointed out that relying on a circle diluted the importance of learning magic forms and noted another lacking element, assigning a B+ despite the cleverness of the execution. Other students murmured their discontent, noting that another commoner had received a better grade than a noble, showing frustration at the merit-based evaluation. Ludger called Flora Lumos next, internally impressed by her execution of the hexagonal tortoise theory, recognizing that her calculations were flawless. The instructor awarded her an A+, and Ludger nodded in approval, acknowledging the perfection of her technique. After calling the last student, Lin, Ludger noticed she had not brought the parchment with the magic circle drawn, surprising other students with her boldness. He questioned her preparation, and Lin explained that she had a magic form but it was too vague to draw on parchment, asking to demonstrate it directly. Ludger allowed her to proceed. Lin, recalling how she had been stuck on the technique's concept but gained understanding through the non-attribute mana book, projected a complex three-dimensional magic cube. Ludger was stunned and recognized it as a high-level, three-dimensional magic form, awarding her an A+. He remarked that it was unfortunate he could not give a higher grade. Lin was surprised, and Ludger commented on the near impossibility of materializing such a form in the given time frame. Lin began to explain how her mana had naturally formed the magic circle, but Ludger stopped her, analyzing internally that her instinctive success was likely triggered by the book he had given her. He acknowledged that it had been a great magic form. Lin thanked him, while Ludger reflected on how the natural flow of her magic revealed the immense potential of non-attributed magic, comparing it to high-dimensional space magic he had struggled to mimic. He realized the value of her power and its relation to space. Ludger then announced the top 5 scorers: Flora Lumos, Lin, Julia Plumhart, Yona Ovalle, and Aiden, telling them to come see him after the Magic Festival. Other students reacted with dismay at receiving D grades and noted only 2 nobles were in the top 5, expressing frustration at a commoner earning praise. Lin noticed Flora staring at her, sensing a new animosity. Elendil, accompanying Lin, asked if she needed help with Flora, while Cheryl commented on Flora's unusual behavior. Flora abruptly walked away, leaving her classmates confused. Cheryl questioned why Flora acted unlike herself, wondering if it was because Lynn had earned the same grade. Flora asked Cheryl if she had prepared properly for the exam, startling her. Flora reminded Cheryl of Professor Mary's warning about disengagement from the exam leading to forced transfer to another class, prompting Cheryl to plead for help. Flora offered her notes calmly, and Cheryl expressed immense gratitude. Professor Mary entered, checking if students were prepared for the exam. Afterward, she suggested discussing something exciting not covered in class. Flora excitedly urged everyone to pay attention as it was Professor Mary's tip time. Mary explained that mana transfer is fundamentally done between two people and can be dangerous if one is inexperienced, introducing the phenomenon known as a memory storm, which could cause memory loss. Students reacted with disbelief and curiosity. Professor Mary presented newly developed talismans capable of manifesting small-scale memory storms and asked for volunteers. A student asked about safety, and Mary explained that severe side effects could occur but the product was weak yet stable, with a warning that secrets could be revealed to the other participant. Elendil asked Lynn to try the talisman with him, and she agreed, expressing no objections. She hesitated about revealing sensitive memories, but Elendil assured her that there was nothing significant to hide, as past secrets had already been exposed. They proceeded to use the talisman together. Flora received one as well, but hesitated to use it immediately, causing Cheryl to notice her intentions and question her. Flora challenged Cheryl about whether she wanted to participate, and Cheryl admitted she was not mentally ready yet. Two other students who had used the talisman exclaimed accusations of cheating over revealed feelings, prompting Elendil and Lynn to act quickly. They held opposite ends of the paper and infused their mana, fascinated to observe memories materialize through the infused mana. Elendil noted that time felt distorted, and memories from his dark first-year past surfaced unexpectedly. Lynn expressed understanding and gratitude, asking which parts of her past he had seen. Elendil explained that he witnessed a memory from long ago, observing Lynn as a child from a different perspective, likely her mother's, in a solitary hut on a grassland where they lived happily together. Lynn was surprised and confused, realizing she had grown up without parents. Elendil asked Lynn if she had any memories of being with her parents. Lynn replied that she did not and questioned if that was truly what he had seen. Elendil assured her that memory storms reveal memories based on the person's magic power, and he had seen it through her magic, so he was certain it was from her past. Lynn pointed out that he had described the perspective as her mother's, which Elendil found strange. Lynn admitted it was questionable but noted the phenomenon was not well understood, so exceptions could exist. Elendil pressed, asking if she truly had no memories of her parents, not even one. Lynn confirmed, explaining that her memories only went back to her time with her teacher, an elderly man she called teacher, who had a stubborn and frivolous side. Elendil asked how far back her memory reached, and Lynn replied that she met her teacher around the age of 10. Elendil deduced that she had no memories before then and suspected her teacher was connected to this gap in her past. Lynn wondered if her teacher was really connected to her memories, including those of her mother. Elendil comforted her, telling her not to worry, assuring her that she could recover her memories and that her parents might still be alive somewhere. Lynn sought confirmation, and Elendil promised to help her find her memories, thinking that she was his first real friend in Soren. Fruden approached the lunch mat where Elendil and Lynn were sitting, noticing that Lynn seemed unwell. Elendil explained that it was nothing for her to worry about. Henry appeared behind Fruden, teasing the unusual pairing of the third princess and Lynn. Elendil questioned him, suspicious about how Henry knew Lynn's name, and whether he was bullying her. Henry clarified that it was him who had introduced her to the part-time job and insisted he had no ill intentions, though Lynn admitted she had nearly died due to a terror attack while working. Elendil objected, but Henry protested the unfairness of the accusations. Fruden intervened, noting that Henry had no bad intentions. Henry apologized and offered to introduce Lynn to a better-paying part-time job, claiming it paid 3 times more. Excited, Lynn immediately accepted, prompting Elendil to object to her trusting Henry so quickly. She defended her decision, pointing out the need for money and the poor accessibility of scholarships for commoners despite improvements by the current principal. Fruden explained that scholarship management was largely dominated by the aristocracy, making it difficult for commoners, though the principal had made some efforts. Elendil was surprised that Fruden knew these details. Fruden dismissed assumptions and excused himself, mentioning a marriage proposal he needed to attend. He clarified that he would decline it, as he had done in the past, and explained that it was clearly a move orchestrated by the older generation to force a political alliance. Henry pointed out a young woman from the Vanner family waiting nearby and commented on the Lumos family's involvement, noting the political intent of a festival-era marriage proposal. Fruden and Flora Lumos conversed briefly, discussing Ludger Kellysi and planning an excuse to decline the proposal. Flora asked Fruden about dried mandragora, inquiring where she could obtain it, and he remained unresponsive. At the Magic Festival, Ludger reflected that the event, a duel between professors proposed by Hugo Boratag, was intended to favor the aristocratic faction. He considered that he could fight at the beginning and lose deliberately, noting that the Black Dawn had not acted since the banquet incident, as Sedina had reported. Suddenly, a goblet on his desk began to glow. Ludger asked Hans if he had discovered anything. Hans responded that he had finally located a family meeting the required conditions. 2 hours later, in front of the estate, Ludger called out to see if anyone was present. The area appeared well managed, and no male was around, confirming that someone lived there. As he prepared to investigate personally, the door suddenly flew open. Ludger was pushed back, surprised by an apparent magical attack. He defended himself, dropping the person who had approached him. He demanded that they not cause a scene, questioning if they intended to reveal his presence. The person, startled, demanded to know who he was, accusing him of being sent by a devil to kill them. Ludger dismissed the accusation and stated that the sender did not matter if he had wanted to kill them, he would have done so already. He identified the person as Professor Krallo-Phoebius, or rather, the murderer responsible for the great fires of Lawton. A flashback stirred in Ludger's mind as the goblet's glow reflected off his eyes. He had just received Hans's call. The Phoebius ducal family, an unfamiliar name, one not mentioned in the chronicles of the Duramang kingdom. Hans explained casually that it was no surprise. The family had long vanished from the kingdom's records. Ludger recalled the bloody night when the Duramang nobles were exiled. Yet, the ducal family's disappearance seemed to precede it. Perhaps exile was a cover for something darker. Hans confirmed Ludger's suspicion. One family member had vanished suddenly, rumors of a curse spreading like wildfire. Not long ago, a figure had spontaneously combusted, the previous head of the family reduced to ash. The others, presumably, had suffered the same fiery fate, their deaths hushed but not concealed from the whispers of townsfolk. Only one survivor remained. Krallo-Phoebius. Hans revealed that he currently resided in Soren. Ludger's mind raced. Esmeralda's vengeance hadn't ended with their exile. The urgency was palpable. Ludger placed a dog tag on the table. Recognition flashed in Krallo's eyes. The dog tag, emblematic of the secret squad he had once served, brought a cascade of memories and fear. Ludger pressed for answers, carefully observing the exiled noble's reactions, weighing truth against panic. Krallo stammered, panic blooming at the mention of a demon hunting him. Ludger pieced together the puzzle silently, the attacks, the banquet, the looming threat. When asked for more details, Krallo handed over a letter from Esmeralda herself, a chilling promise delivered in elegant script. Ludger's heart sank. The festival's final day loomed, but the information was insufficient to act. Krallo, still terrified, could do little but follow Ludger's cautious instructions, remain calm, make no sudden moves, and wait. The festival opened with its usual splendor. Students laughed and marveled at the sights as Professors Ludger and Selina patrolled. Lynn's first time drew smiles from Elendil as she pointed out spirited attractions, a farm where children bonded with spirits, and a haunted house where necromancy theatrics thrilled the brave. Even college students participated in the spectacle, clad in zombie disguises, their presence a reminder that Soren's reach extended beyond mere grades. Ludger observed with quiet attention. Selina's curiosity about a love potion stall pulled his thoughts back to the patrol. He considered Esmeralda's unknown appearance, and how he might counter it, the potential danger of using Krallo as bait still weighing heavily on him. Selina's light poke and concerned questions drew him back to the present, reminding him that not all threats came from hidden corners. Nearby, Aiden and his companions struggled with a shooting booth. Ludger's skills, honed through military service, were challenged by the booth's sarcastic owner. Yet, with precise control, he hit every target without pause. The children's delight, their praise, warmed him despite the eerie doll they received as a prize, a grotesque yet oddly charming creation from a master dollmaker. Even Selina noted its odd charm as they walked away, Ludger quietly wishing he could have offered it to her. Elsewhere, a young student named Sedina wrestled with the monotony of assigned work, caught between the festival's excitement and the weight of duties. A vendor's cheerful coaxing coaxed reluctant participation, a small moment of sweetness in an otherwise trying day. As the sun dipped, the festival began to quiet. Selena enjoyed a lollipop, Ludger checking her reaction before letting a quiet sigh escape. Their conversation was muted, thoughts drifting over unspoken worries. Tomorrow's sparring demonstration loomed, but for now, the patrol drew to a close. Ludger's gaze caught movement Phoebus, running through the festival grounds, unexpected and out of place. Questions stirred in his mind. Why here, why now? The festival's first day had ended, but the hunt, the mystery, and the danger were only beginning. The alley behind the academy walls became a scene of brutal chaos. Ludger informed Professor Selena that he would be leaving for a bit while thinking in frustration about what that bastard was doing. Phoebus, consumed by fear and hatred, had cornered Joanna Lovett and attacked her with the desperate belief that he was slaying a demon. Ludger arrived just as Phoebus struck her, and was shocked to find him here at such a time. He confronted Phoebus for ignoring orders and acting recklessly, but Phoebus, hysterical with frantic pride, insisted that he had finally caught the monster that had been stalking him, someone even Phoebus himself could not defeat. Ludger watched Joanna collapse, thinking in disbelief whether Phoebus truly managed this when Joanna was someone far beyond his skill. But before he could focus, Selena suddenly fainted from the shock of the violent scene. Ludger caught her, relieved that she had only fainted and thinking that he could use this chance to remain ambiguous. Then a terrifying shift occurred as her pink eyes turned a demonic red, and Esmeralda, the First Order of Black Dawn, began speaking through Selena's body. Ludger realized her irises had changed and, more importantly, the voice was unmistakably different. Selena, now fully controlled by Esmeralda, rose from Ludger's arms, her hair darkening as she walked toward Phoebus. Esmeralda's irritation and frustration were clear as she expressed annoyance about having to act earlier than planned. Phoebus fainted instantly at the sight of her true identity, and Ludger questioned the nature of her existence, realizing she had been using a different personality. Esmeralda acknowledged his sharp deduction and remarked that this was their first proper meeting since First Order gatherings always concealed identities. When Ludger asked what she intended, she made it clear she planned to kill Phoebus and fulfill her final revenge, noting that he wouldn't be waking any time soon. Ludger pushed further, wondering if split personalities shared memories, and Esmeralda mused aloud whether the innocent Selena could hide her identity. She compared Selena to her past self, kind and naive before meeting the man she hated. Ludger found himself trapped in a devastating dilemma, fully realizing for the first time that Selena was merely an innocent host to Esmeralda's monstrous existence. He could end the threat by killing Esmeralda now, but doing so meant killing Selena as well. Before he could choose, a powerful outside force, likely Quasimodo, interfered, forcing Esmeralda to retreat. She grudgingly accepted she had no choice but to withdraw and told Ludger to look after Selena, remarking that Selena seemed to be growing fond of him. Her presence vanished, and Selena collapsed into Ludger's arms again. He noted with relief that Selena's original energy had returned, her hair and eyes returning to pink, and even after witnessing everything firsthand, he struggled to believe it. Ludger immediately contacted Sedina through his magic device, telling her to come to his location. He covered both Selena and Joanna with his long coat, thinking regretfully about his mistake. He had failed to recognize Joanna as the girl who saved Pierre, another person who had joined Black Dawn for revenge just like Esmeralda. He had suspected Professor Selena like everyone else, watched her carefully, and found nothing, so he naturally crossed her off the list. Now, with the truth known, he questioned whether he could kill Professor Selena at all and whether it was right to kill her when she didn't even know she was sharing a body with an evil being. Sedina arrived, wearing a headband and holding cotton candy. Ludger noted she seemed to be enjoying the festival, prompting Sedina to apologize, but Ludger dismissed the need for apology and instructed her to take care of the two unconscious people. Eventually, Selena awoke in the infirmary, calling out to Ludger in confusion as she saw him. Ludger explained calmly that she had been overexerting herself recently, collapsed suddenly during their patrol, and he brought her here. Selena silently scolded herself for collapsing like that, while Ludger thought with relief that she seemed to remember nothing of what happened. He told her that since she was awake, he would take his leave and asked her to rest properly. Selena thanked him sincerely, and Ludger responded that he had only done what was necessary. But Selena continued, expressing that he had guided her, stayed with her, and accompanied her through the festival even though it must have been troublesome, and she apologized for being a burden. Ludger answered that if she had been a bother, he would have said so immediately, and the reason he didn't was because he hadn't disliked it. In fact, he had enjoyed himself thanks to her, so there was no need for her to worry. Selena, touched, asked if he would enjoy the festival with her again next year, and Ludger promised he would, noting that the festival occurred annually. Selina happily declared it a promise, and Ludger confirmed it before leaving the room. As Ludger walked out, someone quietly entered his office elsewhere, noting the lack of lock magic and the surprisingly weak security. The intruder located what they were searching for, the magic drug, and observed with interest that Ludger Kalisi was struggling with mana deficiency. The magical sparring arena at Soren Academy buzzed with anticipation as students and spectators recognized the presence of high-ranking mages and nobles from both the old and new magic tower. Eyes widened at the arrival of powerful figures, including the Academy's principal, while the commentator Jessie Luna noted the esteemed guests, excitement threading her every word. Duke Hybeck Katatushin greeted Principal Elisa warmly, teasing about his so-called boring friend, and Duke Caden Lumos, Flora's father, responded curtly, avoiding personal questions and shutting down Hybeck's meddling. Principal Elisa observed the subtle exchanges between the dukes and the principal, noting the tension and old rivalries, and recognized the absence of Duke David Woolberg among the three great families. Professor Hugo's booming voice celebrated the gathering of the Empire's pillars and his efforts in organizing the sparring matches. The commentator formally introduced the matches, and Ludger prepared mentally as he was announced as the first-year Soren Professor contender, facing Matthew Summerit. Ludger noted Summerit's glare, identifying him as a noble aligned with Hugo Boratag's faction, and reminded himself that the festival's last day was approaching, leaving no room to waste time on the event. The match began, and Ludger focused on efficiency, forcing Summerit to hesitate and grow impatient, aware that Summerit's deliberate actions revealed the trap. Instead of waiting indefinitely, Ludger took the initiative, effortlessly blocking Summerit's attack with the flowing wall, a source code-based magic formation invisible to the audience, aware that any loss from even minor attacks would make it obvious he had thrown the match. Ludger noticed Summerit's pale complexion and deduced that it was unwise to push him further. In this state, expecting stronger magic would be cruel. The match ended quickly with Ludger's victory, leaving him bewildered at how circumstances forced him to win despite his desire to move swiftly and discreetly. 15 minutes later, the final match approached, and Ludger felt the strain of nearly depleted mana, a consequence of his constant consumption. Returning to his office, he realized that his mana replenishment medicine was missing, indicating a deliberate theft, yet he resolved to return to the arena and complete the spar despite the risk. The next match was announced. Professor Devien Boratag, a member of the Boratag family and second-year practical magic instructor, would face Ludger. Recognizing Devien as part of Hugo Boratag's faction, Ludger resolved to finish the match as quickly as possible, knowing winning was unlikely. Devien confronted him, revealing Ludger's stolen medicine, and Ludger realized the prior ineffective opponents had all been set up. He demanded Devien forfeit and return the medicine, warning that this was his last chance while he still retained mana. The psychological standoff ended as the match finally began, with Devien casting a specialized rank 4 defense magic, designed to block nearly all attacks, assuming Ludger could not respond. Ludger, however, was prepared, aware that Devien's assumptions left openings. He countered cautiously, mindful that overusing mana with Aether Nocturnus could be disastrous, and began plotting a homing magic counterattack. Devien taunted, claiming his magical beast rendered all attacks useless, forcing Ludger to confront his dwindling mana reserves. Spectators grew confused at Ludger's defensive posture, while Principal Elisa considered pausing the match due to his unusual condition, but Professor Hugo dismissed intervention, trusting the match must proceed. Devien pressured Ludger to attack again, mocking him for appearing weakened, yet a strange anomaly formed in the sky as Ludger's exhaustion reached a critical point. In a sudden surge, Ludger unleashed a hidden, uncontrollable power from deep within his core, a shocking display that left everyone stunned, defying expectations and demonstrating the depth of his latent magical strength. The arena erupted in a blinding flash as raw magic exploded outward, forcing the spectators to shield their eyes in confusion, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. The brightness consumed everything for a moment, and panicked voices rose from the stands as students struggled to see. Devien, still within the swirling light, felt his heartbeat spike in disbelief as his thoughts spiraled. He recognized the sensation of light element magic but knew all too well that it had never appeared in Ludger's elemental list, making the sudden display incomprehensible. Before he could rationalize it, a black circle formed at the center of the radiance, and shadows seeped out like living creatures crawling into the world. Ludger restrained himself, warning that Devien should have surrendered while he still had the strength to hold back everything threatening to break loose. Devien recoiled in terror as the dark entity pushed forward, desperately begging it to retreat until a silhouette stepped through the shadows and halted its advance. Ludger suppressed the entity with a firm choice, warning it that if Devian suffered further, he would allow another to take advantage instead, leaving the entity to decide whether that outcome was acceptable. The overpowering light abruptly vanished, and the spectators regained their sight just in time to hear the announcement declaring Ludger as the victor. Devian remained frozen in shock, unable to process what had transpired inside the blinding blast. Ludger walked over to him, retrieved a small container from his pocket, swallowed his own medicine, and began to leave the arena as the instructors rushed in. Hugo panicked when he saw Devian still unresponsive, shouting for the doctor and demanding an explanation for why the boy remained catatonic. The doctor examined him anxiously but admitted that nothing was physically wrong, explaining that further tests would be required. Hugo snapped at him in frustration until Ludger entered and calmly stated that Devian's condition resulted from an instantaneous and overwhelming mental shock, something that would fade on its own. Hugo furiously questioned how Ludger had the nerve to appear here, accusing him of going too far in what was supposed to be a simple spar, but Ludger only responded with a quiet challenge, wondering aloud whether Hugo truly believed he had gone too far. Chris Benamor intervened, suggesting they wait and promising to bring a special recovery medicine from his family's infirmary. Hugo agreed and then returned to reprimanding Ludger, vowing to make him take full responsibility for the severity of Devian's state. Before he could continue, Principal Elisa reminded Hugo that he had been the one insisting earlier that anything could happen in a spar, leaving him speechless as he tried and failed to recall ever saying such a thing. Duke Hybeck Katatushin entered with a composed smile, claiming he had heard it as well, causing Hugo to stammer in panic at the unexpected presence of a high noble. The Duke turned to Ludger with polite interest, introducing himself and complimenting the match. Ludger introduced himself in return. The Duke then suggested they not crowd the infirmary room and guided everyone outside. As he observed the nobles surrounding him, Ludger internally noted how many had suddenly gathered and realized that the elegant lady accompanying the Duke must have redirected them on his behalf. The lady addressed the assembled nobles gracefully, asking for their understanding and ensuring the area cleared. Duke Hybeck apologized for the noise, explaining that the nobles had come specifically to meet Ludger, and hoping he would not mind. Ludger thanked him for helping block the growing crowd along with the principal. The Duke chuckled, impressed that Ludger had noticed. He admitted he had approached with a particular matter in mind but had already forgotten it in the moment, assuring Ludger that he could seek him out any time if he needed assistance. Ludger replied politely, though internally he saw straight through the Duke's intentions and recognized the carefully calculated nature behind every gesture. He assessed that the Duke was not one of the three pillars of the Exilian Empire, yet every move he made was crafted to read people and judge potential gain. Deciding he was finished here, Ludger prepared to leave. Just as he stepped away, he noticed Flora Lumos nearby and asked what brought her here. She stiffened, insisting she was merely passing by, but her reaction only deepened Ludger's suspicion that she found her father difficult to deal with. He informed her that Duke Lumos was currently speaking with the principal and suggested she meet him later, but she denied having come for him in the first place. She excused herself, mentioning preparations for her next match. Ludger reminded her of her skill, confident that she would not lose easily, though she seemed flustered and hurried off. Internally he noted that if she claimed to be fine, he would still keep an eye on her match later. Sheridan appeared, relieved to see him, and suggested they walk instead of standing around. She asked if they could stop by a place she was interested in, and Ludger, already knowing the location she meant, agreed. Hans arrived with a hint of impatience, reminding Ludger that he had said he needed them urgently, but Ludger remarked that it was difficult for a commoner to enter Soren Academy except during the festival. They proceeded to Professor Brino's golem demonstration, where the professor excitedly thanked the gathered students before unveiling the DT-3000, a newly developed golem. He demonstrated how equipping the mana stone transformed its form, drawing reactions from Sheridan, who enthusiastically analyzed its mobility, applications, and similarities to transforming machines in movies. She eagerly asked to inspect it further, and Ludger allowed it, reminding her not to wander too far. Hans muttered that she behaved as though she had come merely to play, but Ludger gently countered that she needed moments like this to relieve stress, otherwise her unpredictable nature could become troublesome. Hans reluctantly conceded. As the demonstration continued, Ludger heard someone politely asking for others to make way, instantly recognizing the voice as Kaisi Selmoy. She approached and asked if he knew where the arena for the magic spars was taking place. Ludger Kelesi moved quietly through the crowd, maintaining the mannerisms of a professor, even though the pressure of his disguise never fully left his mind. when a young woman with sharp blue eyes and matching hair approached him. He recognized her immediately as Kaisi Selmoy, the detective. She stopped in front of him and asked where she could find the arena where the magic spars were taking place. Ludger forced his heartbeat to steady, reassuring himself that she hadn't recognized him. Light magic could adjust the impression he gave off, so he shifted his posture and expression into one more aloof, one more suited to a detached academic. He raised a hand casually and indicated the direction of the arena, hoping that the slight change in demeanor would keep suspicion away. People rarely recognized others if their mannerisms changed, but with her, he couldn't be entirely sure. Kaisi thanked him and began walking off. Halfway through, she stopped abruptly, turned, and studied him with sharp focus. She asked if they had met before, claiming that he felt familiar. Ludger kept his expression even, replying that it was their first encounter and that he would take his leave. Hans, in his plainly worn outfit, hurried after him as if he had been waiting for the moment to escape. Before they could get far, Kaisi called out again. Ludger felt the prickle of her analysis magic brushing over him, and for a moment he thought she had uncovered his identity. Instead, she confidently declared that he must be a professor at Soren. Relief washed over him silently. He reminded himself to act naturally. Avoiding her too aggressively would only increase suspicion. She continued explaining how she had deduced it. His clothes were high quality but carried no noble crest, eliminating both wealth and noble lineage. He had nothing on him suggesting business or trade. No fallen noble would dress up simply to attend a festival. Thus, by process of elimination, he must be affiliated with the school. She ended her reasoning by asking if he was Ludger Kellesi, commenting on the intensity of his presence. Internally, he wondered how she had derived that much information purely from his outfit. Externally, he simply confirmed it and excused himself. She seemed almost offended by his lack of amazement, remarking that most people were far more impressed when she deduced their identity. As he walked away with Hans, she watched them leave and muttered that only one other person had ever reacted that indifferently, James Moriarty, and she shuddered at the memory. Betty called her over, reminding her that the match was about to begin, and Kaisi hurried off after tossing Ludger a finely crafted business card. Hans eyed the card and admitted he had been worried Ludger had been caught. Ludger slipped it into his pocket with clear irritation, saying that if she had recognized him, she would never have given it to him, she merely wanted to befriend him. The card carried faint magic, and throwing it away carelessly would alert her, so he had no choice but to hold on to it. He warned Hans to be cautious and to discard the outfit he was wearing. Hans protested, but Ludger reminded him how easily Kaisi pieced together truth from the smallest hint. Hans glanced at Sheridan, who was still excitedly talking among other students, and suggested retrieving her. Ludger told him to let her be. There were few moments for Sheridan to enjoy herself like this. Hans commented that Ludger seemed oddly suited to being a professor, smiling as if he genuinely enjoyed watching the children grow. He admitted that such an environment felt foreign and enviable to him, because unlike these students, he hadn't been able to grow up in such comfort. Ludger quietly corrected him, saying that while the children did appear to grow up in a beautiful flower garden, innocence belonged to them by right, and they should smile freely. Hans sighed, saying that coming from Ludger, he had no rebuttal, but pointed out that there was barely an age difference between himself and the students, yet Ludger treated him completely differently. Ludger asked Hans's age, and when Hans answered that he was 24, Ludger finally understood why Hans had been calling him elder brother, and apologized awkwardly. Hans insisted he didn't need an apology, and Ludger apologized again, leading Hans to groan in frustration. Trying to redirect the topic, Ludger asked about the drug analysis from the werewolf incident. Hans realized he was changing the subject but answered anyway, reporting that hallucination-inducing properties had been detected, likely originating from Peluma, a plant that grew only in Voltinum. Ludger said they would investigate after the festival. Hans hesitated, then asked whether Ludger had meant it when he said he was facing the First Order. Ludger confirmed it quietly. Hans asked if he was prepared, pointing out that the man he might have to fight was a professor he was close to. He corrected himself, admitting the question had been foolish, but reassured Ludger that even if things ended horribly, he shouldn't shoulder the guilt alone. In their world, innocence often fell despite all efforts to protect it. A dark memory flickered through Ludger's mind, a voice asking Professor Moriarty to take care of a younger sibling, a blood-covered hand slipping out of sight. He looked at his own hand. He knew. Hans reminded him of the truth. Hesitation meant death. Ludger clenched his fist, accepting that in their violent world, death always hovered close. Hans agreed silently. It was the reality neither of them could escape. By the third day of the festival, Soren held an outdoor banquet. Duke Hybeck was already enjoying daytime wine, laughing loudly about the pleasures of early drinking. Ludger agreed in tone but wondered internally why the old man clung to him so persistently. Eventually he asked directly what the Duke wanted, but Hybeck simply claimed he sought entertainment, and found Ludger interesting to observe, promising not to step beyond courtesy. Ludger remained skeptical, mentally labeling him a sly old fox. Then he noticed Flora Lumos entering the banquet hall. Her dark blue hair was neatly arranged, though her nerves were visible in her posture. Hybeck recognized her and noted her immense natural talent, adding that it was unfortunate she was ignored by her family because she was illegitimate. Ludger's expression tightened. Flora gathered her courage, reminding herself that she was no longer the timid child they had discarded. She wanted to show her father that she had grown beyond what they ever believed she could become. But before she could approach him, her brother Kamal noticed her and openly mocked her, calling her a half-breed. Katrina joined in with sharp cruelty, telling her not to speak their names with her supposedly tainted blood. Kamal called over their father, Duke Caden Lumos, who responded without interest. Flora's confidence crumbled as memories and insecurities crushed her attempt at bravery. She wanted to speak but the words refused to come, and the purpose that had brought her there slipped from her grasp. Just as she faltered, Ludger stepped forward, placing a steady hand on her shoulder. His tone hardened, protective and unyielding, as he asked whether there was a problem with his student. The Lamensis Church oppressed demi-humans under the monotheistic god Lamensis, adhering to a strict pro-human doctrine. They did not merely shun subhumans. Their hierarchy divided the world clearly. High-ranking humans and legitimate children were favored, while subhumans and illegitimate children were treated as lowly citizens, burdened by prejudice from birth. Everything was split into rigid categories, leaving little room for mercy. Duke Hybeck remarked quietly to himself that Flora had been born into a family who followed such harsh rules. Had she been born elsewhere, her life might have been very different. Ludger's mind wandered to why she clung so desperately to her grades. She believed that by excelling, she could earn recognition from her family. Yet even if she achieved it, would it really matter? As Ludger approached the Lumos family, a sense of unease settled over him. Nothing good would come from his interference, and even if he acted, Flora's circumstances would remain unchanged. Still, he could not ignore her struggle. He could not simply walk away. The Lumos siblings' gazes sharpened as he drew near. Flora flinched at his presence, uncertain and fearful. Duke Caden Lumos dismissed him coldly, insisting it was a simple family matter and that Ludger should not interfere. Ludger's expression stiffened. The matter appeared far too serious to be brushed off as a trivial domestic dispute. As a professor, he could not stand idly by. Katrina Lumos, sharp-tongued and haughty, stepped forward to mock him, flaunting her achievements and questioning his evaluation of magic. She conjured 4 sharp icicles in her hand, daring him to assess her skills. Ludger's gaze remained detached, devoid of admiration. He spoke in measured, clinical terms, pointing out deficiencies in speed, development, and understanding, highlighting the inadequacy of her spell's structure. Shock and fury flashed across her face, and tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. Duke Caden intervened, urging Ludger to forgive her ignorance. Ludger's eyes glowed with a cold, blue light as he assured the Duke that the child was not at fault. The stern atmosphere was briefly relieved, though Duke Caden muttered that the moment's fun was gone. Kamal Lumos rushed after Ludger, his anger barely contained, while Flora hesitated, caught between gratitude and confusion. Ludger directed her to leave, noting her friend awaited. Cheryl quickly guided her away. Kamal and Katrina demanded official complaints and action, but Duke Caden silenced them, warning that anger yielded only fleeting satisfaction. Though he conceded for the moment, grudges in the Lumos family were not easily forgotten. Later, Ludger walked alongside Duke Hybeck, reflecting on the events. Despite appearances, he did care for his students. He had not known that Duke Caden's belief in the Lamensis Church bordered on fanaticism. Hybeck explained that rejected children in the church were branded from birth, leaving them no escape. It was fortunate that Flora believed she bore no brand. Ludger questioned whether Duke Caden had acted from paternal compassion. Hybeck corrected him. The child's mother had fiercely protected her, though she had since passed. Ludger understood for the first time that Duke Caden had not hidden Flora for her benefit. He preserved her value for his own purposes. Ludger's gaze darkened. Such a man could not truly be called a father. Hybeck smiled faintly and excused himself, leaving Ludger to linger. His attention shifted to a faint buzzing nearby. A small, black insect-like charm, infused with Sedina's paper magic, flew toward him. He caught it and unfurled the message. Joanna Lovett, who had been expected to act only on the festival's last day, had begun moving. Ludger's mind raced, recalling past events and the menacing smile of Esmeralda. The message was credible. Joanna was acting independently. Without hesitation, Ludger moved to monitor the situation. On the fourth day of the festival, Ludger entered the experimental pharmaceutical lab, surrounded by magical ingredients and various bottles. The perks of being a professor allowed him access to everything he might need. He prepared his materials carefully, intending only to record his actions afterward. He silently scolded himself for not coming sooner. Professor Chris appeared behind him, glasses perched and eyes wide with disbelief. Ludger held a tray of ingredients. Chris scorned him, suggesting he return to the novice area to learn, but Ludger cut him off with a sharp question, asking if he truly understood medicine. Chris flushed with anger, citing his expertise and family legacy, but Ludger responded indifferently. Chris' horror grew as he examined the ingredients, suspecting their use might be deadly. Ludger remained calm, focused on the task at hand, and unconcerned by Chris' rising panic. In the secluded laboratory, vials of patricia leaves and cocoon flower buds sat on the counter, dangerous despite their harmless appearance. Chris examined them with concern, warning that they were highly toxic and that mixing such materials would only create something unstable. Ludger stayed calm, remarking that Chris already understood these things and briefly questioning why he had chosen manifestation instead of pharmacy. Chris brushed it off, but the steady sound of Ludger grinding pills made him uneasy. Ludger worked efficiently, producing a large number of pills without a single failed reaction, and Chris could hardly believe it. He wondered if these were mana recovery pills and asked Ludger what he intended to do with so many. Ludger responded casually, and Chris, noticing the difference from the pills used before, asked what illness required such a dose. Ludger admitted that Chris had uncovered more than he intended. Chris sighed and confessed that he had never meant for his past actions to cause harm. He had only wanted Ludger embarrassed, not damaged. He accepted that his excuses were meaningless and apologized. He then explained that Ludger's drug was dangerous, negating normal mana recovery, and that any mistake could damage his mana system. He pushed a vial of purple liquid toward Ludger, saying it would stabilize the drug. Ludger was surprised, and Chris told him that personal feelings did not matter when a patient needed help. Ludger seemed unprepared for this sincerity but accepted it. When Chris noticed Ludger holding the powder made from the poison-absorbing plant, he asked what Ludger planned to do with it. Ludger simply said it was too valuable to waste and poured it into a silver flask. Later, holding a small object, Ludger contacted Hans and asked about Krallo-Phoebius. Hearing that Krallo was staying in his room, Ludger told him to continue watching. He reviewed his plans, certain that if Joanna Lovett acted on her own, then the enemy had split into two groups. On the final day he would face Esmeralda, meaning Joanna also had to be handled. Sedina followed his orders, but she could not oppose the Black Dawn without a clear reason, so he needed a student who would not attract suspicion. At the dormitory, a dark packet lay in front of Aiden's door. Aiden picked it up, confused, while Ludger watched from afar, satisfied that the message had reached him. Ludger disliked involving students but knew Joanna would be less wary of another student. Aiden would treat the warning seriously, and even if a fight broke out, he would not lose. But Aiden tended to rush alone, so Ludger added a safety net by leaving similar packets for Tessie and Iona. He reasoned that if Aiden stayed with friends, he would make better decisions. With this, Ludger finished his preparations and instructed Hans to survey one last area. The message warned that rebels were hiding inside Soren and ordered the reader to find Joanna Lovett on the last day of the festival. Leo sat on his bed reading the same message. He recognized that it was too detailed to be a joke and wondered who had sent it. A sudden worry struck him. Perhaps his status as an informant for the Liberation Army had been discovered and someone was using this knowledge to pressure him. He never wanted to join the Liberation Army, but overthinking would change nothing. He decided to deal with the issue himself and rushed out. Aiden soon found him and reported that he and the others had received the same message. Leo was shocked to see that everyone had been targeted. Meanwhile, Esmeralda was trapped in a nightmare, clutching her head as old voices begged for help and blamed her for everything. She tried to push the vision away, insisting it was only a dream, but the guilt clung to her. She woke with burning red eyes, telling herself that everything would end once she killed Krallo the next day, though part of her wondered what remained after revenge. She saw the faint image of Selena, the person she had once wished to be. Doubt crept in, and she questioned whether she should stop. Her fire spirit, Quasimodo, appeared in anger and demanded to know why she hesitated, insisting that she had to avenge them. Tears welled as she reaffirmed her resolve, and the fiery form of the spirit rose behind her. On the festival's 5th day, crowds celebrated happily while Esmeralda stood on a balcony, her eyes glowing red. In his room, Phoebus sat nervously, wondering if he had been tricked after all. A sudden knock on his door came with a cold, taunting voice asking if anyone was home. Esmeralda stood at Phoebus's door with those burning eyes, and the man could only stare in terror. She sensed something but found nothing, unaware that a group of ordinary mice had slipped inside. Panicked, convincing himself the mice had opened the door and that they were sent by the person he believed was protecting him. Thinking he'd finally been rescued, he fled the room, following the mice as they guided him. Esmeralda watched his frantic escape with a twisted smile, amused that someone who rarely left his room had suddenly found the will to run. She found his desperation delightful and urged him silently to keep running to the very end. High above, Ludger watched the unfolding chaos from a rooftop while Hans observed from the bushes with binoculars. Hans reported that Phoebus was following the mice he had directed, prompting Ludger to move as well. Meanwhile, Tessie tried to convince Aiden to turn back, insisting it was too dangerous for them alone and that they should report everything to Professor Leo. Leo, unusually quiet, agreed with Aiden. He doubted the professor would believe an anonymous message left at their doors and reasoned there wasn't enough time to return anyway. Internally, he felt certain the sender expected him to handle this himself, and the involvement of his friends only proved how carefully he was being steered. He resolved to settle this quietly. Tessie signaled for everyone to duck. They saw a few members of the Black Dawn with Joanna. One of the members hesitated, uneasy about acting alone for something so severe. Joanna Lovett stepped out with a cold certainty, assuring her companions that everything was for the Black Dawn and that the festival provided perfect cover. The students froze when they recognized her. Aiden confirmed her identity, and Tessie realized the grim message they'd received was true. Crollo eventually collapsed where he stood, exhausted, as Esmeralda approached with calm menace. She mocked his sudden surrender, reminding him how well he had been running, especially back when his family burned. His terror and anger mixed until he exploded, demanding to know when she would be satisfied and insisting the fall of his family should have been enough. He justified his massacre of the villagers as rightful punishment for opposing a noble, insisting it was all her fault. If she hadn't existed, the village would still be standing. Esmeralda's expression briefly faltered as the accusation hit her, but the moment passed and her eyes ignited with fury. She denounced his arrogance, but Crollo pushed further, claiming that her very presence had doomed them all. For a moment, she saw the haunting figures of villagers blaming her for their deaths, insisting she had brought destruction upon them. Her voice cracked in denial, but Crollo only grew louder, accusing her of surviving while everyone else died and demanding to know who the villagers would hate more. As Esmeralda spiraled, Crollo realized how far she had slipped and recoiled in fear. Her flames erupted uncontrollably, shooting into the sky in a blinding column. Ludger reacted instantly when he saw the fire from afar. Hans rushed toward him, reporting that he had successfully guided Phoebus to the witch, but that the argument had escalated into an explosion. The storeroom was burning, fire suppression was failing, and the mice had been blown away, leaving him without a clear picture of the situation. He urged Ludger to come immediately. Ludger contacted Sheridan, asking whether anything unusual had been spotted at the festival. Sheridan saw nothing suspicious but eagerly agreed to help and distracted the crowd with a dazzling early fireworks show. The people were captivated, leaving Ludger free to move, though he knew he couldn't use Aether Nocturnus due to mana constraints. Hans watched the flames closing in on the festival and panicked at the delay. The ground trembled as Ludger finally arrived on a massive, glowing, gold-plated mechanical steed, a transforming golem. Hans was stunned, unsure what Ludger intended to accomplish by charging directly into the fire. Ludger pushed through the heat with a grim understanding that things were far worse than expected. He saw Crollo wounded and Esmeralda engulfed in rage, with the colossal fiery spirit, Quasimodo, towering over both. He recognized the spirit and recalled how helpless he had once been in its presence. He didn't plan to fight Esmeralda, only help her, since something had clearly gone wrong for both her and Phoebus. He knew the only efficient way to end this was now. A summoned spirit could be dispelled by destroying its vector, but if summoned personally, the summoner must be subdued. He needed to tranquilize Esmeralda and get close enough to land a clean shot. He began advancing carefully, but a sudden fiery claw lunged from the side. The ambush made him realize the spirit had never believed a word he said and had been waiting to strike. As its blazing form turned fully toward him, Ludger's sharp blue eyes narrowed in grim understanding. A hush settled over the dense forest, so deep it felt unreal. Kaisi Selmoy walked with a thoughtful expression, surprised at how quiet everything had become and thinking about how she had wanted to explore earlier but too many people kept approaching her. She wondered if Betty was enjoying herself and felt a twinge of envy. Her eyes widened when she spotted figures moving deeper into the woods. She hid behind a tree, noting that others were here too, and she watched their cloaked, secretive movements. One of them murmured that everything was for the Black Dawn. The words made her tense instantly. She panicked at the thought that this truly might be the Black Dawn and felt she needed to follow them immediately. Soon another group appeared, one with bright red hair, urging their companions to move. She heard Aiden's remark that this was probably Joanna. Watching everyone head deeper into the woods, Kaisi decided she would follow silently. Far away, in a land of cracked earth and burning debris, the blazing brute Quasimodo fought with ferocious delight, its roar carrying twisted triumph. It hurled a flaming punch, which Ludger barely dodged as he tore past him. He clicked his tongue, realizing the creature had blocked his view of Esmeralda, and noted with frustration that it was moving autonomously, proof of the dangerous power of a Black Dawn First Order. It attacked again with a torrent of fire, and Ludger felt his options dwindling. He gathered mana into a dark wave and unleashed Aether Nocturnus, staggering the giant for a moment. He frowned, annoyed that he had no time for spell casting and forced instead into close combat, using only his coat and physical skill to deflect the monster's burning limbs. Thoughts pressed into his mind at the worst time. He wondered if he should call upon divine power again, but the risk still felt too great. Before the next strike reached him, the metallic golem RT-3000 interceded, its system announcing dangerous temperatures and shifting to maximum defense. Quasimodo taunted the sudden appearance, confident it would break through. Ludger knew the golem would only hold temporarily. When it fell, he had no means left to fight head-on. He pulled out a small ornate pipe containing a dangerous byproduct from a medicine he had created. He remembered the elf's warning that consuming the released mana would damage his mana circuit, and that the poison inside the byproduct was extremely hazardous. He had dismissed those fears back then and trusted the anti-poison Black Sea essence he had developed. He prepared the substance, letting dark blue energy spark around him, and challenged Quasimodo directly. With a surge of water and darkness, he unleashed Ocean Rage, striking the giant square in the face and forcing it back. He grimaced as he pushed his limits, knowing he could only cast 2 more high-rank spells with the mana from the byproduct and that the golem would not last long. RT-3000, calculating its own collapse, recognized it could at least push Quasimodo back once more. Its core glowed violently as it delivered a final burst of power, leaving it badly damaged but buying time. Quasimodo stumbled and roared in disbelief, demanding to know how a human had resisted it. By then Ludger had already retreated using the golem's counterattack as cover. The furious monster searched through the smoke, screaming for the vanished human. Meanwhile, Joanna confronted Aiden and the others, shouting to know who they were. Aiden panicked and shouted back that they had been caught, insisting they had heard everything, including the talk about harming people, and asking why she would do such a thing. He told her that even if they did not know the details, she shouldn't be doing something like that, especially on a festival day. Joanna scoffed, mocking the idea of a happy festival and saying people used others like tools for their own joy. When Aiden protested, she snapped at him to be quiet, accusing him of speaking without understanding anything, and declared that she would kill everyone regardless. Aiden shouted for the others to move, realizing he had no time to react. At that moment, Kaisi leapt in front of the students and shielded them with her magic. She admitted she had planned to watch the situation first, but she couldn't leave people in danger. Tessie recognized her immediately, asking if she was really the famous Kaisi Selmoy and demanding to know why a Celadon mage was here. Kaisi cheerfully acknowledged the recognition and said she had many questions, but they should handle the situation first. She added that she had business with the cloaked group and asked if they were members of the Black Dawn. Back on the battlefield, Quasimodo continued screaming that the human had disappeared, demanding to know where he had gone. A calm voice answered from above. Ludger stood on a massive vessel of shimmering blue water magic, floating high in the air, telling the creature to try withstanding what came next as he prepared to unleash his final spell. Joanna's men collapsed one after another until only Kaisi remained standing before her. Kaisi demanded to know whether Joanna would surrender. Before Kaisi could react, Tessie urged everyone to look up at the sky. A massive water-like vessel floated overhead, and the students whispered in disbelief, wondering who could cast such magic. Joanna recognized the direction of the spell and rushed toward it, and Kaisi immediately ran after her, calling for her to stop. While running, Kaisi wondered if Joanna was heading toward the place where the remnants of Black Dawn would descend. Whether that was her goal or not no longer mattered. The magic overhead was clearly heading toward Soren, and if Kaisi was correct, the spell forming there was the same one she had read about in a book, an ocean-type magic invented by the adventurer mage Lexler. Ludger was activating rank 6 oceanic icebreaker. Quasimodo raged at him, furious that Ludger Kelesi dared push him this far. Ludger held Esmeralda securely in his arms, noting privately that the tranquilizer would keep her in a deep sleep. Since spirits were directly tied to their summoners' minds, Quasimodo would soon be recalled, but once Esmeralda regained consciousness, the spirit would return with full force. If he wanted to eliminate it completely, he would need to seal it, and sealing required the soul of a living being. He realized this was the only window he had, and the thought weighed heavily on him. Esmeralda suddenly clutched his coat, struggling through the tranquilizer's haze. She weakly warned him to run, saying she would be unable to control the spirit if she lost consciousness again. Ludger barely had time to register her words before Quasimodo launched an attack, forcing him to raise his shield on instinct. The creature mocked how close the blow had come. Ludger examined the situation grimly. Quasimodo had taken a rank 6 spell head-on and already recovered, and more troubling was the fact that the summoner had lost consciousness, yet the spirit moved freely. As he observed more closely, he noticed a red string that connected Esmeralda to the spirit. Memories flowed across it straight into him, a memory storm. The spirit was feeding on her emotions and magnifying them exponentially. It was less a spirit and more a cursed construct whose properties warped the contractor's mind. What mattered to Ludger, however, was the truth behind its behavior. The spirit offered him a place among them, promising to help him obtain whatever he desired if he joined. Ludger finally understood. Quasimodo had been leeching Esmeralda's magic power and mind from the beginning. She had merely been a vessel. The spirit itself had been the one controlling everything. Esmeralda had been nothing more than a puppet in the hands of a first-order spirit. Quasimodo admitted the truth and declared that it was already too late. Since Ludger had knocked Esmeralda out, all the power the spirit had been suppressing was now free, and it prepared to end everything. Meanwhile, outside the burning storage area, Kaisi arrived, certain Joanna had gone that way. The flames grew hotter, and Kaisi sensed that beyond them was the fading signature of oceanic icebreaker. For a fire of this scale to block such magic made no sense, and she realized the situation had escalated. As the flames spread further, she pushed the students back and told Aiden and the others not to approach. She urged them to run and bring help, insisting she could hold the barrier only for a short time. Within the smoke and heat, Ludger used the Thurn Nocturnus to cloak himself and Selena. It was a decision he had hesitated to make earlier, but now, driven forward by the professor's teachings, he was prepared. He whispered internally that whether this was a nightmare or not, Selena needed to wake up. Quasimodo searched furiously for him, unaware of his position. Suddenly, the spirits connected to Selena arrived, drawn by the danger she was in. Ludger felt relief at their timing and asked them to distract Quasimodo long enough for him to finish what he needed to do. The spirit mocked the newcomers, calling them insignificant and insisting Ludger was out of plans. Behind Ludger, a massive luminous tree appeared, its presence overwhelming. It was the 9th path of the Sephiroth tree, a manifestation of pure devotion, a balanced and elevated force, a cleansing release, the last living omnipotence. Quasimodo panicked and tried to flee, shoving the lesser spirits aside in desperation. Ludger summoned the 9th Sapphira, Yesid. With its power unleashed, he struck Quasimodo with the full force of the spell. The ground was torn open by the earlier blast, smoke drifting from the massive fissure. Ludger stood at its edge, breath unsteady, his coat fluttering in the heat. He checked the ruins below, and wondered if the creature had finally died. A cough shook him. Extreme magic always drained him, and he knew he had barely kept the god's power in check. Esmeralda knelt nearby, exhausted and shaken. She asked why he had saved her, and he brushed her off, telling her he only acted because he disliked being looked down on. She smiled bitterly, doubting his excuse. Before she could say more, a molten, golden hand burst from the pit and lunged for her. She screamed as Quasimodo rose again, roaring in rage. Ludger was stunned it could regenerate after such damage. The monster vowed to take Ludger down with it, and demanded more power from Esmeralda. Blue mana peeled painfully from her body as he drained her through their force link. Ludger realized the creature was pulling her magic directly through their bond and blasted its hand away to free her, but Quasimodo retaliated with murderous force. As Ludger braced for the next attack, a familiar presence reached him, Kralophobius. The possibility of performing the sealing ceremony struck him like lightning. Determined not to miss the chance, he punched Quasimodo's leg to distract it for even a moment. Before the monster could counter, Joanna appeared, green magic swirling around her, demanding Esmeralda's release. Quasimodo recognized her and lashed out, accusing her of interfering in its revenge. Joanna answered with cold, final resolve. A second figure then arrived calmly across the ruined earth, Pierre, carrying his briefcase and wearing a blindfold. He greeted Ludger and Joanna, explaining he had come to face his past properly. Quasimodo grew impatient with their words and fired a massive blast at them. Joanna tried to counter, but Pierre acted faster, releasing a green light to blind the monster. He apologized for being forward but urged them to finish things as he held Quasimodo's attention for a moment. Furious, the creature launched a killing flame at Pierre, only for golden chains to erupt from Kralophobius's body and bind its limbs. Ludger seized the chance, thanking Pierre internally and charging forward to deliver the decisive blow. His strike hit as the sealing ceremony took hold, forcing a new contract onto the weakened monster. Quasimodo screamed that it was impossible to be linked to anyone but Esmeralda, but Ludger explained that a stronger contract overrode the old one. Esmeralda's spectral form surged with violent resolve as she hurled herself and Quasimodo into the rising flames, determined to drag him into death with her and end his senseless destruction. Joanna instinctively sprinted toward her, horrified at the sight, but Pierre yanked her back before she could take another step, warning her that the inferno would consume anyone who entered it. A towering wave of soulfire erupted around Esmeralda and Quasimodo, its heat and brilliance far beyond ordinary magic. Quasimodo recoiled in disbelief as the flames clung to his golden form and began to burn away its very essence. This was no elemental attack, it was the fire that targeted the spirit itself. Within the raging blaze, the images of the villagers of Lawton appeared like phantoms screaming in grief and torment, the flames shaped from their lingering sorrow. The sight made Esmeralda's spectral features soften. Years of guilt seemed to loosen their grip as she watched them. She looked at her glowing form with a pained acceptance, realizing she could finally atone, even in part, if she vanished here with them. Before she could disappear into the flames, Ludger thrust himself into her path, his body wrapped in swirling magic. Demanding to know why she wore a smile in her final moments, he plunged his hand straight into her spectral chest and forcefully interrupted the self-destructive ritual. The shock made her gasp, and raw emotion edged his voice as he asked if she truly believed dying like this would fix anything. At the same time, a surge of blue-white energy exploded outward from his hand, flooding the golden chains binding Quasimodo and overwhelming them with a gentler, foreign power. Joanna and Pierre watched, stunned, as the soft light mingled with the violent flames. Pierre recognized it first. It was the collective souls of the villagers, drawn by Ludger's interference. Quasimodo began to shriek as the two forces crushed his remaining strength. His massive form shrank rapidly, its golden shell cracking, crumbling, and finally collapsing into drifting black dust until only the smoking chains remained. Esmeralda's spectral body wavered, revealing faint cracks of light beneath her transparent skin. She understood immediately. The villagers' souls had been released, and the bond tying her to Quasimodo was finally broken. With that severed, her own form was dissolving into pure spiritual existence. She admitted she knew this was her fate from the beginning. Ludger could only watch as she dimmed further. Then her sister, the nun who had died in the tragedy, appeared before her in shimmering form. Esmeralda's eyes widened, and she threw herself into her sister's arms. All the remorse she had been carrying, her weakness, her mistakes, the countless deaths, poured out of her in trembling apologies. Her sister held her with gentle, patient affection, assuring her she had suffered enough and didn't need to shoulder the blame anymore. Esmeralda wept into her shoulder, grieving all the years she hadn't been able to be with her. Her sister invited her to rest at last, and Esmeralda accepted. Their two spirits intertwined and lifted upward, transforming into radiant streams of blue light that ascended into the night sky until they faded like distant stars. Ludger gazed at the fading glow, wondering if a soul corrupted by despair could truly return to its original form and whether this kind of salvation awaited those who wandered too long in darkness. When he lifted his eyes to the endless sky, he quietly reflected that although his own destination was still far away, the end of his journey would one day come too. The battlefield settled into silence as the aftermath of Quasimodo's destruction faded. Joanna stood with Pierre, noting that everyone had withdrawn and wondering if the ordeal was finally over. Ludger's demeanor hardened as he ordered Joanna to leave Soren immediately. Joanna hesitated, confused, until Ludger made it clear that the Black Dawn's second order, Joanna, had effectively died here tonight and that Pierre must take her away and never return. When Ludger asked if he could escape with her using magic, Pierre agreed without hesitation. He placed a hand on Joanna's back, glanced once at Ludger tending to the fallen enemy, and suggested they return home. Joanna questioned the destination, and Pierre replied that they were returning to their hometown before blue light enveloped them and pulled them from sight. Ludger knelt beside Selena. He had thought survival unlikely, yet her breathing proved otherwise, and he wondered if the two personas shared a soul. When she stirred, he asked if she could hear him. She looked at him with disarming innocence as he reassured her that help would arrive soon. Her quiet question, why he had saved her, made him avert his eyes, recalling the cruelty of her other self. She admitted she had done wrong even as a separate persona. He saw that she remembered and reminded her of the promise they had made for next year's festival. She accepted it softly, agreeing to go together. The rescue team arrived in a rush, calling out as they spotted Selena. Students and staff swarmed her with concern and warnings not to move. Ludger told them he would head to the emergency room alone so they could focus on the scene. Kaisi Selmoy watched him go, uneasy. 2 professors had been found here, a rank 6 magic signature lingered in the flames, and the professor who had made such an impression stood calmly before her. Too many coincidences. She forced herself back to protocol and called for firefighters. Hidden from sight, Hans reported that the mice had removed the evidence. Ludger thanked him and said he would meet him later. After submitting a partly fabricated report to the principal, Ludger rested on a forest bench, relieved that Hans and Sheridan had escaped. His moment of calm vanished as the air shifted. A cloaked figure appeared behind the tree, greeting him as John Doe. Ludger immediately recognized the voice from Quasimodo's memory storm, and the man's authority confirmed it. This was the Black Dawn's Zero Order. Ludger maintained John Doe's composed mask as the Zero Order remarked that he had come to view the festival but encountered something far more interesting. Ludger steadied himself. If the Zero Order truly knew the truth, he wouldn't be asking questions. He apologized for his brief pause, and the Zero Order dismissed the concern. When asked about Quasimodo, Ludger stated that Esmeralda, his host, had died. The Zero Order accepted this but pressed for details. Ludger knew honesty meant death, so he mixed truth and lies. He claimed that Phoebus had sealed Quasimodo at the cost of his own soul. The Zero Order found this plausible but questioned why Esmeralda hadn't intervened and how Phoebus had possessed such power. Ludger pushed through, describing how he had found Phoebus being chased by Esmeralda and Quasimodo, and how he had followed to prevent their recklessness from exposing the organization. He projected a fabricated memory of Phoebus performing the sealing ritual and explained that Esmeralda's soul had been drawn in with Quasimodo's. Bowing, he blamed himself for not stopping it out of fear of exposure. The Zero Order considered it, then asked how Ludger had escaped. Ludger said he found Esmeralda alive and, when she awoke as Selena, used that to flee under the guise of rescuing her. The Zero Order noted the unusual soul separation but asked whether she retained memories. Ludger said she did not, though he offered to deal with her if ordered. The Zero Order dismissed the need, saying she had no means to act even if she remembered. Ludger felt a quiet relief. The Zero Order mentioned that the First Order's position was now open and that an executive meeting would soon be held. Ludger's heart quickened at the opportunity, though he had no clue where the meeting was located. When asked if he still possessed the key item, Ludger realized he didn't and took a gamble, admitting he lost part of his luggage in the train incident. A tense silence followed before the Zero Order relented and placed a dark, intricate box on the bench, telling him to use it. With that, he vanished instantly into the night. Before Ludger could collect himself, the principal's bright voice called out, questioning why someone meant for emergency care was resting outside. Ludger slipped into his professor persona, claiming dizziness. The principal fussed, linking her arm through his and insisting on helping him. He tried to decline, but her grip tightened with firm authority. As he attempted to protest, dizziness overtook him, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. The principal fretted over Ludger's sudden collapse, relieved when he assured her he was fine. She was still shaken by Professor Krallo's betrayal and the involvement of several students. Ludger confirmed that the earlier banquet incident was also orchestrated by Krallo and Joanna. When she brought up the all-powerful stone case, Ludger remembered it immediately, and she explained that Krallo and Joanna were tied to the group attempting to export the stone. Ludger was stunned, asking what she meant, so she recounted Krallo's final declaration about the Black Dawn. She had since learned that the group targeting the stone was affiliated with the same organization, hiding deeply within Soren. Ludger suggested capturing and interrogating them, but she declined, deciding that with no casualties beyond the criminals and with Ludger and Selena safe, she would let the matter rest for now. After parting, Ludger noted to himself that she hadn't fully believed him, but with only him and Selena as her leads, she wouldn't be able to pursue the truth any further. He needed to bring Selena onto the same page and check that the items he'd hidden were still intact. He searched his coat, relieved to find the jewel formed from Quasimodo's death still in place. Then he examined the object given to him by the Zero Order, a ring inscribed with a magic seal that activated upon wearing it. Its structure revealed dream magic, capable of transporting consciousness into a dream realm. Using dreams as a meeting ground was a clever approach. With Quasimodo gone, 6 individuals were now counted among the First Order, excluding Ludger himself. 5 remained, including Victor Dreadpool. If all went well, the gathering would reveal more about the others. Meanwhile, the principal met with Kaisi Selmani, thanking her for containing the scene and for providing locations of suspicious individuals. She wanted to cross-check the events and questioned Kaisi about the fire. Kaisi explained that she couldn't see what happened inside due to the firewall, and she had only chased a disguised member of the secret organization to the site. After the flames vanished, only 2 professors had been present, one of whom had been impersonated. Using her Vascania, the principal verified that Kaisi's statements aligned with Ludger's. Even so, something still felt incomplete. When Kaisi asked about Ludger, the principal simply called him an outstanding professor. Kaisi held back her real suspicions and said she was merely curious. With no contradictions to Ludger's account, the principal decided she had no choice but to rely on it. Kaisi then requested permission to personally interrogate the infiltrators within Soren, insisting she had her own target among them. At the infirmary, Ludger slid the divider between his bed and Selena's, gently reminding the visiting students not to disturb other patients. After they apologized and left, he told Selena she didn't need to answer every student's request. Selena felt guilty for troubling him, but he reassured her that he'd chosen his actions willingly. Flora and Cheryl then entered, and Flora began to ask about his injuries before Aiden burst into the room calling out to Ludger. Leo scolded him for shouting, while Iona and Tessie followed behind. Flora looked at them, unable to figure out who they were. Lynn and Elendil arrived next and stepped inside, finding the room already crowded. Ludger inwardly sighed at the chaos, yet he couldn't deny that moments like these made his time as a professor feel meaningful. Then Fruden Wilberg appeared, shocking Flora and Leo. Elendil whispered to Lynn that Fruden always stood out, but Lynn replied that he simply wanted to come along. Fruden greeted Ludger, though all students were soon ushered out. Outside, Elendil expressed relief that Ludger and Selena were fine, and Lynn agreed. When she realized Fruden was missing, Elendil explained that he'd left on his own. In the earlier flashback inside the infirmary, Ludger had told Fruden he didn't recall ever speaking with him before. Fruden admitted he might have mistaken him for someone else. Now, Elendil wondered what Fruden was thinking, frustrated by how he stirred curiosity only to brush it aside. Aiden approached Elendil nervously, wanting to talk to her but finding her intimidating. Elendil was delighted to be called senior again and insisted he call her sister, startling Aiden. Tessie immediately stepped between them, while Flora quietly brooded. Aiden's interruption had ruined her chance to speak earlier. Her thoughts drifted to Fruden's recent strange behavior, asking about Ludger, claiming familiarity with him, and visiting someone he normally wouldn't. As Ludger walked ahead with Fruden following, Fruden confronted him again. Ludger asked why he was still trailing him, but Fruden pressed on, recalling the day Ludger gave Lynn the non-attributed mana book. Only one person had possessed that book, and that mana, before their death, and afterward only one other carried it. Fruden accused him of showing himself too boldly, and demanded to know his intentions. Ludger regretted not covering his face back then. He hadn't expected Fruden to remember so much. He greeted him as the Wilberg family's pup, remarking on how much he'd grown in 12 years. Fruden ignored the remark, demanding to know why Ludger was in Soren. Ludger questioned why he shouldn't be. Fruden shot back that he was being deliberately obtuse. In his eyes there was only one explanation: Ludger was the murderer who killed Lynn's mother. Fruden demanded an explanation from Ludger, trying to force a response out of him, but Ludger simply dismissed the notion, wondering why he would need to defend himself at all. He told Fruden that the past no longer mattered and that Fruden was misunderstanding the entire situation. He had not come here because of what happened 12 years ago. Fruden pressed him, frustrated and confused. But Ludger replied that Fruden had no right to question him, especially when Fruden himself had stayed silent despite knowing the truth of that day. Fruden insisted that he was different from Ludger, which only made Ludger scoff as he turned to leave, calling it a convenient excuse. Whether Fruden revealed the truth or not was irrelevant, because Ludger already knew he would never be able to. Lin arrived at that moment, asking why Fruden was still there. Fruden forced a calm tone, saying he had been just about to leave, then asked why she had come back. She said she had forgotten something. Fruden hesitated, intending to tell her something, but the memory of their younger selves flashed through his mind, him standing with Lin, both kids watching Ludger's back as he walked away. The memory froze his resolve. He apologized for wasting her time and walked off. His thoughts cracked under the weight of the truth he couldn't speak. How could he tell her that the professor she trusted was the one who killed her mother and erased her memories? There was no evidence left. Telling her something so uncertain would only wound her deeply. He didn't want that, he told himself. That was the reason, or so he tried to believe. Ludger's earlier words echoed in him, asking what truly made them different. Fruden realized Ludger had known from the start that he wouldn't be able to say anything. He admitted inwardly that he couldn't destroy Ludger now, but he vowed that a Wolberg wolf never misses the moment to take down its prey. Somewhere else, Ludger sat on a bench, leaning forward while rubbing his forehead, muttering under his breath about that kid. He contacted Hans, who immediately noticed something off in Ludger's voice. Ludger brushed it aside and asked for updates. Hans explained that the authorities were covering up the fire incidents by claiming a fireworks malfunction. Ludger suspected as much, especially with Principal Elisa involved. Hans added that several Black Dawn members had been arrested and that the woman with blue hair would interrogate them. Ludger realized Kaisi Selmoy would discover his identity sooner or later. Hans worried he wouldn't be able to hide it much longer. Ludger said he would deal with it when the time came. Hans tried to move on, saying the incident seemed to be resolving and that Ludger had eliminated the First Order, calling the situation surprisingly good. Ludger agreed but stayed cautious. Hans then asked Ludger to come out, saying he needed to discuss something about the underground business, warning that it would be a long talk. In the Silver Sun headquarters, a luxurious room glowed with firelight as Carlone, the head of the organization, watched the chaos unfolding around him with cold amusement. A pistol rested loosely in his hand. Temelin tried to explain that their visit wasn't about the slumdogs but about the mysterious figure known as the owner. Carlone seemed mildly interested until Kailton, desperate to survive, blurted out what he had heard, someone shouting the name James Moriarty on the day the group disbanded. Carlone laughed, rewarded the information by killing Temelin on the spot, and casually promoted Kailton to replace him. Kailton, terrified, accepted without protest. Carlone poured himself wine, remarking that the name was nonsense because Moriarty had died in the Delica Kingdom. Still, he admitted the man must have skill if rival groups were asking Silver Sun for help. He ordered his men to clean up the slums, kill a few for intimidation, leave some alive so the market continued, and sent Kailton off with the body. Later, Ludger met Hans on a park bench, listening to an update about the underground business. Hans explained that although operations were smooth, several merchants who had previously caused trouble had suddenly gone quiet, raising suspicion. Ludger asked for details, and Hans mentioned that the rats had seen those same merchants entering the Silver Sun building. Ludger found it too suspicious to ignore and said he'd stay alert. Hans began to say he would investigate further but stopped when he noticed Ludger shaking uncontrollably. Concerned, he asked if Ludger was all right. Ludger tried to maintain composure, but sweat gathered at his temple. He admitted through clenched teeth that he had forgotten something extremely important in the chaos of the last day. His mind flashed to the memory of his master discovering evidence of his presence. The dark mansion appeared in his thoughts, the stained glass windows, the floating white-haired woman whose power chilled the air. She recognized the scent of her own blood and realized Ludger had used what he had stolen during his escape. She concluded that something must have forced him to use it, and that alone made things interesting. She decided she now had a reason to leave her seclusion. Looking at the moon with a terrifying smile, she whispered her anticipation, promising that her disciple would have to entertain her. Hans scolded Ludger for acting overly dramatic, saying people would start believing his teacher was the god of death itself. Ludger admitted that such an impression wasn't entirely wrong. His teacher truly was that kind of person. Hans grumbled that Ludger's sense of humor was terrible, but Ludger reminded him that every spell and technique he used came from what his teacher had created long before him. Hans confessed he had always assumed Ludger learned everything on his own because of his talent. Ludger corrected him, saying he only adapted someone else's creations, and even then, he was aware that the things he produced often appeared abnormal to others. Hans finally understood, though Ludger added that he rarely flaunted any of it because most of his work never met his teacher's standards anyway. Hans wondered aloud just how terrifying this teacher must be if so many people desired even a fragment of Ludger's magic. Ludger answered bluntly that she was a monster, and that he had nearly died countless times because of her. Hans hesitated, thinking that perhaps Ludger wanted him to insult the teacher too, so he made a reckless remark about her being awful enough to almost kill her own student. Ludger's expression immediately changed as he warned Hans not to speak poorly of her, reminding him that she was still his teacher. Hans fell silent, mentally marking this as yet another failure in social interaction. Days later, Ludger walked along Royal Street, reflecting on how non-stop his life had become after the Esmeralda incident. He still had time before meeting Hans. As he moved through the crowd, he spotted priests of the British holy nation, identifiable by their insignia. He frowned inwardly, realizing the struggle for succession must have progressed far faster than expected. That meant trouble was coming sooner than he had planned. He needed to move quickly. He entered Violetta's clothing store, House of Verdi, where Violetta waited with tea, remarking that he had arrived before Hans. Ludger said he had come early to observe the street, noting how lively the area had become. Violetta credited that energy to him, then asked if he had brought her a new assignment. He explained that recent hecklers were becoming bolder and more dangerous. She smiled as if expecting it, saying she had already noticed suspicious people snooping around, likely connected to the Silver Sun and the local merchant association. Ludger asked for every detail she had. Before she could answer, a man burst in, panicked, announcing that something terrible had happened. The printing factory had been attacked. They rushed to the scene, where the building was ablaze and workers struggled to fight the fire through the heavy smoke. Ludger demanded to know what happened and was told attackers wearing white bandanas had ambushed the place. He moved to extinguish the flames with magic, but the spirit stone left behind by Quasimodo pulsed with a strange warmth in his grip. The reaction startled him. He channeled mana toward the stone, and the raging inferno collapsed inward, being absorbed until only a golden glow remained inside the small gem. Violetta stared in shock, but Ludger told her there was no time to question it, and urged everyone to rescue survivors. Once the fire was under control, a searcher reported that Dion and Estella were nowhere to be found. Another hoped they had escaped elsewhere, but Ludger felt a creeping unease. He asked Violetta if she knew any possible location they might have run to. She pointed out a nearby building where 2 residents lived. Ludger rushed there and discovered several dead men inside, the floor soaked in blood. Dion sat wounded and bleeding while Mistela tried desperately to support him. She apologized for not being able to greet Ludger properly, and explained that unknown attackers had suddenly stormed the place. She broke down, asking why misfortune kept following them when all they wanted was an ordinary life. Ludger gently told her to wait outside and not to return until he stepped out again. Once she left, he lifted the seal within himself. A wave of darkness unfurled behind him, forming shadowy tendrils as a deeper presence awakened. He asked the entity for help healing Dion, warning that he would summon another if it refused, but he promised a reward if it cooperated. The shadows stirred in agreement. Moments later, Ludger stepped back into the light carrying Dion, now fully healed. Mistela ran to her grandfather in relief, confirming he was truly all right. Hans arrived soon after, apologizing for the delay, but Ludger told him the situation had already been handled. He showed Violetta a silver pocket watch shaped like a sun, something he had found at the scene, and asked if she recognized it. She confirmed it was the emblem of the silver sun, and that the people lurking around her shop wore the same mark. Hearing this, Ludger said there would be no mercy moving forward and ordered everyone to stay behind. He would handle the matter alone. He headed to Carlone's estate at the outskirts of Royal Street. 2 guards stood outside, complaining about their shift and discussing where to drink afterward. One saw a silhouette at the end of the path and wondered if it was an animal, but as it drew closer, they realized it was a person. Ludger emerged, cloaked in shifting darkness, and in a flash of blue and black struck the first guard down. The second guard staggered back in shock, demanding to know who he was. Ludger, now disguised under the persona known as Jack, answered with calm finality as he stepped into the estate's shadowed grounds. He entered the luxurious room wearing the mask, stepping over the guards he had already cut down. Their disbelief lingered in the air, their final frantic resistance meaningless. Carlone sat waiting at the far end as if entertained by the carnage, remarking with casual disappointment that the corridor guards he had lost had been quite useful. He gestured for a seat as though greeting an expected guest. Ludger removed his mask and settled calmly, more curious than cautious. Carlone assumed he had come because he knew where responsibility for the morning's incident lay and spoke proudly of the screams at the printing factory, treating it all like a twisted gift. Ludger realized he had sat only to hear what flimsy justification the man might offer, but instead Carlone indulged in provocations that stirred irritation. When Ludger's gaze sharpened, Carlone suddenly felt a crushing pressure, wondering in alarm why a man he thought was a mere pretender radiated such overwhelming force. He tried to maintain composure, claiming that Ludger's supposed bluffing was excessive. But Ludger corrected him, remarking that the arrogance he wielded was built on foolish strategies he couldn't even recognize. Carlone tried to laugh it off, calling it a compliment. He pointed toward the knights surrounding them, boasting that unlike the small fry outside, these were elites, and suggested Ludger surrender before the men he had dispatched to the alley caused further damage. Ludger rose and walked toward him, unmoved, clarifying two things: he wasn't relaxed, just appalled by Carlone's low standards, and he had no reason to fear violence, because he and his companions excelled at it. Alex, Phantos, and Sheridan stepped forward with easy confidence, prepared for a fight. The confrontation burst into motion as Carlone confidently claimed this was the entire fighting strength of Silver Sun, and tried to give the order to kill them. But the moment he did, panic twisted his face. The room had changed. He demanded to know when Ludger had done whatever had just happened. Ludger simply stated that he himself had done nothing. From the walls and floor, dark, shadowy tentacles surged outward, wrapping around Carlone's knights as they screamed in terror. Carlone's confusion grew into shaking fear as Ludger asked if he believed in God, because the being before him, the one he was watching devour his men, was what remained of a forgotten goddess. Ludger described her, a deity once betrayed, stripped of her name, remembered only as an evil god, yet still clinging to humanity with misguided affection. She had formed her new body from living humans and, despite her grotesque form, healed anyone still clinging to life. Ludger had made a deal with her after she saved the dying victim from that morning's attack. Since Carlone and his group had been responsible for that suffering, they themselves would be offered to her. Carlone's disbelief cracked into shrill panic. He demanded Ludger make the being disappear and insisted on his own importance. Ludger reassured him she would not kill him because she cherished humans too deeply. That was the moment Carlone understood the actual horror. He begged for death, pleading to be killed immediately, but the tentacles engulfed him and twisted his body into an unrecognizable shape before taking him completely. When the chaos settled, Alex complained that the fight had barely counted as a warm-up, and Hans commented on the comms that no other enemies were visible. Sheridan insulted him for hiding during reconnaissance, and Hans protested that fighting wasn't his role. Alex wondered aloud if Violetta had predicted the attack, and she admitted their methods made them predictable. Sheridan casually suggested demolishing the already damaged buildings, claiming redevelopment had been planned anyway. Ludger returned with a calm presence and asked if everything was resolved. Alex noted that Ludger had gone alone and come back unharmed. Ludger then asked about Dion, and Violetta reported that he was recovering well, looking healthier than he had earlier. Ludger announced that Silver Sun had been annihilated. Violetta hesitated, shocked that it had happened so quickly. He confirmed he had eliminated every last member and instructed her to take control of the affiliated businesses. She accepted the responsibility quietly. At that moment, the residents of the back alley arrived, shouting threats at first before realizing the fight was already over. Confusion washed over them as they admitted they had rushed in too late. Violetta sighed in relief, noting that even if they had come late, they had still gathered the courage to stand beside her. She remarked that despite Ludger's distant demeanor, he never stopped thinking about them. Speaking as a representative of the abandoned, she thanked him sincerely. He brushed it off as nothing. The next day, far from the alley, Tarina drove along the outskirts of the Royal Street, remarking that the disappearance of every Silver Sun member, including Carlone, within a single day meant that a major event had unfolded while she was away. She asked Enya for her findings, and Enya explained that according to the morning's reports, the location most likely connected to the case was the Leatherbelk slums. The next day, Tarina and Enya left the room they had inspected. It was disturbingly clean, so spotless that Tarina found it hard to believe anything violent had happened there. No blood, no damage, only an unnatural stillness. While searching, they found a glowing blue orb wrapped in cloth. Enya eyed it curiously, and Tarina explained it was a new artifact that analyzed residual mana and reconstructed imprinted memories. Enya was thrilled at the convenience, but Tarina reminded her that mana traces vanished after 36 hours. Even so, it was valuable. Tarina set it to work and asked Enya to continue her report. Enya explained that everyone in the slums referred to a single man as owner. After the enemy society disappeared, he suddenly arrived in Leatherbelk and unified the underground world, becoming the one behind their operations. Tarina found him suspicious and asked for more information, but Enya admitted she had found nothing, not a name, not a past. Tarina considered his motive: if he rebuilt the slums, removing Silver Sun, his biggest obstacle, was plausible. It was a rough assumption, but all they had. She decided she needed to meet him. The artifact dimmed abruptly, its light collapsing into a dull gold before shutting off. Enya was startled, but Tarina explained it deactivated when it detected no mana. Enya realized what that meant and was horrified that an incident involving over 100 guards left no magic behind. Tarina confirmed the base had been active until yesterday, meaning only magic could have erased everything so cleanly. With nothing left to analyze, they had to move on. Tarina resolved to meet the owner, convinced he wasn't ordinary. She told Enya to pack up, then addressed the unseen presence she had sensed, calling the intruder out. Her sword flared as she pointed toward a corner, and a blue-haired woman stepped out, amused at being noticed. Kaisi appeared proud of herself, while Betty apologized, saying she tried to stop her. Enya recognized their leader, and Tarina greeted her with the tired familiarity of someone who expected trouble. Kaisi happily greeted them, even remembering Enya from the construction. Tarina reminded her that civilians weren't allowed here, but Kaisi declared herself the nation's detective and therefore not a civilian. Tarina told her to get official permission next time, but Kaisi complained the process was slow and the case too tempting. She offered her help, but Tarina declined, saying she couldn't accept unofficial aid. Kaisi admitted she only wanted access to something useful and would explain later. Tarina allowed it, knowing Kaisi would grab it anyway. With that, Kaisi cheerfully vanished. Enya remarked on her sudden disappearance, and Tarina shifted their focus to the slums. Enya went to prepare, while Hans, elsewhere, listened from inside Tarina's office, reporting to Ludger that the knights were heading to the slums and asking if they should send another decoy. Ludger refused, knowing Tarina would see through it, and said he would handle her himself. He opened a drawer, revealing a mask made for him, anticipating this very moment. He instructed Hans to alert Violetta and prepare everything. Later, Tarina and Enya entered the transformed district. The slums looked completely different, enough that Tarina had difficulty believing what she saw. Residents stared with sharp, hostile eyes. Enya noted that the alley folk had always disliked knights, but the atmosphere now felt heavier. Violetta approached in her black dress and introduced herself as their escort from the owner. Enya wondered if they should follow, but Tarina reasoned that if a trap was intended, they wouldn't still be standing. They followed her into a fabricated hideout called U. Inside, a masked man waited, introducing himself as owner and claiming he wore the mask due to severe burns. Tarina demanded his real name, and he called himself Oliver, saying he hid his identity because alley-born commoners were treated poorly. Tarina found the excuse too neat and questioned it, but he insisted anonymity was necessary and that he only stepped forward after hearing the enemy society had vanished. Tarina felt as if he were reciting a prepared story. She went straight to the point, bringing up Silver Sun and the recent conflicts. She asked if he knew anything. Oliver insisted it wasn't a fight and blamed Silver Sun for the trouble, irritated by her suspicions. Tarina said suspicion was natural. Silver Sun had countless enemies who would celebrate their disappearance. Oliver questioned why knights defended criminals instead of focusing on him. Tarina warned him to stop hinting at threats, adding that if they believed him guilty, she would have already acted. He stiffened despite trying to appear calm. He thanked her for restraint, and Enya realized he wasn't afraid even after feeling Tarina's killing intent, proof of someone far from ordinary. Tarina understood then why the residents were hostile. They were protecting the man who revived their abandoned district. Attacking him would only cause casualties. With nothing more to gain for now, she decided they should return. She thanked him for cooperating, and they headed for the door. Oliver stayed seated, claiming he wouldn't escort them, and Tarina said she hadn't expected him to. As they reached the exit, the door opened and loud, exhausted complaints echoed in, someone returning from distant recon, annoyed at being sent so far. A man stepped inside. Enya froze the moment she saw him. It was Alex, equally shocked to see her. Oliver went rigid. He had not expected Alex to return this soon, and the timing could not have been worse. Enya caught Alex on the street, demanding an explanation about his sudden disappearance. He brushed her off coldly, telling her they had nothing to do with each other. She backed away, hurt. As he walked off, he spotted the group approaching and groaned, realizing everyone had followed him. Ludger stepped forward, apologizing for not warning him, and Alex agreed to explain everything from the beginning. Hans was shocked to learn Alex had once been a cadet of the Noble Knights, their top academy, and that Tarina had been his colleague. Violetta mentioned rumors of his dishonorable discharge. Alex admitted that days before the inaugural ceremony, he struck an instructor along with another cadet, unable to endure 3 years of constant harassment from nobles who resented a commoner surpassing them. Phantos pointed out that Tarina's earlier reaction suggested more than anger over his expulsion, and Alex confirmed it. He and Enya had been lovers. They started as rivals but grew close after constant sparring, eventually promising a future together. But as their relationship deepened, the bullying grew worse. Enya never knew, because Alex hid all of it, wanting to protect her and believing the nobles were right. A commoner would only burden her. To end things, he pretended to cheat and broke up with her, but the pain afterward was worse than he expected. Watching the bullies celebrate their breakup made him hate himself for enduring it all. Tarina acknowledged the tragedy of wasted talent, while Enya insisted it didn't matter anymore. In the rain-soaked memory Alex recalled, he sat alone as Ludger confronted him. Ludger had seen him getting beaten by people he could easily overpower, demanding to know why he tolerated it. Alex tried to push him away, but Ludger offered him a place instead, promising support, shelter, and asking only that he stop destroying himself. That moment changed his life. Returning to the present, Alex said Ludger had saved him when he was wandering like a vagrant, calling him the light that pulled them out of hopelessness. Ludger tried to brush it off, embarrassed, and the others teased him. They then realized none of them knew anything about Ludger's past. When asked, he agreed to tell them, after explaining why he'd ordered them to collect relics. He asked if they'd ever felt the world was a giant birdcage, something suffocating pressing down on everything. The group stared, confused, asking if he was giving them a riddle. He clarified he meant it literally. He was gathering relics to break that invisible cage. Alex muttered that the relic truly was a world-ending tool. Ludger reassured him it wasn't meant for destruction. The relic's creator never intended that. He also admitted that his aliases, Lupin and Van Helsing, were connected to the relics, and prepared to properly reveal his identity. The scene shifted. Lynn woke up in her bed groggy. A woman with long white hair sat at her bedside, Julia Plumhart, the top first-year student in Ludger's class. Lynn asked how she even got inside, and Julia told her she had been drawn in by Lynn's dream. Lynn realized she must be a user of dream magic, one of the specialized schools she'd only read about. Julia confirmed it, explaining she was in the space between dreams and reality, and had sensed Lynn dreaming about something unusual. Lynn remembered only faint impressions, childhood, joy mixed with sadness. Julia examined the memory with her magic, but saw almost nothing. Something had sealed the dream, sealed Lynn's memory itself. Julia had no way to break it, but said she could locate the key hidden inside Lynn's dreams. She asked if Lynn remembered anything clearly. Lynn recalled a single name, Heathcliff Van Breedis. A man appeared in the projection of her memory, a long-haired figure with sharp blue eyes, claiming to be a member of the Breedis royal family and the son of the previous king. Julia considered the name. She had never heard it before, and Lynn admitted she only knew it because the man appeared in her dream. With the memory so faint, Julia said she needed more information. As she prepared to leave, her form flickered. Lynn noticed her body fading, and Julia explained she was waking up. Lynn asked if they could talk again sometime. Julia declined bluntly, saying their conversation had been on a whim. She had no plans to grow close. But if Lynn managed to pique her interest again, she might return. Lynn watched her vanish, wondering how she was supposed to find Heathcliff, when even the Dreamwalker couldn't trace him. Ludger's group returned to their hideout. Alex questioned him about his lineage, assuming his abilities came from the previous emperor's bloodline. Ludger said it wasn't that simple. He had inherited a trait that made possession easier, something none of his relatives shared. Phantos compared it to a blessing, but Ludger called it a curse. When the fight for succession began, that trait made him the least threatening but still a target. His father's failing health had triggered the scramble for the throne, and assassins focused on him immediately. The reason he understood poison so well was because he had survived many. Now that the Breedis kingdom had resumed activity after 20 years, the new interim emperor would kill him the moment they learned he was alive. At that moment, Betty scolded Kaisi about her messy room. While tidying, Kaisi examined a board covered in notes, recent incidents across Leatherbelk, the werewolf case, the factory, Kunst's auction attack, the Beast of Gavaden, the Black Dawn, the Silver Sun disappearances, and the rapid expansion of the slums. She had assigned Tarina to watch the slums and decided to focus on chasing the Black Dawn. Her only lead came from Soren's underground newspaper office, one suspicious area. She was sure something was hidden in Voltanum and vowed to confront James Moriarty there. At Soren Academy, Sedina delivered filtered letters to Ludger. Among them was an invitation to the Mystical Night, the annual gathering of mages. Sedina celebrated, believing his power was finally recognized. Ludger wasn't interested in the event, but the simultaneous invitations from the old Magic Tower, the new Magic Tower, and the Scholars Association intrigued him. He explained their positions. The old tower upheld elitist tradition, the new tower pursued magical science, and the Scholars Association stood between both extremes. Supporting one meant offending the others. Sedina suggested he at least inspect the gifts they sent. Ludger decided to accept all of them. Their gifts meant he now held leverage. As Sedina flustered over his comment, Ludger noticed once again how deep her loyalty ran, yet he still couldn't tell whether her devotion was to him or the First Order. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Professor Viorano entered, asking Sedina if she had considered his earlier proposal. She apologized and left quickly. Viorano sighed that she must dislike him, but Ludger disagreed. When Ludger asked about their connection, Viorano hesitated but finally revealed it. Sedina was half-elven. Ludger was stunned. He found her in the greenhouse, surrounded by plants she had raised since childhood. He apologized for learning her origins without her consent and told her she could accept Viorano's offer to live peacefully in the elven village. He assured her he'd handle anything related to the organization. Sedina apologized for hiding her identity but said she wished to follow him because he acknowledged her. Ludger accepted her choice, then stepped closer. He told her he was hiding something as well. Sedina froze. He admitted the truth. He was not First Order. Viorano revealed Sedina's truth to Ludger, confessing that he hadn't expected it at all. Sedina carried the Loshen surname, meaning her father was a nobleman and her mother an elf, and with the old rumors about the Loshen family buying elven slaves during the Species War, her birth likely held a painful history. He asked what Viorano planned to offer her, and Viorano explained his intent to take her away from that family and deliver her to the elves, believing she'd be treated better there than as a half-elf among humans. Ludger disagreed, pointing out that elves would also reject someone with human blood, especially after the past atrocities. Without the authority of a forest elder, Sedina would have no true protection there. When Viorano quietly revealed that he was one, Ludger's shock was immediate. Viorano clarified he was one of the 7 roots of the World Tree, head of the Dentes family, long tasked with guarding the elven forest's borders and protecting elves who lived away from their homeland. Viorano bowed to that authority and promised Sedina's safety if Ludger persuaded her himself. Ludger demanded why he wouldn't do it, and Viorano calmly explained that Sedina's choice needed to belong to her alone, forcing it would taint her happiness. He added one final request. Sedina trusted Ludger more than anyone. If she were to reveal how she truly felt, it would be to him. Ludger accepted the responsibility. In the plant-filled room, Sedina struggled with Ludger's confession. She insisted it wasn't funny, but he told her plainly he was not the First Order. John Doe had died in the train attack and he had simply taken the identity. Everything she followed had been him, not the legend, not the title. She pulled away from him, shaking with betrayal, demanding why he deceived her and who she had devoted herself to all this time. Ludger apologized and urged her to answer honestly. Had she devoted herself to the First Order, or to him, the man behind the mask? She claimed it was for the Black Dawn, but her hesitation said otherwise. He pointed out she hadn't left, even after hearing the truth, though he could have used her blindly to the end. Instead, he chose honesty and offered her a choice. If she wanted to continue following the Black Dawn, she could walk out that door. He would respect it. Sedina froze, shaken by his sincerity, remembering the moments he had acknowledged her efforts and treated her gently in ways no one from her noble family, or the Black Dawn ever had. Memories of whispered doubts, condescending stares, and being accepted only because the Loshen name was useful suffocated her. She had approached the First Order to be seen, but this man had been the first to truly see her. Her tears spilled over. Ludger gently touched her back, waiting. When she collected herself, she asked who he really was. He promised to explain later and shared her true name, Sedina Flanty, taken from her late mother. He encouraged her to continue her usual work since both of them were still tied to the Black Dawn, and asked her to bring him more information. His goal was no longer survival within the organization but its eradication. Sedina stiffened, startled, then told him to follow, saying there was someone she wanted him to meet. Outside, Viorano walked alone with conflicted thoughts. He trusted Ludger to speak with her, though he doubted the outcome would match his hopes. Still, he couldn't abandon her after discovering she was the missing daughter of the Flanty family, stolen during the war and born into the Los Hen family's cruelty. He cursed those who had treated her like property, and wished she wouldn't view him with such caution, but after the life she endured, he understood why she did. He resolved to trust Ludger's influence, and even considered gifting him rare tea from the elven forest. Ludger soon gathered his group to introduce Sedina, who bowed nervously as their newest member. Some immediately recognized her half-elven nature, while others were surprised to learn she had served as Ludger's informant all along. Hans fretted about overlapping roles, but Sedina greeted him cheerfully, easing the tension. Ludger confirmed he had also come to check their progress on the relic, and after a moment of hesitation about speaking in front of her, the informant relayed the update. 4 fragments existed, 1 had been secured at the Kunst auction house, leaving 3. 1 was likely hidden in the Exilian Empire's Debauch Castle, an area he hadn't been able to investigate. Ludger acknowledged the difficulty and ordered preparations to infiltrate it. When someone wondered how Sedina would manage this while assisting at Soren Academy, Ludger assured them she would handle it with the group's support. With a steady voice, he then announced the real goal: using their growing network and Sedina's access within Soren, they would start preparing to destroy the Black Dawn entirely. And soon, he planned to move toward Voltanum,